And there it is right there. You heard it here first. Tapa Lonigono. Did you know that? By the way, so if you didn't know that, now you do know that. You heard it here first. Tapa Lonigono. So Tapa Lonigono and all that. You know, I was actually trying to Google what an Igono is, just as I was, as that song was stating of Igono. Let's see, Igono. Let's see, can I find it? I'm just trying to, you know, well, because we hear all of these phrases, but we don't actually put any sort of physical form to it. Igono. How do you even spell that? Sorry, I'm determined now to get a picture of this thing. Igono. Let me try the way you have just spelled it there. Yes. Oh, all right. I think I may well have. Yes. All right. So, if you've ever wonder no more. So this is. Hold on. I hope this is not a video. If you've ever wonder no more. This is what an Igono looks like. I found it now, but let me just share the Google. So that's what an Igono looks like. It looks like. I'm not quite sure what you even want to say it does look like, but that's an Igono, right? Not those people who, like this image here now. That's Igono right there. Igono Tapa alone Igono. So yes, let me so that's an Igono right there. Let's see. I hope this gives us a picture rather than. All right. So if you've ever wonder no more, this is what an Igono looks like. That's an Igono right there. So Tapa, Lonegono, and all that. So that's an Igono right there. Oh, it's not even showing on the screen. Let me bring it up. Yeah, so that's an Igono right there. So that's what that means. Tapa, Lonegono. So now we all know. So now we all know. So now we all know. Good day to you. Good to be your company. And how are you? Good day to you. Good to be your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, cascading into yet another session. One man went to more. Of course, the way it always happens, it happens then again that way. The evening rounds, so, you know, we've cascaded now yet into another weekend. And by tomorrow now, we would have January, February, March, we would have entered the tail end of the first quarter of this year. You know, imagine that. And the years just keep rolling in as the days go by, and that is the tapestry of life. It's how you spend it, really, isn't it? But good day to you and all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? I hope you've had a brilliant day, and you are now satisfied to go into the weekend having achieved what you've set out to achieve in the course of the working days of the week. So hope you've had a wonderful day and a wonderful week so far. So that is my wish to you. So I hope you've had a wonderful week. Protocol remains the same. Click on the like button. Just as soon as you hear me invite you to do so, click on the like button. Do that. Click on the like button. If you're not already subscribed, please do that as well. Like and subscribe. So those two things, those are the meat and drinks of these spaces, these sort of spaces that we occupy. Anytime you see anybody live streaming, the thing that delights them the most are the likes and the subscription, because that expands then the scope of your influence, and that is at least your engagement, not influence. I hate that word influence. You know, these people go around calling themselves influencers and content creators and all of these newfangled appellations, all these newfangled titles that they're attaching to each other. I'm not of that stock. I'm just a random guy making empty noise in the dead of the night somewhere in Kent. That's as far as I would want to extend. So yes, click on the like button, as I said. Click on the subscription button, as I said. click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and have a conversation with me. Share the links as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream as exemplified by Ayo and Boson right there. So all those things. So we'll just meander through what has been in the news cycle today, and we will we will mooch on what has been in the news in the week. Pardon me. I'm actually having the thought that we should start making Fridays news roundups. So whatever has happened, so the big event news from Monday cascading up to Friday. That's not what's going to happen today, but going forward, that may well be the template. So the big event, the big ticket events that has happened all the way through that week, cascading onto Friday, and then we do a news audit on Friday. So rather than going to the topical news of that day, we do the big ticket items in the news in the week that's now coming to an end. So we may well give that some consideration. Let me know feedback. By the way, we run this we run this page via feedback. So let me know what you make of the thought, and then we'll see if we're progressing with it. So yes, so click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says stream. Yeah, somebody is telling me there that some of the pictures that put on the thumbnail is not quite in. You get the idea. It's not an exactitude. We are not doing precision science here. We're just presenting something. The conversation still points in the direction that it needs to point. That is the essence of it. But thank you, Massey Mills. That doesn't sound especially Nigerian. Maybe it's a South name. I don't know. But so all those things. Pardon me. And help me make a decision as well. Actually, I've been thinking all day. This is nothing to do with what we do here. I've been thinking all day, and tell me then if I should do it. Tell me, make that decision for me. Let me know in the comment section. I've been thinking all day to go to football and take my son. It's just a local team just down the road. Buy tickets, take him in. I don't think I've ever yet taken him to football, and I just have the thought. But then when you just rest it on a thought and you don't really take any actions, I can still buy the ticket. The match doesn't start till around about 3 p.m. on Saturday. So yeah, if you think that's make that decision for me, because if you push me, then I should do it. So let me know if I should buy tickets and take my boy to football. So that's just a random whatever. So all the greetings and all that. So let's just launch into it, shall we? Let's launch into it. There's a lot of silliness that goes on often instances here. But a lot of silliness. We're coming to the Natasha Akpoti narrative, by the way, and we're also coming to there's something in the news cycle, nothing to do with politics, but it looks as though there might well be trouble in the house of Ned Nwoko. That's what we seem to be. That's what's coming out within the news cycle space. It looks as though there might well be trouble in the house of Ned Nwoko. And why am I saying this? His wife went off Twitter, came back on Twitter, deleted all of his pictures, and including his name. And I'm talking about Regina Daniel. So all of that is going on within that space. So maybe we'll touch on that, maybe we won't. But yes, Ola, hop in if you're not too busy. So pardon me. Let's just launch into it, shall we? So I find this rather vexatious. This first one that we're going to, I find it vexatious. I find it disturbing, and it speaks to a particular sort of malaise that afflicts that country. And I'm feeling that there's somewhat of a deliberate agenda at play here. What am I talking about? Bauchi orders closure of all schools for 5 weeks for Ramadan. So I mean, what does that even mean? I mean, that's wild and crazy. That should be against the law. That is the epitome of lunacy. I've never heard anything so wild. Bauchi orders closure of all schools for 5 weeks for Ramadan fast. It's just unbelievable stuff. People accuse these people of being somewhat lacking in the requisite education to engage with the Nigerian space, and then you see this. Bauchi orders closure of all schools for 5 weeks for Ramadan. What about the non-Christians there? What happens to their future? Why would a non-Christian even live in a place like Bauchi? Let them just continue to produce what they produce there, who are essentially people that they roll into the forest in the south to come and attempt to seize land. But we'll see how that plays out in the short to the immediate term. And can you believe this? Bauchi orders closure of all schools for 5 weeks for Ramadan fast. Of course, it has to be. And this guy wants to be president of Nigeria, by the way, Bala Mohammed. That's his number one ambition. Unbelievable stuff. Ministry of Education, Bauchi State, School Service Directorate, etc. So, well, I think the headline tells us everything. Let's just see if there's anything to read from it. Let's see if there's anything to read from it. The Bauchi State government, through the Ministry of Education, has announced the closure of all schools in the state for 5 weeks in preparation for the 2025 Ramadan fast. The Sultan of Sokoto, of course, has spotted whatever moon that they send him out to spot. So he has announced the spotting of the moon. And of course, we're now entering the Ramadan phase within the Nigerian space. The Bauchi State government, through the Ministry of Education, has announced the closure of all schools in the state for 5 weeks in preparation for the 2025 Ramadan fast. The announcement is contained in the approved school calendar for the 2024-2025 academic session in the state. Speaking with the News Agency of Nigeria in Bauchi on Friday, February the 28th, Mr. Jalaluddin Meina, the information officer, Ministry of Education, said the holiday had already been incorporated into the calendar long before now. He explained that the closure will take effect from the 1st of March to the 5th of April, a whole month completely wiped out of a schooling calendar, just because oh God. And then, of course, they will get that period of, the schools will be shut down. The schools will be shut down half through December, and with for whatever other religious, whatever it is that goes on within that space. So maybe half the year, these people that are already educationally backwards will not be able to attend school. And it's just a recipe for the continuity of the production of the Almajiris. This is Almajiri template. It's just unbelievable. It's too wild. I can't find the word. Unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff. It's scary even. Mena said the closure affected all institutions of learning, which include all public and private. So even if there are dedicated schools that are dedicated towards non-Muslim, they still have to. The law still captures them. Do you see? It's unbelievable. Mena said the closure affected all the institutions of learning, which include all public and private primary, junior and secondary schools, as well as higher institutions of learning in the state. So if there was a university in Bauchi State, I'm not sure if there is or not, I cannot think of a reason why there would be a university in Bauchi State, because there is an educationally averse state. The education is anatomic to their way of being. But their boko is haram. You know, boko is haram. In that, it's scary. Sorry, it's just wild, man. It's just wild. Mena said the closure affected all the institutions of learning, which include all public and private primary, junior and secondary schools, as well as higher institutions of learning in the state. Yes, we are closing all our schools. And this is included in our 2024-2025 approved calendar for the academic session, that our students are not going to do the Ramadan fasting whilst in school. The 5-week holiday is for the Ramadan fasting, and immediately after the fasting, they will resume and continue with their. How can they resume? The Nigerian curriculum, it doesn't identify religion. So the schooling year goes on in other parts of the country anyway. So irrespective of whatever they do in Baptist State, so there will be 5 weeks out of the loop with their contemporaries in Calabar, Abeokuta, Enugu, Jalingo. Can you? It's just it's quite a thing. It shouldn't be allowed, by the way. It should not be allowed. MENA said all the affected institutions of learning, which include all public and private primary, junior and secondary schools, as well as higher institutions of learning in the state. Yes, we are closing all our schools, and this is included in our 2024-2025 approved calendar for the academic session, that our students are not going to do the Ramadan fasting whilst in school. The 5-week holiday is for Ramadan fasting, and immediately after the fasting, they will resume and continue with their academics. And meanwhile, all the sons and daughters of the elite space in that space, of course, they're in Harvard, Cambridge, etc., Princeton, and all that. But that's how it goes. Some parents in the state have complained that the development will affect their children's educational progress. Of course, I mean, does that even bear saying? Does that need saying? It's quite a anyway. And it's a never-ending story in that space. I think I think it must be a genetic flaw or something. I'm not quite sure. Anyway, let me just move on from there. Let me move on from there, and let's go on to the goings on in Rivers State now. So in Rivers State, it looks as though then the final victory in that space actually now goes to Yemson Wike. So the final, because of course the Supreme Court judgment comes in, and all of the lawmakers that were sacked by Fubara have been reinstated by law. So the victory then goes to Yemson Wike in that space. A coalition of 27 federal lawmakers from the opposition parties have condemned the Supreme Court ruling. Oh, I think this is a different storyline, but yes, Wike still gets the victory anyway, because it looks as though then those lawmakers sacked by Fubara have been reinstated by the Supreme Court. I think this may well be the one. Okay, this may well be the one. Right, Fubara acknowledges Supreme Court verdict on Rivers Assembly members. So this is the one, yes. So it looks as though then all the judgment went against Fubara today. Rivers State Governor Simi Fubara has acknowledged the Supreme Court ruling, affirming Right Honorable Martin, whatever his name is, and 26 others as valid members of the Rivers State House of Assembly, signaling a significant shift in the state's ongoing political crisis. So now that is the abundance then of the, so he has a hostile parliament. That is what he has now. He has somebody is telling us that there's a university in Baptist State. Well, if it's a state university, that's going to be closed down and they'll send you all back home. It's just unbelievable. So the parliament now in Rivers State is now a hostile parliament, and the battle then is to impeach or not to impeach. You know, so that's going to be the storyline for Fubara. I think up until he runs again for re-election. But yes, so that's that. Fubara acknowledges Supreme Court verdict on Rivers Assembly members. So there it is. Rivers State Governor Simi Fubara has acknowledged the Supreme Court ruling, affirming Right Honorable Martin, whatever his last name is, and 26 others as valid members of the River State House of Assembly, signaling a significant shift in the state's ongoing political crisis. In a statement released by Joe Johnson, if he doesn't accept, then what does he do? Your power only stops within what the Constitution facilitates. So him saying he accepts a Supreme Court judgment is, well, thank you for accepting, but I don't think you actually have any choice. But, you know. In a statement released by Joe Johnson, the State's Commissioner for Information, Fubara said he has taken note of the Supreme Court judgment regarding the state funds and the administration of local government in River State. At this time, we are awaiting a detailed briefing on the implications of the judgment. We will carefully evaluate the situation and determine the next steps to take in the best interest of River State and its people. The statement reads, whilst the governor admitted that the Supreme Court decision effectively reinstates the 27 lawmakers, he maintained that the core issue of their defection, which led to their disputed status, was not addressed by the Apex Court, as it is still pending before the Federal High Court in Port Harcourt. Since the issue of defection was not on the table before the learned justices, in their eyes, the 27 lawmakers are still operating as lawmakers until that matter comes before them. Fubara assured the people of River State that his administration remains committed to protecting the best interest of the state and upholding the rule of law in all matters. He urged residents to remain calm and law-abiding as the government seeks clarity on the judgment and its broader implications. So there it is. I think it's clear enough. It's certainly clear to Yemsen Wike what that judgment actually means. It may not be clear to Fubara, but it's absolutely categorically clear to Yemsen Wike what that judgment means. And here is Yemsen Wike then giving Fubara an interpretation of that judgment. Watch this.
Thank you, Lord. We give you all the glory. We give you honor. We give you all the glory. We give you honor. We give you all the glory. We give you honor.
And there it is right there. Power and might be unto the Lord forever and ever. Amen. So did you know I used to be a Sunday school teacher once upon a time in my church? You wouldn't believe that, but that is an actual truth. So that is a Fubara then. Back in the arms, the dog is back on the leash, Fubara, somewhat. So the dog is back on the leash. So let's go then to the ongoing saga of Lagos State. And this is the latest installment in that never-ending drama. Lagos Assembly saga, ex-speaker Obasa. So is this ex-speaker? It's just, it's as clear as mud, the goings on in Lagos State House of Assembly, as clear as mud. So he sat on plenary in just as early as yesterday and told us that he was back, and he was given a retinue of security operatives to force his way onto that seat. So he then tells us that Mojisola Miranda has resigned, but now they refer to him still as the ex-speaker. So, I don't know. I don't think anybody knows what's going on in Lagos State. Lagos Assembly saga, ex-speaker Obasa demands 1 billion naira in damages. At least he falls within the realms of reality. What Natasha Akpoti, what she is demanding for people telling us to sit in a designated seat, what she's demanding is 100 billion naira. I think that woman has to be the silliest person yet in Nigeria. But we get to her in a moment. Let's stay with Lagos State first. Lagos Assembly saga, ex-Speaker Obasa demands 1 billion naira in damages, says impeachment cost him trauma. So they made him cry. Oh, the poor boy. Can you pass Obasa a tissue, please, if you have one? Look at that. This Agbero guy, I wonder how many lives this guy has seen of this planet. Pardon me. The impeached speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Mudashiru Obasa, has demanded the sum of 1 billion naira in damages over his removal by 35 members of the House. So what will be the grounds for that, though? Is he irremovable? Is that what it is? What will be the basis for it? Obasa, he can't demand it for his removal. He can sue for wrongful termination and then have the court interpret it, but he cannot sue for being removed if they have no more confidence in him. The impeached Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Mudashiru Obasa, has demanded a sum of 1 billion naira in damages over his removal by 35 members of the Assembly. Obasa made the demand in a suit dated the 12th of February. How can it be dated the 12th when today is the 28th? As it just come to light, Obasa made the demand in a suit dated February the 12th, 2025. He filed before Justice Yetunde Pinheiro of the Lagos State High Court in Ikeja. The embattled former speaker in the suit, filed through his legal team, led by Afolabi Fashanu SAN, said that his impeachment as the Speaker of the House has caused him psychological trauma and embarrassment. So I don't quite understand that, So if you are sacked from your job, for reasons justified, is there grounds then to say that you were embarrassed by the sacking and traumatized? He said that his impeachment was a gross violation of the extant laws and standing order of the House and in breach of his constitutional rights to a fair hearing. So that there might be a suit in this particular paragraph, but not in the preceding one. Yes, not in the preceding one. So you cannot say because you were impeached, that caused you trauma and embarrassment. Of course, get lost. But if you are saying you were unjustly sacked, then there's a legitimacy to that as a valid complaint. He said that his impeachment was a gross violation of the extant law, of the extant rules and standing order of the House, and in breach of his constitutional right to fair hearing. Obasa was removed. Okay, we know what happened. It was removed on the 13th of January and all that. The defendant in the suit include Speaker Mebranda and the House of Assembly itself. So how can well, I suppose Miranda being the speaker, she will be included, but she cannot be sued for being the speaker because, of course, that is a consequence of votes that took place in the assembly. The defendant in the suit includes Speaker Miranda and the House of Assembly itself, while the court on Friday ordered that all the House of Assembly members be joined in the suit. Obasa in the suit prayed the court for a declaration that having regard to the provision of section 90, 91, 92, and 101 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended, its removal is illegal, unlawful, ultra virus and unconstitutional. I think this was the argument that World Peace was trying to put forward yesterday, backed by Patoski. The suit further prayed the court for a declaration that by the provisions of Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Order 2, Rule 9 of the Rules and Standing Orders of the Lagos State House of Assembly, the purported removal of the claimant as the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly is unlawful and a nullity. So if it's a nullity, if something is a nullity, that is to tell you that he never really existed. And if they nullify that, then that automatically reverts him back to that post. But then, of course, how is he then able to interact with the 90% of the House that want him out? So, yes, an order setting aside the purported sitting and proceedings of the first defendant on the 13th of January 2025 and the resolutions and decisions by whatever description ascribed to such, including the purported removal of the claimant as the Speaker and the purported installation of the second defendant, Miranda, as the Speaker of the first defendant. So the claimant is Obasa, the second defendant is Miranda, the first defendant is the House. So that's what that explains how that is sequenced. And order compelling the immediate reinstatement of the claimant as the honorable Speaker of the first defendant. An order of perpetual injunction restraining the second defendant from parading herself as the Speaker of the first defendant, Lagos State House of Assembly. An order of perpetual injunction restraining the first defendants, whether by themselves or their privies or anybody, however, acting through them or on their instruction, from interfering with or disturbing the claimant from discharging his constitutional role and duties as Speaker of the House of Assembly. General damages to the sum of a billion naira for wrongful, illegal, and unconstitutional removal of the claimant as the Speaker of the first defendant and consequent psychological trauma and embarrassment which the purported removal has placed on the claimant as a result of the pressure of the people of Agege 1 constituency of Lagos State on him. So, I don't know, man. The guy is certainly fighting tooth and nail, though. Tikpati kuku. No ma fi gbe kúrò ńbẹ̀, tikpati kuku. It's a tikpati kuku situation. Mama no koboko. We can no loruka. Maybe that's what they need. We can no loruka. Ko do wale. On Friday during the first proceedings of the case, Justice Pinheiro ruled that all pending applications will be heard on March the 7th. The court also approved the request from some lawmakers to join the suit. So I wonder whose party they are joining the suit to support. I wonder what their partisanship is. However, Obasa was absent from court and his lawyers declined to speak to journalists after proceedings. So that is you go carry me come up from you remember those gutter fights, you go carry me come up from here. Either by in a body bag or something or the other or through brute force. So you go carry me come up from here is what Obasa is. He's turned it into family. They don't want you, just get lost. We go on from there, and it looks as though then the hardship in Nigeria is about to ease. And that will be much to the chagrin. It will be much to the consternation. It will be much to the hatred and the alarm of the obedient space and spaces sympathetic to that. So, Ramadan, my policies have reduced food prices, brought relief to Nigerian Muslims. This is Tinubu. I wonder, you know, that brought relief to Nigerian Muslims. It is actually responding then to this Islamic push against him. That's why he's actually mentioned Muslims there. My policies have reduced food prices, brought relief to Nigerian Muslims. This is the Jagaban, the looter of Bodilion, now your president. President Bola Tinubu on Friday claimed that food prices are now on the decline, offering relief to fasting Muslims during Ramadan amidst the soaring inflation and economic turmoil triggered by his administration's policies. Tinubu, whose removal of fuel subsidy and naira devaluation has plunged millions of citizens into deeper poverty, insisted that his bold and transformative policies were beginning to show positive effect. He said that Nigeria's gross domestic product GDP had improved and that essential food items were becoming more affordable. And we're seeing the naira hold firm against our hard currencies now. And you know, a lot of diasporans are not actually happy with the naira strengthening. There's no use now to sending £1 to Nigeria and then becoming billionaires off the back of that. Tinubu, whose removal of fuel subsidies and naira devaluation has plunged millions of citizens into deeper poverty, insisted that his bold and transformative policies were beginning to show positive effect. He said that Nigeria's gross domestic product, GDP, had improved and that essential food items were becoming more affordable. The once soaring prices of essential food items are now trending downwards, are providing much needed relief to our fasting population and all Nigerians. So he didn't especially mention Muslims. It's just the mischief making. We're reading it from Sahara Reporter, so they're in trying to infuse their own mischief making there. Tinubu declared that, do you remember when people used to come here endlessly and shout about the price of yam? That has petered off, and shout about the petroleum scarcity. That has petered off, and shout about the price of petrol. That has petered off. So I wonder where the shouting is. I wonder where the shouting is now. What are they shouting about? They're not. They've gone quiet, haven't they? They've gone quiet all of a sudden. The enemies of the country. They don't want the country to do well for reasons of their ethno-political interest. The once soaring prices of essential food items are now trending downwards, providing much needed relief to our fasting population and all Nigerians, Tinubu declared. Despite widespread reports of skyrocketing cost of living and food scarcity across the country, there is no food scarcity. It's food affordability was the problem, not scarcity. But I think food abundance now has addressed both the affordability and availability. The president made the remark in a message to the Muslim community, to the Muslim community, urging them to embrace self-discipline and generosity during the holy month of Ramadan. He also reassured Nigerians. That his government would intensify efforts to boost food production and ensure self-sufficiency. As the wet season approaches, we remain steadfast in boosting agricultural productivity. We are determined to enhance food production and ensure food security rather. No, that wasn't even a Freudian slip. And ensure food security for all Nigerians. However, Tinubu's claim contrasts sharply with the reality on ground as Nigerians continue to grapple with the devastating effect of his economic policies. Since his administration took office, the prices of staple foods such as rice, gari, and beans have surged, while the naira's free fall against the dollar has worsened inflation. The economic hardship has forced many families to cut down on meals, with hunger and malnutrition on the rise. There is no evidence of malnutrition in Nigeria. We don't, maybe there might be, but we don't see the physical manifestation of it. Every Nigerian that I see has a pot belly, and it's not the kwashoko pot belly. Despite the growing crisis, Tinubu remains optimistic, calling on Nigerians to unite in prayer and action for the country's progress. I extend my heartfelt wishes to all Muslims observing Ramadan. May the blessings of this holy month illuminate our hearts and homes. He concluded. So much to the chagrin of the enemies of Nigeria, Nigeria is starting to do well. Oh God, ó máa ní wọ́n lára bàjẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ àwọn ọ̀tá ìlọsíwájú. You know, àwọn ọ̀tá ìlọsíwájú. If you know, you know. If you don't know, forget about it. If you know, you know. If you don't know, forget about it. Is that not what they say? Is that not how the saying goes? If you know, you know. If you don't, oh, now let me bring you. This will be the last readout, and then we'll send the link again. We'll see if anybody wants to come in. This will be the last readout. You know, we've been tracking this particular storyline, and I was especially delighted when I saw this news. 16-year minimum admission age set by JAMB unconstitutional. So it cannot. It is a vast. It spits in the face of fundamental human rights that a brilliant child cannot progress with their brilliance. I think this is the sort of mindset that they have in Bauchi State, that education is just incidental to how life should be lived. You know, it's just an unbelievable thing. But at this now delightful 16-year minimum admission age set by JAMB unconstitutional, the court rules. So we're not seeing those super chats come in. I thought now that Ayam Boso had done it, as other people will follow suit. The Delta State High Court 2, sitting in Warri, has delivered a judgment declaring the 16-year minimum admission age for universities set by the Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, JAMB, unconstitutional. Not JAMB, as in the spread, but JAMB, as in you know, we also. I wonder if the system should not have evolved beyond JAMB. They're still sitting JAMB in Nigeria. We used to sit that in 1802 when I was a student. The Delta State High Court 2, sitting in Warri, has delivered a judgment declaring the 16-year minimum admission age for universities set by the Joint Admissions and Matriculations Board, JAMB, unconstitutional. Presiding over the case, Honorable Justice Antonio Akpoti ruled in suit number whatever on Thursday, 27th of February 2025, in favor of the claimant John Martins, except for relief for his damages. So the judgment went for him, but he did not get cost. That's what that means? The case, John Martins versus JAMB, Joint Admissions Matriculations Board, and 4 others, challenged the age restriction on constitutional grounds. John Martins filed the suit as a public interest case, arguing that the age restriction violates sections 18 and 42 of the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria. He sought several relief, including a declaration that restricting university admission to candidates under age 16 and above violates the constitutional mandate for equal educational opportunities and the right to freedom from discrimination, and order setting aside JAMB circular which enforced JAMB circular of the 16th of October 2024, which enforced the age limits. A directive compelling universities to admit all qualified candidates regardless of age. An injunction restraining JAMB and universities from denying admission solely based on age. So I think I'm in accordance with that. I think I sit with that sort of I sit with that judgment. I align with it. I line up behind that judgment. JAM's counsel, A.O. Mohammed SAN, argued that the court lacked jurisdiction, claiming that Section 18, Sub 1 of the Constitution, which guarantees equal educational opportunities, is non justiciable as it falls under Chapter 2 of the Constitution. However, Martins, who represented himself, countered that combining Section 18(1) of Section 14, which guarantees freedom from discrimination, made the provision enforceable. The court agreed with his argument. Following the ruling, any candidate, regardless of age, can now purchase JAM forms. Anyone who meets the admission cut-off mark for their chosen course and university is now eligible for admission. But just don't go to Bauchi State, or they don't like education there. They prefer illiteracy and ignorance over there. So don't go to Bauchi State. They prefer illiteracy and ignorance over there. All right. Let me send the link again. If anybody wants to come in, come in. Hold on. Where's that? Where's that Scarlet Pimpernel? That's Scarlet hyperlink. The Scarlet hyperlink. So yes. So that's the link right there. If you want to come in, come in. So now let's now go to the main storyline, which is the Natasha Akpoti saga. So now this Natasha Akpoti woman, she's doing a real disservice to the sisterhood, and a lot of women should be ashamed of her. She's doing a real disservice to the sisterhood. So the storyline starts from. It's going to take about a good 20 minutes for us to go through it. So just relax into it. We'll pick up the Natasha Akpoti storyline. We'll pick it up right from the beginning. A real disservice to women in power. And this is how she kicked it off. Turning the parliament into... I don't even know what she's turned it into. Is there a missing one? Yes, turning the parliament into Pepe Center. Come and look at me center. Shouting down the Senate president, no less. She should have been locked up for that. But the story starts from here. So let's pick it up from the beginning.
Senate, your point of order is sustained.
Order, please.
Dismissed Senator Natasha, please, you are not recognized to speak from there. That is the order of the Senate.
Sir, order 10 on privileges. Order 10 on privileges.
Distinguished Senator Natasha.
Any senator may rise at any time
to
speak upon a matter of privilege suddenly arising, and he shall be prepared to move without notice. A motion declaring that the content of breach of privilege has been
that allows suspension immediately.
Or refer.
So that was where the storyline started. So now there were two people that crossed over to the that defected to the APC. which then necessitated that the sitting arrangement at the parliament needed to be rejigged. So then the sitting arrangement at the parliament needed to be rejigged, and Natasha Akpoti was designated to a different seat, which is just mundane administrative. It doesn't even mean anything. But then she then goes back to the seat that she originally sat on, and the clerk of the house then pointed out then that is not her designated seat. So she then tries to then interact with the parliament from that seat, and the Senate president said he wasn't recognizing her. So when the Senate president tells you that he's not recognizing you, the form is then for you to sit down and let the plenary carry on. So you cannot hold the plenary to hostage when you are not being recognized by the House. But she just turned it into an Oshodi market, shouting march, puffing and preening and peacocking and wearing sunshades in a closed space. So she turned it into all that, and that led then to the House was alarmed, and then it led them to caution her that this is not the space for content creation. What this?
National Assembly is not for content creation in entertainment. It's not for it.
Like she's not being treated fairly. Is that something that as spokesperson of the Senate you would think about?
Now, my sister, let me tell you something. Even that one is very astonishing, very astounding. In fact, I did not even expect that one to even come up at all. One is that there are several motions and bills. Everyday members do bring up motions and bills. We have several, almost 1,000 in the Senate that are awaiting second reading. Likewise, National Assembly is not for content creation in entertainment. It's not for it.
Like she's not being treated fairly. Is that something that as spokesperson of the Senate you would think about?
Now, my sister, let me tell you something. Even that one is very astonishing, very astounding. In fact, I did not even expect that one to even come up at all. One is that there are several motions and bills.
All right. So that is the spokesperson for the Senate then straddling the media spaces to inform then the public, Natasha via the public, that the hallowed chambers of the red chambers is not a space for content creation. So she made all of that noise, and then to the point then that she's now taken out, she's instituted now subsequently a legal suit for 100 billion naira for aggravation and aggrieved feelings. So the matter escalates then that it left the parliament no choice than to institute a disciplinary procedure. And then so we pick it up from here.
A motion before us that we should refer the entirety of the saga to our ethics, code of conduct, and public petitions to revert back to us. But let me just read this for the record. Even the first time the issue came up here, our distinguished sister was not even speaking from her seat. And that was when we tried to call her to order. I think part of the problem is when people come from court-declared senators, they miss the orientation. The management of the National Assembly is hereby ordered to organize periodic orientation, particularly for senators who are midstreamers, who can midstream and did not start when their colleagues started. Because I remember that this particular senator, on the day she was sworn in, raised her hand to speak. I was scared, but I had to recognize.
So the matter then left Gospel Akpabio no choice other than to refer her to the Ethics and Disciplinary Committee. And all of this matter, by the way, on just to be you being asked to sit in your designated seat. So, but Natasha, of course, she's in it for the drama and nothing else. She's just there, like the spokesperson of the Senate rightly said. She's just there for content and clout and just being in the spotlight. She wants the attention on her. So she ratchets it up and makes the most egregious allegation yet against the Senate president. Watch this.
It started on the 8th of December, 2023, which was a day before his birthday and my birthday. We are birthday mates. We were all in Akwa Ibom because he had a big fanfare in the stadium. Myself, my husband, and a few of his close friends, we went to Akwa Ibom. And at first, we were at Ikot Ekpene. We were in his house in Ikot Ekpene. Then we all moved to his house in Uyo, which was about 8 p.m. And he held my hand and said he wanted to show me around his house. My husband was walking behind us, just 3 of us. We're walking around from room to room. He showed me the beautiful interior. This was done by this, by that, this designer here, he bought this from us. Like, oh, it's beautiful. And then I noticed that he hastened his pace while still holding my hand. And my husband was behind, still on his phone, but he was catching up whenever he could. And then he got to this particular sitting room, and he said, "Do you like my house?" I said, "Of course, sir. Every room, beautiful, nice interior, quality taste." He said, "Now that you're a senator, I'm going to create a time for us to come spend quality moments here. You will enjoy it." At that point, I just pulled away, and I was like, I don't really understand what exactly that meant. But then my husband now, when I turned around, I saw my husband was already near me. And the way my husband looked at me and looked at him, I was beginning to wonder, did he hear part of that inciting statements or not? And then the Senate president, too, I saw that he also had that thought, like, did my husband hear the invitation to treat or not? So then the Senate president now said, "Oh, by the way, let me show you my chapel." He has a chapel in his house as well. So while we were going to the chapel, you know, we walked in silence and all. So that evening, before we left the Senate president's house at about 11 midnight to the 4 points in Ikot Ekpene. And my husband asked me, "Natasha, what did the Senate president whisper to you? What's he telling you?" I thought, should I tell him that he was speaking about bringing me in here at a special time for us to have a good time? Or should I just kill it there, wrap it as if there was nothing? Because tomorrow was a big day. I know how much my husband adores the Senate president. He loves him as a brother. My husband would do anything to support him. So I told my husband, nothing. I can't remember what I created, but I just gave him some words to manage, to mask what was said. When we laid in bed, I lay to my right, and my husband wrapped his arms around me, and he said, "My love, you know you can't tell me anything. What did the Senate president tell you?" Again, I was like, "Don't you believe me?" I said, "Nothing. Nothing. Moreover, it's my birthday in a few minutes. Let's just be happy." Then my husband told me he doesn't want to see me travel out of the country alone, and I should not go to the Senate president's house because he has a guest house where many senators do go there, you know, after office to like get approvals and all that. So I told him, okay, no problems. That was it. I thought that was going to be the end. But then, in February, I wanted to move a motion. I wanted to move a motion for the investigation on the ills of corrupt practice in Ajakuta Steel Company. I listed that motion 5 times. It was the 6th time that it was listed on the order paper that was approved. Many senators can testify to that. Each time the motion is listed, just before he takes it, he will say, "Oh, Senator Natasha, we can't take this motion because the board of the Senate does not accommodate it." Or he will speak on others and then let it drag so that just before my motion is taken, the time will be well spent and won't. So he kept on doing that. I went to him in his office. And I said, "Senate President, you know how important this Ajakuta Steel Company to me is. You know how important it is to my people and to Nigerians. I've noticed that you have stepped down this motion. As a matter of fact, a number of senators told me, go and see him and plead with him so that he would take it." I was like, "Sir, please, why can't you take this motion? It's very important. It's been listed." Then it was listed a 3rd time and stepped down. He then said, "Natasha, I'm the chief presiding officer of the Senate. You can enjoy a whole lot if you take care of me and make me happy. At that point, I said, sir, I'll pretend that I didn't hear this. He said, well, the ball is in your court. I left his office, and when I got home, I told my husband, I didn't tell my husband what happened. I just told my husband, please, can you speak to the Senate President to allow my motion scale through? I think I also spoke to the DSP, to the leader, Senator Pemi. I spoke to a number of senators that they should please intervene and allow him to laugh. I never told them what happened. My husband had to take a trip to London. Then the Senate President traveled to London. My husband met with the Senate President in London and pleaded with him, let my wife take this motion on Ajakuta. That is very important to her.
Okay. All right, Senator Natasha.
He said, okay, that he did not take it because he was protecting me. Hold on, please. He didn't take it because he was protecting me. Protecting me from what? Anyway, at the time my demotion was taken, it was the Deputy Senate President, His Excellency Barrow, that actually sat. The Senate President stood up and walked out. So it was Senator Barrow that actually took it.
All right, Senator Natasha.
And from there, many other incidents happened. Yes. Started on the 8th of December, 2023, which was a day before his birthday and my birthday. We are birthday mates. We were all in Akwa Ibom because he had a big
sorry, I beg your pardon. I was speaking, not knowing that I was muted. I beg your pardon. So let me reverse myself. Let me reverse myself. What I was saying is that there are two strands to what Natasha was saying there. So the first strand is that she was trying to push a bill through Parliament, and that bill was not going through at quite the pace that she would like it to go through. And she's concluding from that then that it's because the Senate President wants to sleep with her. So that shows a level of naivety of somebody new to a situation that she has not yet taken her time to master. If you are trying to push a bill through, I'm not a parliamentarian, but we all just know how these things work. If you are trying to push a bill through parliament, no matter how brilliant or how necessary or how hugely needed by the country that bill is, either in actual fact or from your prejudiced point of view, you still have to navigate it. You still have to negotiate it. You still have to get numbers. You have to walk the room. You know, you have to schmooze your colleagues, gather numbers, gather momentum behind your bill, and force it through. That's how it usually works. It's not necessarily you come up with an idea, you think it's a brilliant idea, and because it's not been accepted, therefore the Senate president wants to sleep with you. So there's that. But the second bit is what she said, that the guy actually propositioned her in a sexual manner. So it's very easy for somebody like Natasha, a woman like Natasha, pretty still she is, even though I'm sure she's closer to 50 than 15. It's called lobbying. Thank you, Ufoma. You have to lobby your bill through. You know, not just because you think you got just grandstand, you stand up and you push your breast out and you say, I have a bill, it must pass. It's that's just nonsense. But then, of course, it's both naivety and maybe somewhat of a lower IQ. You know, I think she's not the sharpest tool in the box anyway. There are many things that qualifies Natasha Akpoti in a flattering manner. There are many invectives that qualifies Natasha Akpoti in a flattering manner, but being intelligent is not one of them. I cannot imagine anybody can accuse this woman of being intelligent, and we've never seen anything in the course of our interaction with the Nigerian space to suggest that she's of any type of intelligence. So, and we're seeing, what we're seeing now actually is to the contrary, a lack of cranial functioning. But no, for her to allege, as she has alleged, to say that the man wants to sleep with her, it's very easy for a woman like her to say, especially about a man like Godswill Akpabio. So there's a believability to it. She's a pretty woman of a middle-aged stock, and is an older gentleman who is somewhat of a literal, or yes. So you can see how that allegation can be made, but it's easy to make that allegation now in the throes of this back and forth with Godswill Akpabio, but very difficult to prove. She said she was there. Her husband was there. She was walking ahead with Godswill Akpabio. The husband with the wife of Godswill Akpabio, and within that setting, she's suggesting then that Godswill Akpabio propositioned her. Very difficult to believe, but then of course, she thought she could take a very easy and convenient swing at the guy, but the wife, Godswill Akpabio's wife, leaps to his defense. Watch this.
We've always known the man. They were very good friends, or they are still very good friends. So I really don't understand where this is coming from. And I believe that for somebody to go and make such an allegation, there must be a discussion at home. There must have been a sanction or an approval. Or you're going to say this, go ahead and say it. And if the approval has come from the husband, our friend, I believe that he would have spoken to me, because we are close. He's close to my husband. But if he didn't give her the approval to go on air and make entertaining people whenever he's around. So if the man was walking behind and the conversation was taking place in his presence, he could have heard. Even the body gesticulation could have shown the man that there was something wrong. security men are always with the SP. So for that night, I knew I served people. People were at home. The house is never empty when he's around, because constituents will be there, Akpabio people will be there, and they never leave him. Whether the house in the village in Okana or the house in Uyo. And there's no way a man that is as disciplined as that can think of.
So that's Godswill Akpabio's wife, of course, leaping to the defense of her husband. But you will say that that of course she would do that. So you would say that of course she would do that. But all the ladies in parliament, they are sort of they are riding against Natasha essentially. Here is Irete Kingibe, who feels she didn't even know where to look, just from the embarrassment that you know, because the splash of the stain, it smears other females in parliament. I think there will be about no more than 10 females in parliament, and we are fighting then that for more representation, for gender balance within that space. And as soon as we start to make some progress there, we get an element like Natasha Akpoti. And this essentially is what those are essentially the sentiments of Irete Kingibe. What this
supposed to be fighting over trivialities like sitting arrangements. It's a place where we're supposed to fight about issues that affect the people. And that's why this whole thing is a non-issue. If we were fighting, the truth, when I say it's not gender friendly, we expected, because there were only 4 of us, that we'll get privileges. But we don't get them. We fought to get there, and the fight continues until we can get more women in the Senate. So if we don't get privileges, we don't get them. But it does not mean that we don't get our rights. The 3 of us have not been sexually harassed. That's not to say if Senator Natasha can prove that he has been, that is fine. We will support her. But she's never discussed it with us. We don't know about it. She did not respond to the rest of the female senators. She has not spoken to any of us throughout this whole episode. From change of seat to now, Senator Banigo was with her, tried to talk to her that it can be resolved. She did not listen to her. So I'm coming to say that women of Nigeria have larger things in front of them. We're trying to pass special bills, 35% inclusion. We cannot be fighting over where we sit. And it really denigrates the institution in a manner that's not beneficial to Nigeria, the people, or the women. That's all I'm here to say.
So there it is. I think she sums it up rather succinctly. There's not much more that I can add, or certainly not anything I take away from that, and not much more to add to that. So that's Senator Irete. She has experience, of course, unlike Natasha Akpoti, who thinks she's there to catwalk and wear sunshades. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? So, and of course, the voters have started to circle, of course, and Atiku never to miss an opportunity to throw at the administration. This is his headline. Atiku demands independent probe into sexual harassment allegations against Akpabio. So, you know, that has to be investigated as well, of course, because you cannot just say that and it's swept away. So that has to be investigated. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has asked President Bola Tinubu to ensure an independent and transparent investigation into sexual harassment allegations leveled against the Senate President Godswill Akpabio by Kogi Central Senator Natasha Akpoti. He also urged the Senate to take the allegations seriously by ensuring a credible and transparent So how does that investigation actually take place? So according to Natasha, there were 3 of them being given a tour of Godswill Akpabio's house. I don't quite know why the husband was walking behind, but she was saying that Godswill Akpabio was holding her hand. And then he said to her then, I'll be bringing you here for sex, or whatever it is that she was inferring. But then the husband did not hear what he said. according to Natasha herself. So how does that investigation take place? They will ask Akpabio, did you say it? He say, hell no. If they will ask Natasha, they will say, did she say it? She will say, hell yes. And then how does that then investigation progress from that? He said, she said. So it's just a nonsense. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has asked President Bola Tinubu to ensure an independent and transparent investigation into the sexual harassment allegations leveled against the Senate President Godswill Akpabio by Kogi Central Senator Natasha Akpoti. He also urged the Senate to take the allegations seriously by ensuring a credible and transparent investigation. Atiku said this in a statement posted on his X handle on Friday. In an interview, and then they go on to tell us about barrier to women development. Okay, they are now going to turn it into sexual harassment being an impediment to women in powerful positions. Just off the back, so that's how these things go. I'll play you one last play. This one is very viral. This is an international one. The Ukrainian president versus Donald Trump. A lot of you would have seen it. Some of you may not have, but certainly you see it now. This now tells you that after this, so Ukraine is toast. Watch this.
He broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems, even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly
this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards.
I'm not playing cards.
Right now, you don't.
You're
playing cards.
Mr. President.
You're playing cards.
Serious.
You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's back to you. Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once? This entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you can...
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country is in big trouble.
Can I answer?
Wait a minute. No. You've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
you
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment, and your men are brave, but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our military equipment,
if you didn't
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course he has.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this.
Again,
I tell you.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of times
except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards.
Thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
I can tell you
You're
again,
running low
I
on
know.
soldiers. Listen, you're running low on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing. And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
With guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me.
For you what,
that wasn't with me.
Means.
That was with a guy named Biden, who was not a smart person. That was with Obama.
It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry, here.
It's going to be a tough deal to make, because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right, we'll see what we can do about putting it together. Thank you.
Guys, come on, let's go.
We'll see, I don't know.
All right, guys, come on. Wait, hey.
And there it is right there. So, I don't think there'll be a boring moment for the Americans for the next 4 years. Hopefully they land on the right side as they exit out of it. But no, it's just going to be, you will not be able to avoid this guy. As much as you try to bury your head under the sand, it will get you one way or the other. But there is Trump doing as Trump does, just just a just a whole stream of consciousness, or a stream of gibberish, more like. So that's Tron. I played the Kegite music. Send the link if you want the conversation. I played the Kegite music. Send the link if you want the conversation. You jump in. No one in at the moment, so we see how it goes. First, the Kegite.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido, hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido, oro keke elemu ye o. Ide sodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Wike keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòde ojàre o. Eruku lele Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And that is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. If you have not yet clicked on the like button, please do that. If you are not already subscribed, please do that. Joining us in the conversation is Ola. Good to have Ola here. And Ola is joined by Pansat. Good to have Pansat. So still plenty of room. Anybody also hop on. So it's just the three of us. So it maybe just a free-flowing conversation. And maybe Ola wants to kick it off, or Pansat. We're talking about Trump. We could or could not talk about Trump. Certainly talking about Natasha Akpoti. We're talking about a rather shocking news coming out of Bauchi State, declaring a 5-week holiday for Ramadan, shutting down all schools. So we're talking about how that affects education in that space. And we're talking about the fight against restrictions on age of entry into tertiary institutions, all those or whatever interests you. So whoever wants to kick it off, kick it off.
Ola, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. You can go ahead if you want to start.
Kick it off. Oh, you want me to kick it off?
Yeah, kick it off if you want. Yeah, you can go ahead.
One man, how are you and Ola and the rest of the people watching the charade we have in our country? Now, let's start it off with Ms. Akpoti. Once a woman makes an allegation, right, it's automatic that the body moves over for that man to prove why it's not so. And there's only two ways that man would do that, especially if you have something that involves ethics, not morals, but ethics. If you're in office, he is supposed to have her recant and say, "Oh, I'm lying. I didn't tell the truth." That's one way to do it. The other way is for him to step down and have the investigation conducted, thorough investigation to find out. Because she's already established the prima facie. She's a senator. She's not going to make these things up. That Akpabio, yes, he's constitutional. His office is established by Section 50 of our Constitution. Of course, the institution itself established by Chapter 4 of our Constitution. So he's, in office. However, he's been raping our country. The way he's doing a whole lot more than what this allegation is going on. The job that senators have to do is like the saucer, whereas the House is like the teacup. He's supposed to be there for oversight, doing all kinds of things with this executive. He's doing none of that. He's a rubber stamp, the likes that we've never seen before. But now this woman has gone on television and vividly described what happened to her, and it's abhorrent. In essence, there's a second shoe that will drop, and that is when she proves her case. But any decent person, any full-blooded Nigerian who's watching this woman describe her ordeal, we saw the spectacle of some of it in public where she stood up and they wouldn't let her talk. Now, Akpabio justifies it with sitting arrangement, of which they're supposed to make the rules that govern them. But that's only 109 of them. It's too much for the country. But she just couldn't be making those kind of allegations without some kind of grounding. And he just waves it away like you will have to wait until they go to court and prove their cases. Yes, that's legally, but in the court of public opinion and other things, other matter, he's supposed to be ashamed of himself. A woman is accusing her of stuff. Now, the practice whereby a minority, let's say in the case of women, they've been going through all kinds of ordeal in the country. They don't have a fair shake. So when you have 4 of them, 1 or 2 of them will still be undermining them. That's what, for example, we experience in the country, the minorities, tribal in this case. Like Akpabio himself, who's a minority. There's no way our country is going to move forward because the people who are holding us down know how to pick the wrong minorities and be able to pick us off one at a time. It's supposed to be there, any Senate president, because they divided. Sometimes the political parties, they will say, okay, we're going to have the presidency come from this section, and then we're going to give the Senate president to so and so. So therein is the genius. If they're able to pick somebody like a Wike or this Akpabio, then they figure out, just like in the Senate, I have a woman, a Kingibe woman, instead of trying to at least make sure that her colleague is fine, she's trying to have her prove her case beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, she said she called her twice. She did not pick the call. And there were 3-4 women in there. And she said there's been no reports outside of this of any sort of sexual harassment. So you will say there are women of a certain age. So maybe it's the sexual harassment will not go in their direction. But to make this sort of allegation in this space and time, when she's in the throes of untoward behavior, behaviors not suited to the space, and then she's now conveniently come up with this allegation to divert from what's been alleged. It seems somewhat a bit too convenient and almost impossible to prove. So we would have to take her at her word in order then for it to be believable.
That's absolutely right. Your last sentence, you have to take her at her word for now. Now, what she's trying to do...
No, but we don't have to. Why would you take her at her word?
I'm going to tell you.
No, she's under pressure from her behavior, which was on 2 words, and then she's been referred to a disciplinary committee, and then she's now alleging against the person that is seeking to discipline her. So that makes that colors what she has to say.
Well, I disagree. The point I'm trying to make is that she there are allegations against her, and then in this disciplinary thing, it's moved over to be looked at thoroughly, right? It goes the same for him. We're not saying that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty, but he should be investigated, right? And he should be referred similarly at the minimum. You have a live human being, an adult, a senator, laying allegations on his head. So that's a prima facie. That's the standard for that. Then it has to be looked at thoroughly. At the meantime, there are ethical issues involved. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. You cannot say that the allegations don't have any weight. You cannot say, unquestionably, this man didn't do the things that she's alleging. But Ms. Kingibe is also named in her complaints as somebody trying to speak for her. Look, if what you're saying is true, if somebody's accused of murder and he comes into the courthouse and they say, you know what, Your Honor, I didn't kill one man, I didn't kill Pensat. But that's not, they're not alleging that he sexually abused Ms. Kingibe. She can't come out and say, I wasn't sexually harassed. It doesn't make it, it means nothing in a court of law. She's the one who's making the allegation that she was, so she cannot exonerate him by saying I wasn't sexually harassed, because if that standard is accepted, then virtually every murderer could go free. All they have to do is point at somebody who they didn't murder, and then the allegation should be tossed out. So, but anyway, I believe her. I believe her.
Of course, you will believe her because it serves to your partisanship. But I cannot. Why? Oh, okay. So this lady, she was designated a seat to sit on. Through arrogance, she insists she wouldn't sit on that seat. They place house rules. They try to enforce that rule. She stands up and starts to make a whole ruckus and turn the place into like some market square, sort of women shouting. They place them, refers her to disciplinary, and then she comes up with this. So why did she not state this prior to this incident? So it's too convenient a narrative to throw in there. So we're now talking about this narrative now, other than her conduct that led to this.
Well, all that minutia that you're talking about, you could take all that, tell that to the judge. Those detail niceties.
To the judge? How have we landed in front of a judge?
No, I'm saying you're using legalese, right? You're trying to discredit her by using fine detail. Right, that's something you do when you're in court trying to prove a case. If it's a case that doesn't have direct evidence, that you could use those kind of logic. But you have a live adult woman, a senator, directly give an account of many occasions that she's being sexually harassed by the Senate president. So now we are dealing with the ethical issue, not being convicted beyond a reasonable doubt kind of thing. So if he's a good actor, if he's innocent, now here's what I would do, and this is what I expect an innocent person to do, is to step down, or appoint people before you step down to look into it. That is one way.
So anytime that something is alleged against the Senate president, it will step down.
In this case, I cannot make a blanket statement of every time something, but in this case, this is a serious issue.
Yeah, but what about if it was corruptly alleged?
Say that again.
If it was corruptly alleged, if allegations of corruption was leveled against him, he should step down.
Absolutely, and it is.
Right. What about conduct unbefitting of his position? He should step down if it's alleged.
Yes. And it's also alleged. There's nothing you can allege against Akpabio, even in an example, right, that he's not guilty of. You could try to make, you come up with something as much as your imagination could take you to the zenith. Anything you come up, he's guilty of it. Because we have this bicameral National Assembly, right? So the House, they do their thing, but the major role of this particular Senate is to hold that executive to account. And you obviously is not doing that. So there's something else he's doing, and a lot of it, I believe, it's sexual harassment and stuff like that, and corruption, because he's not doing his job. How is he occupying himself if he's not doing his job? The president could virtually do whatever he wants in that country. So, you know, I see that Baba is here. I will touch on the other issue, but let me just say to you, one man, I watched this woman. She wasn't dramatic. You know, a lot of women, when they make accusations like this, they be crying, doing all that, but she's counting on us, Nigerians. So are you against the allegations being investigated? I don't understand what your position is. Are you saying every time the Senate president is accused of something, we shouldn't do anything about it? Is that what you're saying? Or are we supposed to take a look at it? And then if we're supposed to take a look at it, how could he be this Lord overshadowing everybody there? They cannot talk. They cannot even get a seat unless he tells them where to sit. And then if you talk from where you're not sitting, he's not going to recognize you. So they're afraid of him. Once he's in that kind of position, he's supposed to step down. And the problem is that we don't have men in that chamber, in that red chamber. Right? Out of 109 of them, they're supposed to go into gear and have him step down so that they could investigate. Perhaps it's frivolous. If it's frivolous, then they can resume. But for now, you can't have a senator make allegations like this, and then you have a guy who is like a dictator there in that red chamber, still sitting there. Women cannot come forward, those who don't even power outside that place. This is a chance, because what we've been saying is come forward, even if you're in elementary school or in college, come forward. If you're being sexually harassed, come forward. So now when they come forward, they say, oh, well, look, it may not be true. That's what you're saying. It may not be true. Therefore, we shouldn't do anything about it. Or we should wait forever till it goes to court, where they're all together. The Supreme Court, you saw what happened in the Wike case. Our country has been taken over by a bunch of rascals. So I will leave it there. What is the other issue that you talked about here?
All right, we were also talking about the Wike case. So your space on that, the verdict that Wike got against Fubara at the Supreme Court. Are you following that storyline?
I am following that storyline. Now, it's obvious that our courts have been captured, taken over by the cabal. So they try to do, one of the worst things they do is to pick our winners and losers of an election. That is not the role of the judiciary. The judiciary is supposed to go in there. When the case is brought to them, they look and see if things were followed. If they're not followed properly, they will cancel the election and order a new one. That's what they're supposed to do. They're not supposed to take a look at it and say, okay, this is who won the election.
But they don't do that, though, do they?
Yes, they do. That's all they do.
No, they don't.
What do you mean? When the picture, let's use the last election, 2023, they went there to litigate. So they determined that Tinubu won the election.
They didn't determine that, no.
Okay, go ahead and expand. What do you mean they didn't determine?
The people who determined that Tinubu won the election was INEC, because they're the ones with that mandate.
Okay, let's use one that is simpler. Let's look at the one in Imo State, the incumbent governor of Imo State, right? In the first instance, when they had run an election, the two people who were first and second went to court. That court determined that Uzodimma won the case, and he had come in about third, fourth, or fifth in the INEC row. Do you understand? So they picked the winner there. So I just want, I'm only using that.
They did not.
Okay, explain that.
We have to stay with facts.
Okay, explain how he's the governor then.
The plea of Uzodimma was that there were anomalies in that election that invalidates the victory of the person declared the winner, and that was what he presented in court. And the court
he did not go to court. He wasn't a litigant, and he was the first and the second. Do you understand? It was they picked the fourth.
We can go and dig it out now. But
okay, okay. Why don't we dig that out?
Well, I don't really want to make the effort, but we discussed
I'll dig it out, and then we'll debate that another day. I just want to tell you that our Supreme Court constantly, in every case, including Jonathan versus Buhari and everything that we've had, picks the winner and the loser. Because when they come to court, most winners of the election come to court to have the election annulled or being awarded the victory that they believe they obtained. In essence, you have to look at in this case, you have to look at the IREV and look at all the powers that were given to INEC and make sure they followed it. But where they didn't follow it, they're supposed to cancel the election and then order a rerun of that election. They seldom do that. That's what I mean by picking a winner and a loser.
Yeah, that's not even true, actually. That's
Go
not
ahead.
even what you just said. What they look at is the totality of the whole. They don't look at incidental. What they look at, and this is a universal norm as well. What they look at is that is whatever was egregious or whatever was established, is it sufficient enough to upturn the election? And if it's determined that it is not, and by the way, they didn't even find anything with Peter Obi, so that was just a nonsense. But just as a general rule, what they look at is that it was not sufficient enough for that election to be upturned, because it is quite a thing to upturn a whole electoral process, both for the heavy lift of it and all of it. But then justice should not give consideration to that. But what they look at is that whatever was anomalous, was it sufficient enough of a weight to upturn the election? And we didn't even bring anything anyway, so they just...
Okay, so then I'll quote mine, the Electoral Act of 2022, okay? If you go there, section 60 to 65 tells you what is supposed to happen. If you do not transmit the result from the polling unit, it's supposed to be cancelled. So what you just said now...
Hold on. That's not true, but carry on.
Okay, saying that what I said is not true, I'm profiling my own. I quoted you the Electoral Act of 2022.
No, you
from
just
60
said
to
words.
65. So
you just said words. You didn't quote anything, or you said words. Carry on.
I said words. All right. Anyway, so what we have to do when we're on this platform is we have to be objective and use facts. Sitting there.
Yeah, but you're not using facts now. You're using prejudice. But carry on.
I just quoted you the law.
You didn't quote me anything. You just said words.
What do you mean? I said Electoral Act of 2022.
Yes,
that's a law.
That doesn't mean anything. They are just words. You know. You
don't
say anything. So don't worry. Carry on.
All right. Let me go ahead and then yield here, and then we'll come back around again. Then I could pick off of what others said. Thank you very much.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So that's the excellent Pansat, of course, who is like my mind. Sometimes it's yin and the other time is yang. More yang than yin, but that's Pansat anyway. I'm not sure if Ola is ready or he wants to defer to Baba. Ola, are you ready or do you want to defer to Baba? All right, Ola might not be ready. I think it's just really coming to make sure that the session holds. But Baba, you're up next. So this Akpabio narrative is taking a sharp turn is taking a psychedelic funky turn, with this woman now alleging a very, very convenient allegation. Now that she's in the eye of the storm, suddenly the memory jars, and she remembers then this guy making a pass at her. So what are you then making of Natasha Akpoti's latest output into the media space?
Yes, thank you, one man. A very fine evening to you and a happy weekend. I salute co-panelists and my folks in the comment section. I salute you too. Happy weekend, and our esteemed viewers. I hope you've smashed the like button today. Don't be an eavesdropper, because you do enjoy the platform. It's where ideas flows, and panelists, of course, disagree without being disagreeable. So while whilst you're enjoying it, don't forget, just click the like button and possibly share and subscribe. Yes, woman, I think when it comes to people who are fiction writers, I think Natasha will take the cake. Because if you remember yesterday,
she's going all out for it, isn't it? But sorry, carry on, Baba. She's just going. Yeah. She's throwing everything at it now. Yeah.
Yeah. She's just desperate. She wants to spear us. She wants to smear a disreputable man. You understand? And I felt in this instance, I'm feeling very sorry for Akpabio. This lady is taking advantage of his odious reputation. And I don't know the role the husband is playing in this. I said on this platform yesterday that they are family friends. And the wife confirmed that in that video, that their friendship predates our marriage. To Uduagan. So they were there when he married her. They were there when they were christening her children. She has 4 children. So you will expect that a family, friends that have broken bread together, will have a height of decorum when they are interacting with one another, particularly in the public. But this woman, I don't know. I don't like talking about people's homes or private matter, but this has gone beyond the privacy. I listened to the interview. I watched her demeanor, and there are things she said that struck me that she was just reading from a fiction book. One, she said she likes sitting in that last seat, or fourth seat in the corridor, because the camera can capture her easily. And besides, she can have the Senate president in her sight. Yes, that's what she said. What does that tell me? That she's vain. Why is she displaying herself? Is that what she went to the Senate to do? I listened to Senator Ireti Kingibe's interview too. She even said, I've been moved about 4 times. And there isn't one female senator that has had more encounters, more confrontation with Akpabio, more than Senator Ireti Kingibe. She said so many things, but she forgets that, Salim, I don't understand. Your husband was in the audience when he was taking you around. That means he was actually taking you around his home with your husband in tow. And that same man who can toast you anytime he pleases, free, devoid of an audience, will be talking to you recklessly with your husband visibly around, talking about you coming to spend time with him in that house. She should go tell that to the Marines. Besides, she implicated herself when the husband eventually asks you what the two, according to you, what the two of you were discussing. You didn't tell him anything then. You did not tell him anything.
Baba, let me ask you a question. What, so she said this incident happened maybe a few years ago, thereabout. So why is it that when she's in the eye of the storm now, and she's on the throes of being disciplined by the Senate, why is it now that she's now remembered this thing and she's flashing it all over the media space? Why now?
You've not even had anything. I did not listen to that interview with divided attention. I listened with rapt attention. She is a very dangerous young woman. She was quoting dates.
People like this have sent so many people to prison.
And pandering to the public. She was pandering to the public. She went on to talk about her bills that are done. I think she's a woman that is used to getting her ways. So this time around, when she's not getting her way, she just doesn't know what to do other than to lash back. I went to his office and asked why he's not signing my bill. And he said, I have to be nice to him. I have to play nice. Then I said, I will pretend I pretend I didn't hear that. So I walked away. I went home, told my husband to tell him to please announce my motion in the house. And my husband went to London to meet him. And of course, I discussed it with him. And come on, that is true. Listen to me carefully. Maybe your attention was divided when you were listening to it. And she forced herself talking about the nightclub thing. At that point, they were trying to say, look, Senator Natasha, we don't have much time. Can you just stop there? He said, no. Please, if you don't want me to talk about the nightclub incident, I will just go away and then continue this on Facebook. Yes, I'm quoting her. And continue this on Facebook. The digital place is not a hollow chamber. I'm quoting her. I will go to Facebook and continue. Okay. Then she started talking about it. Oh, the nightclub issue was just not an happenstance. I'm quoting her. The intention of Akpabio, according to what she said, Akpabio has told her before, was in a setting like they traveled to London and there will be a party. In that party, when everybody is in the groove, then she and Akpabio will now take off and hello, one man, all in one breath. Meanwhile,
Papa, do you think she read a lot of Mills and Boons? Do you remember?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, with her story, she could easily compete with Sidney Sheldon. And when she went to Berekete family, she even went further. he went full blast political. That the 5 mini gas plants, which are private businesses established in Kogi State, was her making. And people are angry with, where are you going? Oh, okay, sorry about that. So it was a making, and the people from the Southern Caucasus, they were not happy with her. And that because she's bringing businesses to the north. Are you listening? Are you with me? Bye, and be safe. Okay. Yeah. Are you listening, one man?
Yeah, what about taxi money to come back? Bye-bye. Are you just going to let her go without giving her taxi money to come back?
Oh, she's driving.
All
and
right,
she's
okay.
22.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. So, he said the North. She quoted the North. She's from North Central. Fine. But what has this business got to do with North and South? And you were not even involved, you were not privy with those 5 gas plants. It's NNPC's making and private investors. She was just scattering here, there, yonder. Yes.
All right, Baba.
Yes, sir. Yes,
you
sir.
say that she's like a woman who's getting her way, who likes to get her way.
Who is used to.
Who's used to getting
her way. Yeah.
All right. So could a woman who is used to getting her way be sexually harassed?
Look, this is, yes, of course, that's what I claim. Look, we've all had encounters in our lives. I mean, women are adepts, experienced women. You would think she has that in her. Women are being heated upon all the time, more so when you are light-skinned. I won't call her beautiful. When you are light-skinned, it makes you more attractive. Quite all right. And women, it's not something unusual. But if she's coming from a place of truth, she will be believable.
So what's your reason? What's your excuse for her bill not being heard second reading? Or
okay,
what is
okay?
Give me a
Answer. Let me
beauty is
also.
the eye of the beholder.
Look, I understand. Okay, I get your point. Look, she's a first-time senator. She came into the Hallow Chamber 6 months late. Yet, this man gave you one of the juiciest committee chairmanship. Unbelievable. Content creation.
That points to his guilt. If he's
that's what we're talking. I don't think so. I think that's because they are family. This is the word I would rather use. Akpabio and the husband, who is younger. Don't forget, Akpabio was in NDDC. They must have done a lot of deals together, because when he was a bachelor, you get my point. But this is the thing. This man gave you that juiciest. You can say, he was even flabbergasted on your first day. Without even knowing the rules or anything, you raise up your hand, you want to pass a motion. You want to contribute. Yes, sir.
Baba, do you know that she made the same allegation against Reno Mokri in 2014?
Who did?
Natasha Akpoti. She made the allegations that Reno Mokri made a sexualized pass at her at a presidential event in 2014. But the time that she was made, Reno Mokri was not even in the country at that time, and that was how we was able to extract. So she has history. She has form.
Okay, I didn't even know about that.
Do you have that comment? Do you have what you said right now? Can you show it on this screen?
I have it. I can dig it out if you want me to dig it out.
Please, please. Yes, I do. I really do. If you can, just any part of it, especially where he was not in the country. I want to see that, because then that would be one. We could count that for Akpabio. That would be, if you could show that without, because that's a big thing to say in this conversation.
Please get me right.
Good evening, everyone. Baba, can I just interject, if you don't mind, for a second?
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm glad you mentioned NDDC, right? If you follow the trajectory of NDDC, when Akpabio was Minister of Niger Delta, there was an allegation against him, the same sexual allegation by Joy Nunez. Are you familiar?
Of course, if you're paying attention to what I've been saying, I alluded to that. I called Akpabio somebody who is notorious, and that's the advantage Natasha is lashing on.
So we can draw a similarity here, right? So, so I just want to put that there. Thank you.
I know that, and I alluded to that. If you pay attention, that it's easy to smear a man like Akpabio.
Apologies, Baba. Just to Ake, you could actually say that it was that narrative that Natasha is leveraging to make this allegation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In my view, you understand. But what I'm talking here is, look, don't look at what happened in the Harlow Chamber. I think, in my considered opinion, the husband is complicit in this. Very complicit in this. So I asked myself, is this a form of blackmail? Is there more to it? Because if this person is considered to be your older brother, you've had businesses together before, and your wife is coming, apparently they must have discussed it. They must have discussed in their bedroom to say, look, this is what I'm going to do. Did you put her on leash and call your friend Akpabio and said, oh boy, what thing they happen now? Or sir, what thing they happen? This is what my wife came home to say. And hear from your friend, your benefactor, whatever we may call it.
But Baba, on the comment section, somebody says that he's also been accused by somebody from the NNDDC.
No, that's what the last person who questioned me was talking about. And I said, look, Akpabio is notorious. I didn't hide that. But she is leveraging on Akpabio's notoriety. That is my own point. Because she went further. And I'm quoting because I listened to her interview. She even went further to talk about the midnight phone call. We all know, if you know Nigerian politicians, it's in the dead of night they kill Nigeria and they open Nigeria's purse to steal the money. So going to a meeting 2 a.m. or making calls 1 a.m. is nothing new. Nothing new. Those who are married to political women, most of them even, it causes divorce. Because they go to meetings, they receive phone calls 2-4 hours of the day, particularly in the dead of the night. And in that breath, she was talking about the Dane of Agbo intervening, according to her, that called, according to her, Akpabio told her, Dane of Agbo called him and told him that in that last year's August protest, that Akpabio has to take his time or something. I can't remember what she said, but the Dane was saying Akpabio has to leave town or he could be really lynched. But I know the Dane of Agbo. It's still a very young man. Still a very young man. And I cannot imagine then calling the Senate president, even if they are if he's as close as Oduagan to him, to now be talking about a protest and what Akpabio may encounter or experience in that protest and give him advice. What has even that got to do with the issue she was talking about today in her interview and all the allegations she had made? But then he who alleges must prove. And in the context of this, look, I'm big on family. I am big on friendship. You get my point? Like what Mrs. Akpabio was saying, that if this is even true, I expect the husband or Natasha herself to call me. And relate these things to me. Because we are very close. Like I said yesterday, either Akpabio or the wife, they are godmother or godfather to their children, to Oduagan's children. I mean, let's put ourselves in the position of Oduagan, for instance. My wife comes home and tell me, I mean, for instance, let's say one man is my friend, very good, and say one man is hitting on her. You think I will just go crazy? I will call one man and say, look, what's going on? Or I may not call the wife, but I will call one man directly and say, this is what my wife said. What's going on? And of course, I expect woman to start making explanations. And if I'm not satisfied, then we can take it up therefrom. I don't want to believe she did not discuss this with her husband. And if my wife has lied to me before, when I confronted her, when I taken from Natasha's story, that the husband asked her and she said, no, nothing like that. And you came months later now to talk about it, then there is something wrong. Babe, didn't I ask you that night when I suspected? You said nothing. So why are you coming up with this story now? My good self, will just tell her, forget it, bury it. Bury it. I don't believe you. Because you didn't tell me that day, and I think we are very close. You tell me everything. But at this one, I don't understand it.
Ekale Inyomi, I greet you, Baba. I'd already tapped to greet you back when you greeted us at the comment section.
Yeah,
how are you, sir?
Too. Fine,
yeah, I can see that. Sorry, sir. I can see that you are just struggling to make your point. But it's okay, no problem. I know that you are a good guy. You like to be speaking. You want to be politically correct all the time. And then at the end of the day, now who no man, I they kill man. Okay, so if anything happens to me now or to you, the police will go after the closest people to you first. So when you say that they are very close friends, now that one saying that the dangerous pass outsiders. You know what I'm saying? They say that the rat when they say house. Now they tell the rat when they outside may come food it. So your closest friend always do that to you. They want to play with your wife. Okay, that is the main truth. And then meanwhile, we are living abroad. We know how things are how things are played out here. But I don't know, sometimes because of our political leaning, and then we try to be just struggling like that. Today I don't want to be that hard on at you, sir. You're my brother. You're my senior brother. So, we can just tell you one thing. If not correct country, when human being they work, Babagida that they when you go to that thing, they will just arrest them for there immediately. They will handcuff him, go put him for inside one jail. And then Babagida, all those Iraq fallout, the war between Saddam Hussein, all those money when he collect everything, Babagida was having some resource companies in Germany. So now let me tell you one thing: Akpabio is supposed to be under investigation right now. At least they you just start right from there, free receive from the Senate. You can see those women that came to speak; they are mad women. They have been bought over. Look at that Alile.
She was just trying to has been bought over.
Yeah, no, I mean they are just. I don't know. You know that look. You know there's some secret what they do there.
Do you know who Iretikin Gibe is? She's been bought over.
Look, Oga woman. You know, say those kind of women. Now they choose the boys when they play with. You understand me? I did tell you now. You know, I'm living in Germany. I know this. Big people, women when you to say, you know, their husband cannot give them everything. You know what I'm saying?
No. Yeah. Let's stay with the Natasha storyline. Baba, let me play you this clip and then pick it up.
Yeah, that Natasha owner. That's what we're saying.
After one Natasha Akpoti made some false allegations against. I did a video after one Natasha Akpoti made some false allegations against me. Now, what a lot of people don't know is that before I did that video, I talked to my lawyer. The first person I called Chief Mike Ozekome San. Now, he's my official lawyer. However, he told me, oh, Reno, I can't do this case because in 2019, I was Natasha Akpoti's lawyer at the Election Petition Tribunal when she sued Governor Yahaya Bello of Kogi. So I called another lawyer. And, you know, the lawyer saw the evidence and says, wow, you know, this woman is finished. And then I was enthusiastic. I was going to release all the evidence. And he told me, no, don't do that. You see, she claims that you made a pass at her during a state banquet for Uhuru Kenyatta. If you release all this evidence that shows unequivocally that you were not in Nigeria, she's going to lie and she will say, oh, I made a mistake, it was at another event. What you have to do right now is release only a bit of the evidence, but give her wiggle room whereby she can point to some defects and say, it's not correct, you are lying. So I had all the evidence ready. So instead of publishing everything, I only published just one page of my passport stamp and the biodata page, giving the impression that though I left Nigeria on April 28, 2014, that I returned, and then you see the stamp there, you know, and that stamp, that stamp, you just see the stamp there, you know, it was there, you know, to fool her. Well, she fell for my lawyer's trap, and today, about an hour ago, she went on her Facebook page and then she implicated herself seriously. So now we are going to release more evidence. I'm going to now show the second passport stamp, which is on another page, which I did not expose yesterday, which you will see it is a stamp on arrival at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. And you see it there, you can see that stamp. It's going to show up on the screen. Now, I am probably the number one opponent, or rather critic of the Buhari administration. So if I'm lying, I expect the Buhari administration to go and expose me. You know, if I'm lying, they are the ones sponsoring the Natasha Akpoti. We have evidence to that effect. You know, so if I'm lying or if I'm not true, let them go and expose me. And not only that, you know, when this case gets to court, if it gets to court, we have a statement from British Airways, because I flew British Airways from Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport to London Heathrow, and I did the stopover, and then from London Heathrow to San Francisco, and then on my way back. So throughout the days, Uhuru Kenyatta was in Nigeria from May 4, 2014 to May 7, 2014. Throughout those days, I was not in Nigeria. So this girl said I made a pass at her during that event. How could I have made a pass at her in Nigeria when I was in San Francisco? You can see that this girl is a blackmailer. This girl is a liar. And the people of Kogi, is this the kind of character that wanted to be your governor? This dishonest character? The evidence is there, it's unimpeachable. You know, any newspaper house, radio station, media house, whatever that wants to come and look at it, I'll provide the passport, I'll give you the passport. It is there. You know, I mean, a clear conscience fears no accusation. The truth should not be defended. You just unleash it. My name is Reno Mokri. Thank you for watching. God bless you.
So there is a shares form. Baba, shares
okay.
Form.
I understand.
Let me make a comment on that.
Okay.
Could I make a comment on that? You brought it because I insisted that you should show it, that it will be further in the part of Akpabio. Now, what we don't see is the dates that are covered by Miss Natasha, right? Senator Natasha. We don't know the date. If it pans out like what Reno is saying, yeah, well, that goes.
We do know the date. There was a banquet held at the State House for the Kenyan president. And at that banquet, Natasha said Reno Omokri made a pass at her. But unfortunately for her, Reno Omokri was well out of the country before that banquet and until after the whole visit of the Kenyan president finished. So throughout that period, he was not in the country at all. So
yeah, you've showed what I asked you to show.
Yeah.
But a woman who makes a false allegation can still be sexually harassed.
Well, of course, she can't be, but she has form of crying wolf. That's the thing. Yeah.
She didn't record it. That is the problem. She's, I mean, what was she doing with her phone at that time? That is why now people are now asking for her to prove it.
Yeah, you know what, one man, she's
DSS
just
has
scared.
those information. Those information, the state has those information. The phone companies have that information, and she has released that. She says, "Look, go ahead and show it, because the calls are when you make a phone call. Believe it or not, the records are there." Yeah.
No, they don't record calls, so but I'm not sure that they do. But
no, the intelligence can prove it. They can prove when you called and the discussion, sir.
No,
it's only text messages that's possible.
Message. They don't record audio calls now.
No, in a serious case.
What's a serious case? Are they going to teleport back in time to go and record it? Are they going
they will look at the at the chart. They will look at the graph. They look at the graph.
The hard
you know
drive.
what I'm saying?
What graph?
They will look at the AY, as is the dates, the calls that were made, you know what I'm saying? So, YX.
How are they able to establish the content of the
They do that, one man, please, sir. How do they get a hush puppy?
Hold on. Through text messages and through, they set out to record him. So they did not. Anyway, Baba, carry on.
But that's the work of a criminal police.
What's the
in Germany, in England, in everywhere. Wama, you know this?
No, guy, I don't know anything because I don't know dumb.
Baba,
you know, I mean, what
Baba, please give me a minute. Give me.
Go ahead, Larry, please.
One man. You see, Natasha is someone that is known for others. Do you know the case between Natasha and her present husband? Do you know there was a case when Natasha sued the present husband, that her present husband poisoned her? I think she sued him for like 100 billion. And people were saying she blackmailed the man to marry her. It's a prominent case that time. So I'm not saying it didn't happen, and I'm not saying it actually happened. But one thing I know is the easiest thing to do to blackmail anybody is what Natasha is doing. In that Senate, even all the other female senators, what they gave Natasha, none of them actually have half of it. And for Natasha for her to have gotten that local content, it was a whole lot. And the senators from Kobe, they lobbied and lobbied and lobbied and lobbied Senate president. And even that local content, a lot of senators were really against it. That why will a first-timer come and you give a first-timer that kind of...
That was why Akpabio withdrew her from that chairmanship.
Yeah, because it was a whole lot. Because a lot of people criticized it. But fortunately for her, when she came, that was the only committee that was open. So someone left there, right? So she came at that point and they lobbied the Senate president to give it to her. The Senate president could have just reshuffled things and, reshuffled committee chairmen and, but they gave it to her. They left her from that side. They gave her another committee. They gave her, the chairperson of another committee.
Look, what is happening in our universities? I don't know why you guys are doing like this.
What is happening in our...
The Halu Chamber is not university.
It's the same.
The
same thing. It's a part of the Nigerian weather society.
And
so we should not be fair here. We should be objective and let them carry out investigations.
What is happening in our university?
Do you know the challenge in this? when things comes to things like this, we should be very careful how to accuse people because nobody was there. If it's happening in our university, it doesn't mean that it can it will happen descending. I'm not saying it happens. I'm not saying it didn't happen. But we have to be very careful because this is very serious allegation and this has destroyed many lives. So when people are accusing of things like this, always be very, very careful because sometimes when we speak, we cannot even quantify the type of emotional damages that this thing will have for some people. But given the fact that the like of Akpabio, of someone of his status, yeah, the thing may not have serious impact. So let's just be very careful and look at this as political. Yeah,
Then let him come out. Let him come out and dispute it.
I wonder how many lives she would have destroyed with this sort of allegations because she apparently does it all the time. But carry on.
Yeah, but the question I have is, yes, she might have said a lot about what transpired in the past between her and Akpabio, but you should also look at the trend where Akpabio is coming from. Okay.
Now,
and of course,
let's talk about that trend.
No, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Looking at the kind of politics we play in Nigeria, okay? Rub my back, I rub your back. You get it? So, even if I don't absolutely say, okay, what she said is 100% correct, okay? But at least I can draw a similarity here with what happened to John Nunez, if everybody remembers that.
Yes, I remember when Wike have to go for the rescue. Wike went for the rescue of that woman. Remember?
So
yes.
So these are the cases we know. We don't know. I mean, there are thousands of cases out there, okay, between Akpabio and others that we do not know, that didn't make the news. So of course, I mean, politicians in Nigeria, especially male politicians, maybe not all of them, but at least 50%, they do this. So please, let's not pretend. We are all Nigerians.
Taking advantages of our women.
Yeah,
yes.
Let me say something. Let's talk about NDDC. Before this whole accusation of Akpabio this, Akpabio that, what was the genesis of the problem of NDDC? There was corruption in NDCC. Akpabio came in. Akpabio at that point was more like, yeah, we had to clean up this place. Do you remember, was it not NDDC that this, was it the director of NDDC, that guy that collapsed in House, is it House of Rep or Senate?
Prof. Ponde,
yes. Off the mic.
The guy that collapsed.
Off the mic, when they said they should off the mic.
No,
remember? No, that was investigation. Yeah, they said they should off the mic. I know the guy. Yeah, the guy went on a wheel on this. What do they call it? This walking stick.
Professor Ponde.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. But after some days, he woke up and he was seated, in a mosque. You know what I'm saying?
He was. That's comical. That's just. Okay, go ahead.
So you see, for me, right, when people accuse people of, particularly when there are investigations, right? Probably you are accused of something, you are being investigated, there is corruption. The easiest thing to do, right? The easiest thing to do, let's not deceive ourselves, is to raise allegations that at the end of the day will cover the major issue. And that's the exact thing. It's the same card. Let's not deceive ourselves. It's the same card. Right? Okay, when I don't know if one man can look a little bit into Natasha and the husband. What exactly happened? Oh, Natasha sued the husband. She said the guy poisoned her, and as regards
but that is not the topic tonight.
Forget Natasha and the husband. Let's talk about Natasha and.
Yeah, let's talk about what is happening today.
But it's easy for you to talk about Akpabio and the NDDC incident, right?
Let me talk. Right? Let me talk. So it's always easy. Now, let's look at the whole thing. Ireti Kinjigbe said something. She said she went to, there was a time she went to drop something for Natasha. And Natasha told her that she wants to go see the Senate president at the guest house. And Ireti Kijigbe said she told her that if you want to see the Senate president, it is not advisable for you to go see him at that guest house. It's either you see him in the office or see him in an open place. Right? Natasha was asked some questions around her telling her husband. She said no, she didn't tell her husband. See, let's not deceive ourselves. We can, oh, this person is, doing this person is doing that. We all know everything. We all know those people. So for me, I'm not saying it happened, and I'm not saying the thing did not, as in it actually did not happen. Right? But I won't be, I won't be deceived by somebody just come. Natasha has there's a problem, right? Face that problem. That they've taken you to a disciplinary committee. Go face it. Rather than jumping from Arise TV to channels, oh, yeah, it's because of this, it's because of that. And at the end of the day, what will happen? She will still have to go to that disciplinary committee. And worst case scenario, she will be suspended. And that's what is going to happen.
Okay. Larry, please, Baba, please. I'm sorry, Mabinu Joe. So you know that we're in abroad. You know that so long, as long as that guy was accused or has been accused once before. Now, if that is first suspect or first time suspect in in Germany or in England or in America where you guys are staying, they will say, okay, this kind of allegation have been labeled against this guy before. So let us look into it. I mean, we don't meanwhile, they are hold on. They are listening to us. One man went to Mo. You can just imagine the guests that are coming here. No, hold on. The important guests that have been showing up here on this our platform. So that's why we should be totally objective, so that when this thing happens, if you are caught, somebody said that, okay, you are stealing my something in Germany, the police will go there, they will check it, they will just say, okay, we just overlook it. But the next time they will put your name on the computer that you have been accused of so. In England, the same thing. In America, the same thing. The next time again, somebody come and accuse you again, say that you do that kind of thing, they'll say, okay, this kind of thing, this is not the first time people are coming to complain about you. So let us look into this matter. That is what we want to be.
But that applies to Natasha more than that.
But we are not. We don't know.
No, hold on. People listen to you, so you listen to people. That's
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You don't have to say yes, sir. Just stay quiet.
Okay, yeah.
Oh God. Okay, carry on.
No. Land your point, sir.
When I say listen, I'm not inviting you to say yes or no, sir. Just stay quiet. Let me make my point.
One man, please. Okay. I know this talk will just continue non-stop. Please let me add this.
No. Let one man talk now. Let one man talk now.
One Piece to say something.
Let me say something.
The One Piece is coming to make peace here.
Why you just jump people's tongue?
I don't just let one man land.
Yes.
You know what?
I beg, Ejo, my brother.
So why don't you just mute yourself for 1 second, Tony? Without saying yes or no, sir, just mute yourself. All I wanted to add was that this lady, what you said there, that if somebody has history, it adds to the validity of allegations. So this lady has his history of making spurious and wild allegations against people, which when looked at, it turns out to be a lie. Larry cited the example of her husband. I've given you clips of her alleging against Reno, and just there's a whole plethora of her just making up stories. So she has a history of just making up stories.
You know what, man? I just love Reno. He is full of facts. He doesn't BS, even though he's one of the hated people in Nigeria today. I just love him.
Okay, so now can I respond now to one man?
I wasn't inviting you to respond. I let Baba go on so that we can move it round.
Baba, what you just said, does that apply to what he found out about Tinubu's Chicago certificates and other issues?
He said he didn't find anything.
Okay.
He said he didn't find anything. He went to Chicago University. The tapes are there. One man is very good in scooping these things out. He didn't. He said no.
Baba, are we talking about Chicago result now? Or are we talking about Natasha and?
No, I'm just responding to the question asked. Okay. You get my point. Okay. I can understand. I've stated there before about these things, and I don't understand the comments of people who just are biased because of the legislative harmony Akpabio has brought to this present government. So their bias may be there, but I'm speaking from the position of a man and somebody who is very discerning. I can see through women like this. You get my point? I can see through. The man is notorious. Fine, yes. I mean, for people who are, when PDD fell, was there not this young girl who came and said, accused him and what's the other one? The musician who is a PDD friend married to the other lady musician. I can't remember his name now. He accused them of sexually harassing her when she was underage. And she painted a graphic picture of what happened that day. And everybody was like believing her. Yes, PDD already is on the ground. Everybody believe what has happened. You get my point. So the girl is only adding to it. But one by one, they dismantle her story.
Baba, please, we should not go too far. It's unfortunate we have morally backdrop leaders, both the female and the male in our Senate wing and in our House of Rep, and we are here killing ourselves. Yet we know Akpabio is a notorious womanizer. Everybody knows that. Is Natasha, is she free? But Natasha used to be married to Alaji Rani. How did she leave Rani and marry Akpoti? A Hermes bag of 5,000 pounds in Heathrow Airport, that changed everything. Everybody knows Natasha's history in Abuja. What are we talking about here? If they are having differences inside their Senate committee, must you come outside and talk about your shenanigans, what you'll be doing inside the room? Who is not doing what?
Are we not the judge here? Are we not the judge?
Anthony, I'm not talking to you, please. All this shenanigans is not worth it. Look at the people that is creating laws for us. They don't even have decency of themselves. You're the other day in Benin, bringing two-face, misbehaving. That is a lawmaker. Yes, there are certain things we don't even give attention to. It does not worth it. I know people want to politicize it, drag it to politics and all that, but this is what we have in all the House of Assembly, in our state and state level and national level. And we are here talking about who is right, who is not right. The mother lives in a glass house should throw the first stone. Who is not living in a glass house should throw the first stone. Natasha free. One man, I think, I don't know, people can do on this matter, but those that want to drag it
But do you not think Akpabio should be investigated?
Who wants to investigate Akpabio? It's not this country we are. That's the headache we are taking. We're taking paracetamol for people that don't care about us.
Did you just say who wants to investigate Akpabio?
Yeah, who wants to investigate Akpabio? Me, you, or you? Because you are saying it, or is it Labour?
That's a very good question that is opened. You know, I don't know, but
so we know the country. We know the country we are, yeah. But we act like we are.
I think he should recuse himself. And
who? That was saying, which language are you speaking in Nigeria? Recuse himself.
I think he should be investigated, but I don't think he should recuse himself.
No, one man. When she gets to the disciplinary committee, let her repeat her case. But I think that television camera she wants, she's not going to get it.
Baba, can you remind them after Omagege did the shenanigans he did during Saraki time. No, this country, our politicians, when they are in power, they forget they will not live there.
Oh, when he
They
took the
pass,
maize and
they passed the
escaped with
law.
it.
Yeah, they passed the law. They put in a clause in the Senate this thing that the Senate committee can discipline any senator, suspend any senator. That's why it's not in the Senate House. Not all senators can stand up and challenge the Senate president. You can be suspended. Natasha.
That is the problem we're having,
No, it's not a problem though. Hold on. Does it obtain differently anywhere else? Any senator, any member of any parliament can be disciplined if they don't conform with the rules. It's the same. Hold on. Hold on.
One man,
just hold on now. Let me just make a point. Any parliamentarian can be disciplined in any parliament if they don't conform with the rule of the parliament. In America, in the UK, in Turkey, anywhere that does democracy. So it's not anything unique or peculiar. That's the point.
Yeah, it's not anything unique, but they took it further to deter people. You know, that's why you see any little people. Just one day, one labor center had to get up and he had enough and said, "Well, we are not living in a military regime. We cannot just speak because if you just say anything that is not allowed the Senate president, you are being suspended. The committee is raised on you, and next thing you're suspended." Actually, senators are supposed to have this leverage in the house. They can speak their mind, except you are causing the opera.
But can I intervene, please?
No, yes. Have that intervention, and then after that, we go back to Baba to bring it home, and then we move the conversation around. We still have other topics, by the way. We're talking about Fubara, Wike. We're talking about the challenge against the age limitation for entry into university. Is a whole raft of topics, but the star and then Baba brings it home.
Yes, the last person that spoke last, I think I want to agree 100% with him. And I'm even disappointed in the reaction of Mr. Tony tonight. You see, and I'm even surprised that many of us were not even looking at the context of the allegation of the offense that this Natasha could committed, even going by the interview that she granted by herself without even getting a reaction from Akpabio. Imagine when this thing happened, the minority leader, Senate leader, who supposed to be in a camp, went to he confessed that he came to meet with her and asked her to obey because going by the experience, that is how it is done. And then look at the interview of Senator Igbe today, and every one of us knew that the relationship between Igbe and Senator Akpabio, that it was never called there. They were they are like a sworn enemy, but she was very forthright and gave a sample that what happened to Natasha, that what can make, and she was quoting names that he has been removed 4 times, that it is not only against women, that even, and so what are we now talking? Somebody committed an offense in which she is supposed to even be punished for that, and she now resorted to blackmail. And you couldn't read the lines, and you are supposed, and you are crucifying Senate President. Tony was even asking him that he should step down. Step down for what? Even American President Clinton, that was alleged, not even alleged, that he confessed that had oral sex with her mistress in the office. Did he step down?
Monica
So
Lewinsky.
why do we want to destroy destroy the king Akpabio. That means tomorrow another king another lady senator will come up with the serious allegation, fabricated the same thing, and they will ask whoever that is a Senate president to step down. Come on, many of us that have meant are we let us even accept it that how many of us that we've been in the position of not even in the position of Senate president. How many of us that are even saint? Please, that is my submission, please. So
yes, woman.
The
thing is, whether she likes it or not, she will go to the disciplinary committee. Let her go there and spew all of this. Let her prove her case there. She said she wants TV to cover it. It has never been done before. It's not in the house rules. So they will not, because of her, change the house rules. So let her prove her case. But there is more to come in all of this. Time will tell. I yield, woman.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's Baba, of course. So that's Baba. So thank you, Baba. So let's go on from Baba to, if Ola is ready. Ola indicates. Ola, are you ready? All right. Let's go.
I was even allowing those people in politics to still go ahead, so that by the time we come to that area of school, Ramadan thing, then I can speak. So anybody that want to continue with Akpabio, let the person continue first of all.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So let's do our 5-7 minutes just to pardon me, to get through the voices quickly. We go to Tony, we go to Ake, we go to Tony, we go to Ake, we go to Larry, War Peace. So Tony, you're up first. 5-7
You're forgetting the star.
Sorry, and then the star. We go to the star and then War Peace. I think the star came.
The star was ahead of all of these people you mentioned anyway.
Anyway, to me, I know they take time. I know they take time too much.
All right, Tony and then the star. Apologies, the star. Sometimes maybe I should be writing it down the way people come in.
Okay, the star. Thank you for giving me the chance. Thank you very much. So I didn't say that we should suspend. I didn't say that he should resign or whatever. I said that they should suspend them immediately. If it will be in a country that works. The country is not working. That is where I referred to Babagida's confession last week. That didn't any result.
No country will suspend her or him off the back but carry on. Anyway.
I think they should invite them for questioning, or he should come out and then also counter those allegations. It's just that like Wopi said that because once somebody is a senator, then he or she should be above the law, which is very bad. I don't know whether that's what they do for Japan. You know what I'm saying? It's very bad. We are copying, American system, the German system. See, last week there was an election here. After the election, all the candidates, they came to the TV station, they congratulated each other, and then they had coffee together, and that's all. But in the case of black people, Akpabio did not even buy a ticket. He did not participate, in the primaries, and then they come put on there with that one, not 2 of them now. So the country is not going nowhere. The best thing for us to do is to divide the country, and then we man our respective localities. Thank you, one man. The country is not working.
All right, thank you. That's
yeah.
All right, did you? All right, thank you. So that's the excellent Tony, short and to the point. So thank you, Tony. Stay with us, Tony. We hear from the star next. The star, you're up next. We're not just on Akpabio, by the way. We're talking about goings on in River State. We're talking about the challenge against age limitations for entry into tertiary institutions. We're talking about a whole raft of things. We're even talking about Donald Trump versus Zelensky and that little bus stop that took place. So the floor is yours. Speak as you will, the star. We're also talking about Baptist State closing schools for 5 weeks for Ramadan. All that, the star.
Yeah. Anyway, as for the River State ruling, Senate, Supreme Court rulings today, it is Fubara will be saying it. He just allow himself to be fooled. You see, can you imagine you are somebody that even if you if he wants to fight against overbearance of his benefactor, he should have even taken his time. Akwa Ibom governor, when he resumed 2023, he retained all the commissioners, everybody, without replacing one. And then towards I think the December last year was when he removed all the commissioners. In fact, he dissolved the house and then appointed other commissioners. So you a governor that ordinarily in all ramifications, for him to even be a local government chairman would have been a big favor. But here you are, a level 14 officer. You find yourself to be the number one citizen of a state, and the person that did this for you, you cannot, whatever the difference is, whatever overbearance, you cannot even take your time even to have a sizable number of supporters in the House of Assembly. But you only got 3 or 4, then you think you have arrived. Now we can all see now. Many people are even comparing what happened now to Lagos State of Tinubu, then that he can do away without money from the federal government. What they fail to understand is in the case of Tinubu, then whatever he did then, he had an approval of the House of Assembly, and then it was only money of local government that Obasanjo withheld, and there was no Supreme Court judgment that asked him to do otherwise. Unlike now, that Supreme Court made a declaratory judgment that he should do this, and they should stop it. So it is quite different. Now it is he is at the mercy of the House of Assembly's members now. That is for that. Then back to Natasha. I want to believe that many of us, probably because of the biases that we have against Akpabio, we are not looking at the nitty-gritty of this matter. Natasha is in fact, apart from the fact that she's a first-timer, she was one of the people that even came in last through court judgment, and she has been would I say unfairly. In fact, she had added advantage, because going by the portfolios and the positions that was given to her, which is normally given to the ranking senators. So all this, but merely just because of she's having a spirit of entitlement, for crying loud. Akpabio is number. Okay, apart from being a ranking senator, we are talking of a number 3 citizen in Nigeria, and you that is not even the portfolios holder in the National Assembly, you divide the instruction of your Senate president. Then your the minority leader, because which is the group that Natasha falls into, because in her interview she admitted that the minority leader came to meet her for her to change to the new place that it was placed, which means that that is the standing rule, that is the way they do. And if you look at it, if you look at all this, including the three Senator Ireti Kim Kigigbe that spoke on behalf of the three female legislators, you could see that no single, just like what is happening in Lagos State Assembly when they impeach Obasa, no single senators supported the Natasha. So what are we talking about? And look at the allegations. If this guy, Akpabio had a interior motive, would he have done it in the presence of her husband, while people were there during the looking? What are we talking? And you did not voice out until this issue came up. What are we talking? How was he treated by Akpabio that suggested that the same treatment were not being meted to others? So it was a pure blackmail, which we are not supposed to. As many of us in this house today that were talking about this, we are all men. For goodness sake, if we should get away with this, many people will even do, many women will even do more than that. So, Mr. Tony, you cannot, Mr. Tony, you are somebody that I normally like your submission in this platform, but you cannot give us a sample that when it happened to in so country, this is what happened. I just told you, earlier, I mentioned that when a whole president had oral sex with a mistress in the office, nobody, he did not step down. How much more a mere, I will even say fabricated allegations, for crying loud. That is my submissions.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry, woman. Sorry, woman. No.
Tony,
okay.
No. Just
they should investigate him.
Yeah. Mute yourself, please. So thank you. So Tony, I must push it because people are here and they have to be heard. But before you're up next, Ake, and then we'll move it around. I'm going to remove myself from the screen to bring Prestige on, but I'll be in the background, but Ola is here to coordinate. But before I do all that, I just want to do something. War Peace, are you there? On mute. War Peace, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Stay there. I want to show you something. Just wait 1 second. Oh, where's my other? Do you remember? Do you remember this? Well, please. Do you remember this? This.
I can. Yeah.
That was what you said 2 years ago. I just discovered it in my data now, and I'm opening it. I discovered it.
Now you remember?
Yes. I had it. I just remembered it now. And then Not right now today, but a week or so ago. Yes. So there it is. I still have it from 2
That
years
was
ago.
2 years ago.
Yes. Yeah. That was. Oh, you remember, Baba? Yeah. I
Yeah, I
just
do.
saw. I was, it was stuck at the back of so many things, and then I climbed into the ladder, and I just saw the box there, and I thought, wow! I told my wife, I said, "Do you remember this?"
Have you opened it?
I've opened it. I've opened it.
How does it taste?
It's very nice, but it's heavy. It's heavy hitting afterwards. Afterwards, it's heavy
Okay.
hitting. Yes, Akin up next, and I think Larry after that. Kulata is here, so I'll shuffle myself. Bring Prestige on. I'll be in the background. Ola coordinates. Akin, you're up next.
All right, woman. Thank you so much. Well, let me start with Bauchi State government or governor. In one sentence, is an idiot. Okay, so that's so ludicrous. How would you declare? You said 5 weeks, right, woman?
Yeah, 5 weeks.
How would
man
you?
is in the background.
How would you declare a 5-week holiday because of one stupidity? Anyway, let's leave it at that. Why we Nigerians? Why we like this? I mean, listen, Natasha Akpoti, she has a very good allegation against the Senate president. I don't care if he's the president. I don't care if the Senate president is the president. That means if he's the number one citizen, yes, he can recuse himself, like yesterday. Okay, so whoever was giving their commentary earlier on, saying that because he is the number 3 president, the number 3 citizen. So what? Okay, so the point is, we know what we do in Nigeria. We know how things work. We cannot come here and pretend like we're not Nigerians. And of course, we know what is happening here too, with the current president in the United States. We saw what's transpired. We saw all, that he went through. Okay, now, would I say what Natasha said is 100%? Maybe, maybe not. But the right thing to do is for Senate President Akpabio to step down. Step away. Okay, so that this can be duly investigated, and everybody can know. We can see what is going on. Yeah, he might have whispered to our ears, why the husband was there. We do not know the kind of marriage that is between Natasha and the husband. It could be an arranged marriage. It could be whatever marriage. It could be an open. They could be in an open relationship. So that the husband didn't say anything at that moment, or probably asked her, "What did you discuss with the Senate president?" And she said, and her response was, "Well, nothing." It's possible that she probably didn't want to offend the husband at that time, knowing who the husband is, right? I mean, I can't imagine my wife saying otherwise to me if I ask a question about some funny relationship going on. At that time, of course, with the kind of temperaments I have, I may probably do something, extraordinary. So Natasha might be responding in that manner, knowing the husband, the so-called husband she has, that, okay, if he had said this to the husband, that this is what Akpabio said, this is how the husband probably might have handled it, right? But because she's so intelligent that she didn't want to just say exactly what Akpabio said at that time, she found a better time to say it. I mean, I don't think she has done anything bad. So, but if you look at the antecedent of Akpabio, this is not just allegation coming from Natasha. We saw what happened in NDDC with Joyce Nunez, I believe. Yeah, that's the name, right? That woman even said she slapped Akpabio when he made.
So sorry, Akin, do you want me to play a clip of that and then you pick it up, or you just want to?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
All right.
The Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, was established 20 years ago with the aim of eradicating poverty, addressing the grievances and looking over interests of Niger Delta indigents as a result of environmental degradation and pollution from oil exploration activities.
Money they are mentioning here, by the grace of God, this television and the radio stations will get to our nooks and crannies. Some people might even die before tomorrow morning, only hearing the billions.
Sorry, Akin, I don't think that's the right one, but carry on. I think we all know the backstory anyway. Carry on.
Yeah, I'm very sure most of us here know, what transpired there. But in any case, this lady Joyce Nunez, I believe that's the last name. She said it on her rise. I believe, then that she slapped Akpabio. I'm not making this up. She said it. So, what are we talking about here? Akpabio has a history. In as much I really do not want to say Natasha has, is absolutely correct with what she has, alleged of Akpabio. But if you look at the trend, okay, we can actually deduct that what she has said so far, there are things we can, put together. Put one on two together, you can definitely make it three. So that is why it's important that Akpabio, in his own integrity, should, step aside, so that this matter should be looked into. Okay, that's about Akpabio. Now, I was watching one man playing Trump and the Zelensky of Ukraine, right? So, it's a shame that I look at it as, Trump is just trying to pass a message to say, you can go F yourself, Zelensky, right? Game over. This is not Biden. This is not Sleepy Biden. This is me here. So, if you're, okay, let's look at it this way. Trump is a businessman, okay? So he's not going to continue to waste the dollar of America, okay, to fund the useless war that is going on between Ukraine and Russia just because of one Zelensky. So I think what's actually happened there that we saw, okay, I think that's just a snapshot I just saw. That what actually happened there, we can understand the politics of Trump. Trump is always going to be Trump. He's a businessman, number one. He definitely wants to make, he's somebody who wants to make money at every cost, at every opportunity. So we shouldn't look at it as he is coming from, American first. No, this is Trump first, before American first. Okay, so that is my own take about that. So the other thing you mentioned there is the Rivers State governor, right? Woman.
Yes. Give us a little vignette on that, and then we go on to Larry.
Yeah, I think this guy is just a total, disgrace. The governor, what's his name now?
Fubara.
Fubara, yeah.
No, that guy is not a governor now. It's a bureaucrat that is just. This is yet another example that bureaucrats are not really suited to governance. But carry on.
Yeah, Fubara is just a disgrace because come on, Wike Yeah, we know that. We know who Wike is. Everyone knows Wike or who Wike is. Okay, I mean, look, I don't know. Fayoshe at that time reminded him. It's like he was a, you know, he said, whatever it is that you see, please keep it to. That's what he told him at that time. But I don't know why he thought, well, you want to be bigger than the person who put you there. No matter what we think, no matter how subjective we want to look at it. Okay, I just want us to be objective here. This guy should have actually relaxed at least for 2 or 3 years and given who Wike is. And he will try to, see how the landscape is in River State, try to, make some political friends within River State and of course outside River State to ensure that, all those so-called grassroots politicians that Wike had planted prior now become his own loyalists. But I think he was just in a rush because of his greed, and of course that is where he's going to fall. And well, we cannot wait for 2027 to come to see how he's going to be disgraced out of the River State government house. So that's all I can say with regards to Fubara. So I mean, I yield the floor, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. That was an excellent submission going back into so thank you. I can stay with us, Aki. We go from you to Larry as we start to just make sure every voice documented. So you've listened to the conversation, so the floor yours. Go at it as you will. Larry, the mighty Larry.
Yeah,
meanwhile, thank you, Akin, for your support, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Akin.
Good evening, woman. Good evening, everybody. Let me start with Rivers. I'm so happy that at least we have. This is a journey, Rivers since 2023 to 2025. I think over 16 months or 18 months with all the shenanigans that have been happening in Rivers. And I pity Fubara. I pity him because most of the people that actually pushed him to this level, I'm very sure most of those people will not be able to look him in the face. And unfortunately, one of them is dead. May God rest him in peace. Papa Edwin Clark. This is something that's also have been solved with a political solution. And everybody will be fine. But they told him, they said, no, don't worry, you are doing good. Continue doing what you are doing. Kind of like you're above anything, nothing will happen. And he kept pushing. And it's also unfortunate, some of these our social media son, Arise TV son and Channels TV son, they always run to, at every point, they're always in channels. Misinterpreting, dissecting rubbish. And those are people that actually push Fubara to this place. Because if you look at the genesis of everything Fubara has done are basic things that are highly impeachable. And I'm happy that Supreme Court actually dissects everything. You were afraid, they were going to impeach you. The next thing, you went to House of Assembly, you demolished the place. It's rascality upon rascality. And now, what they are now looking for now is that political solution. And that political solution now, they are not even on the same level. Because the political solution he ought to have gotten that time, he will have better bargaining power. But if they go to any political solution today, Fubara is not going to have any better bargaining power. Because he's actually the one on the floor. Supreme Court actually, they actually dismantled everything. And when most of all those people have lawyers, lawyers that are not ready to tell them the truth. At every point, a lawyer knows the end of every case. But because of what they want to collect from you, they will still tell you to keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing until you keep wasting your money. And it happens to politicians. A politician will lose election. The lawyers know that even if they go to court, they are not going to win. But lawyers will keep pushing them, keep wasting money, keep wasting money, keep wasting money, keep wasting money. All because the lawyer wants to collect whatever they want to collect from them. Yeah. So it has happened. What's the way forward? I think the way forward is basically political solution. They just need to, because at the end of the day, it's the Rivers people that will suffer this thing. And I hope, they're able to really get themselves together. People that are neutral, not all these Peter Odilia and the likes of them. People that can actually call everybody together, look for a way to help them, at least address, call all of them together. Probably it's the religious people or whatsoever in River State. For them to call all of them together and see how they can actually resolve this.
Yeah, Larry, could I ask you a question?
Yeah, ask me whatever question you want to ask.
You may assume it's going to be the Rivers people who are going to suffer this. Do you see a likelihood of this seizing this money, which Tinubu suffered as Lagos State governor at some point? Do you see it rekindling the boys in the creeks going back to work?
No.
Because it's not just Fubara. Fubara has a lot of support in his people.
Mm-hmm.
It's Tinubu and the Wike put in a position where Tinubu is fighting a battle for Wike, just like M5. So I want you to look at that angle and tell me what you think. Is it worth it?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Because those boys that you think, those boys they've settled most of those boys. All this pipeline surveillance they are doing. Those are the guys that are doing the pipeline surveillance. And those guys are not even ready to fight for anybody. Let's not deceive ourselves. Because they are making money now. They are making money now. Billions. Pipeline surveillance and all those things. It's just something for the boys. It's governance in Rivers that will suffer it. So that's why for me, I think it's just more of political solution. And let everybody settle. Someone should just call all the Amegule or what's that guy's name? Call Wike, call Fubara, and at least let them have at least something for them to keep governance going. That's what I just think. Because I don't know, there's no other thing. Right? Wike cannot keep fighting. Because if Wike keep fighting, and Fubara on the other side is on the floor. So, but still, they need to just, look for a way to resolve things and ensure that governance keep moving in River State. And most of these politicians that you see, most of them that are pro Fubara, don't be surprised. Next week, most of them are pro Wike again. Because all politicians are interested in is they are looking for a winning team. They are looking for soft landing. Most of the people that are praising Fubara today, tomorrow, most of them, I was watching one of them in channels today. Somebody that was more, Wike is this wicked. He changed tone, and I'm like, wow, can this guy change? And that is exactly who politicians are. when they are praising you, when they are telling you there is nothing that can happen. I think a lot of them need to learn from what happened to Jonathan. A lot of people that were with Jonathan, immediately Jonathan lost, everywhere was silent. And that's exactly what I think, Fubara, they will keep telling me, oh, don't worry, it's for their own selfish interests. You should do the best thing for the people of Rivers, which is basically negotiate and let governance keep moving. Represent whatsoever. Let somebody talk people in and let them represent and let them solve political problem with political solutions. That's what for me, I don't see any other way than political solution now. They should just solve it, look for a way, and at least compromise there. At the end of the day, everybody is all right and they can move ahead. That's what
Can I interject you now, my brother?
All right, have that interjection and then I'll give a little response, Larry, and then we'll go on to Kulata after that. Tony.
Okay, man. Yeah. So my brother Larry, Fubara is the governor of that place, is in charge of that state. So Wike should hands off that area. You know what I'm saying? So so all this one when they talk say somebody brought me in, person make you not forget. That is exactly what this governor of Edo State is doing right now. But I say that Malam Adamu Aliyu, A.K. Ushomole, brought him in, then he had to go appoint his son as a commissioner. So the people brought you in. It's the people of Rivers State brought Fubara in as a governor. So once that process is complete, then Wike should hands up, it should disappear. That Ogogoro man, when we say they use this artificial heart, now no say that man that's sick man. You don't say the way they speak, it's using artificial heart because I know how they breathe here, how they talk here. People that so that guy is having an artificial heart. That is why that heart is not a God-given, or it's not. He was not born with the heart that is using right now. That is why he's so crazy. And then I'm looking for the downfall of that guy. They have already put down all his status, the status that he built in River State. I mean, that guy should disappear. He should go to hell. So once you help somebody to get in, it is not you. It is people that wanted the Fubara, and Fubara should be the governor of the state. He knows how to manage the affairs of the state. Thank you.
Okay. So Homa, you can go to the next person. I'm not sure he wants to ask any question.
Yeah, no, I think it's just Tony. Tony and Tony, of course. Everybody serves a purpose on this platform. But without the platform will not be complete without Tony. He will just come at you. You don't even know what to say. You see, you are in my dilemma now, Larry.
Tony is a specialist in Okpata specialist.
Oh yeah. Okay, so Kulata, you're up next. We're free flowing. Central theme Natasha versus Akpabio. Wike's victory. Apparently, allegedly, he's celebrating. Bala Mohammed trying to Islamize everything. All of those sort of funky spaces. Sorry, Kulata, before you go, let me acknowledge Super that has been out hand over to Ola. That's Ayo, Bosun, and George Blushell. So thank you to all those. Let me bring out hand over to Ola as Kulata takes the floor. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Kulata.
Yeah, but this is Natasha's story. Isn't it just he said, she said, like it's all, I mean, nobody was there, no phone call was recorded. So I mean, what's the bill? It's a dud. There's nothing about it. The only provable thing that anybody has done was Natasha breaching the protocols of the Senate. That's the only thing provable. So, and that's the only thing anybody can prosecute. What are you going to investigate in the phone call that nobody recorded? Is it going to be alibi that, okay, I took a phone call. Okay, I took a phone call. What did we discuss on the phone call? Nobody knows. And nobody should know or care. And I don't care about whether she's lying or she's saying the truth, as long as it's not provable. But the only thing you can prove is what everybody has seen. They changed their seat and she started throwing tantrums like a toddler. So I don't really care for all that Natasha thing, apart from, I mean, if they're going to punish her for whatever she did in the Senate, then so be it. But the proposition, the bedroom proposition, I think that's just rumor mill garbage nonsense. So sorry, I don't really have much to say about the Natasha. But the Bauchi governor, I think I have something to say about that. So is this, I mean, is this the first time that they're going to tell kids not to go to school for what's the layer called in English? For Ramadan. Is this the first time they're going to do that?
This is the first time I'm hearing about it. Anyway, I've never heard it before.
Okay. Then
both private and public school all together.
So that's 5 weeks, private and public school. So why would a Christian or non-believer or someone practicing Sai Baba have to go on a holiday, a religious holiday? Now, I have to differentiate it. Christmas and end of year, normal Christmas, you're at work, depending on where you work. They just give you the day, that Christmas day off, or the day after or something. It so happens that New Year is just a few days. So people just kind of like take vacation and the entire world shuts down, including Muslim world. But I think where Nigeria is turning the corner faster than I thought, because this guy has done it. Zamfara too has done it. And guess what? Is some Hezbollah or some whatever they call the Sharia Council, Isba. It's some Isba Council that just announces it. So with time, or in due time, we're going to hear some states saying that, okay, December, nobody's going to take any holiday in December. And with time, people are going to say, in some areas in Nigeria, they're going to work on Sundays and then they'll take Friday off. Am I going too far? Isn't this like precipice?
That looks like where we may be heading, but
that's where we're heading.
Anything wrong with that?
Well, it's just different.
What he's trying to say is like they are doubling down on their quest, their agenda to force Sharia, across the country.
Because it's getting quite aggressive and desperate too. Because you heard the cries of some idiots. Sorry, I'm not a religious person, so I'm an equal opportunity abuser when it comes to religion. So if you can't stomach it, I apologize. But some idiots are saying Sharia, that they're disappointed in Muslim tickets. Maybe because they've not implemented Sharia or something, or they're trampling on the rights. Basically, they want Sharia in the Southwest. The Southwest where it's a blend. I don't know if it's equal blend or whatever, but it's a blend of all religions, and everybody still holds on to the traditional beliefs. Is that the kind of place you want to put Sharia in? But so the country, we're heading towards a dangerous place. People are not practicing religion the way you used to practice under the military, where things were calm. Now everybody is getting radicalized, whether it's born again fanatics or is Islamic fanatics. It's just we've lost the plot. We've really lost the plot. And is with democracy, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse, and people are just going to dig in their heels. So very soon now, 9 northern states or so will switch into a different system. They'll switch into the Arab system, which is fine. I mean, if maybe that will even make the country go regional.
Exactly my point.
Yeah, maybe it's not that bad after all. Because if you're pulling the country at the seams, some people will not be able to take it anymore. That look, we're just too different. Because I mean, if I was born in that faith and I really believe it, I really believe it strongly. Why won't I think, okay, Friday? Why is Sunday off? Why shouldn't Friday be off?
They will get to that. They will get.
It will get to that. But
Yeah, the fallacy in what you're saying, trying to create a moral equivalence. No Christian anywhere is imposing any religious tenets to anybody, not even to Christians themselves, right? So you don't have any Christian saying, don't go to work on Sunday. You don't have any Christian coming and saying this is going to be the state religion or whatever. None.
Yeah, but the Sunday thing is undeniably Christian. It's a Western concept.
It's
no,
not.
Sunday is.
It's not a Christian thing. It's
a Western thing, and the Western thing came from a Christian thing.
By jurisprudence, it's just from completely. It's not a Christian thing. Let's not expand.
No, I'm not trying to create an equivalence. Hold on a second. I'm not trying to create an equivalence. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm not creating a moral equivalence. I'm not equivocating both. I'm actually starting with an outrage that what the hell? Why will you take 5 weeks off the calendar of people that should go to school? But then you have to look at things on the flip side. On the flip side, if it's going to create this dichotomy, this stretch, this tension, maybe it is the recipe that will actually make everybody now say, okay, you know what? This regional government is not such a bad idea. Or let's actually just go our separate ways. Maybe we're just too different. It's time to stop pretending.
That's all.
We're not
That's
one
all.
country.
Benny.
Because I don't see a country that will progress where you have one side going in one direction, you have another side want to go to another direction. We're not going to progress. It's not a curse. It's a recipe for disaster. Something's got to give. Something's got to give. So it's just, I'm watching keenly. By end of next week, I will not be shocked if more states have adopted it. At least Zamfara has adopted it. This Bauchi guy has adopted it. They're just feeding those poor people religion, opium of the masses, just for them to eat and drink. So the people that are behind, they're backward in their education. They're also taking them 5 weeks off. And I'm sure December too, another 2 weeks will go off in December. So out of the calendar year, those kids have lost like 7 weeks of school due to one religion or the other, outside of their normal holidays. And they'll keep digging in till the Northwest and the Northeast just become an exact polar opposite of the rest of the country. And maybe by that time we'll wake up and really have a frank conversation, because we try to force these things. The more we try to force it, the more it's becoming more apparent that, 1914, the experiment is simply not working. It's just it. The culture is different. The mentality is different. The goals are different. It's just different.
The amalgamation, you mean? The amalgamation.
So it's about time. It's really about time to have a serious conversation if this is going to continue. And I can't blame them, because you can say, well, since the British colonized, or we inherited a British system, which is essentially a Judeo-Christian system. Like I said, Sunday is off. Why is Sunday off? The West inherited it from somewhere. Probably it's from the Roman Catholic Church, Anglican Church.
But it's a resting day. It's a resting day, Kolata.
Not in the entire world. If you go to Saudi Arabia, Friday is their resting day. So
Abrahamic religion, of which the Muslims are part of that. The Christians,
but the Sunday came from it. The Sunday came from Italy.
So listen, so I could tell you.
The Sunday came from it. Hold on. The Sunday came from Italy. Originally, the Jewish that we all inherited this stuff from is Saturday.
The Sabbath day doesn't mean it's Saturday.
Yeah, it says Sabbath day is the day of rest.
Right, but what I'm saying is
the Italians adopted the Sunday.
And you don't want to listen, right? You want to
because it's my turn. It's my turn, and I'm speaking. What you want to tell me? I know it. I read. For crying out loud.
Then be judicious in your statement, right? First of all, you're creating a moral equivalence that is not there.
It is.
Can I land? Just 30 seconds. We have a secular constitution. So whether you agree with it or you don't know the genesis origin of whatever, not even the Muslims are supposed to be imposed upon when they're supposed to take off from school. Nobody has that kind of right. So we're not just fighting for Christians, we're fighting for our constitution. They don't have that kind of right. And there are Christians in those states. So we're not giving up it. Finally, here's where I disagree with you and perhaps every other Nigerian.
But Kulata is right. Kulata is right, my brother Pansat.
Yeah,
let us divide the country and then it's cool. Everybody will go their own way.
Gentlemen, I have two questions.
I'm saying that the Muslims, they want to Islamize the country. So the flip side of that is if we don't agree, it doesn't mean we're going to go our separate ways like you're saying, Kulata.
No, it is about time we start talking about it seriously.
Why not? Why not? Why not? So you mean that we should be waiting for you to be a president first?
That's the flip side of it. Doesn't mean they don't Islamize the country.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, could you hold on? Please, everybody hold on, please. Kulata is the one that has the floor. If he wants you to interject, he has the right to give to you. I can't. So let Kulata finish, then you can ask whatever question. He has to allow you to do that. So Kulata, go ahead.
I believe that he did.
Adam Oshigon, but you can go.
Can I ask you a question, Kulata?
Let me
sure, go ahead.
I'm still talking before Adam.
Okay, yeah, finish. I
said 30 seconds. I believe Kulata, you're okay with that, right?
Quick, yeah.
So what I'm saying is that the mistake we've been making all along in the country is that if we don't agree to be Islamized, then we should break up the country. I disagree with that. If we don't agree to be Islamized, then we have to secularize the country. In essence, we have to take them over. Do you understand? The flip side is not, if you don't Islamize us, then we'll break up. No, Nigeria has to be sacrosanct. It has to be one polity. Right? So if they don't want to listen and obey a secular constitution, then we'll have to stop them by taking them over. Period. All right, thank you.
Are you done? Yeah. Okay. Akin, go ahead.
Yeah, so Kulata, but see, it's just all this problem that we see as a big problem in Nigeria. In my own opinion, I think what the government should do, what the government at the center should do, is that you see this FAC allocation given to states, right? If Bala Mohammed decides that, okay, this is what he wants to do, I want to give a 5-week holiday, right? Then you should be stupid to use those money, okay, he had collected from the center to do whatever he wants to do, but he shouldn't even make any mistake to go back next year, 2026, to go for the same funding. And the same thing applies to other states governments who decide, okay, we want to go Bala Mohammed's way by, giving 5-week or giving 1 week or giving 1 year holiday. That is their problem. They can use their own generated revenue to do that nonsense that they want to continue doing. So that is first question. Second question is, well, it seems it may seem as if Sunday, as we said, is a public holiday for Christians. But I want to ask you, in the Western world that you live in, do you not go to work on Sundays? Or maybe not you, but at least most people don't they go to work on Sunday?
Well, for the second question, I mean, it depends on the kind of
people go to work on Sundays.
Tony, allow now. Can't you read the room?
Kulata, could you hold on? Tony, please, I do not want to hear you interrupt anyone until I ask you to unmute yourself. Thank you. Go ahead, Kulata.
The second question, people generally don't work on Sundays, apart from, people that need to work on Sundays. Basically, it depends on the country. For capitalist country like America, of course, stores and all that stuff. And then, I mean, medical
and it's
people.
overtime too.
Yeah, overtime too. So all that stuff. But a normal corporate guy, you're not going to work on Sundays now. I mean, really, you really are not going to work on Sundays. And for your first question, the Tinubu or whoever president is unconstitutional for him to not release the allocation. You're supposed, the constitution tells you to pay the state, blah, 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 blah. It is the way the country runs. So the fact that the governor decides to take a 5-week holiday, you don't have the right to deny them the allocation. That's just the way Nigeria is structured.
It's also not the right of that governor, okay? So
it is.
No.
It's actually his right.
Oh, is his right to declare a 5-week holiday, right?
Yes.
For some stupid reasons.
Yeah.
Well, it's stupid to you. It's not stupid to them.
Well, to him. Well, maybe not to them. Maybe to his government, right? They will think, well, maybe they are helping the citizens in Bauchi State. But of course, look, the economy is going to die. It's going to crumble.
It doesn't matter.
Okay? The economy in Bauchi, well, of course, it doesn't support anything in Nigeria anyway. So even if it's already crumbled.
It does not matter what happens to the economy, because according to our constitution, we have a centralized structure. Money will still come to him regardless, as long as they're getting money from different sources and they get their allocation. The fact that he chooses to take it.
That's why I'm saying that they should go back to that constitution, okay, and rewrite the constitution. Though, it's democracy.
It's not about rewriting the constitution. We're trying to force something that is not alike. I mean, it's high time we kind of like, you know what? Look at, I mean, a country that is not cohesive. We will not grow. So you go to the constitution. These people don't want whatever you're constituting in your constitution. This is their way of life. This is what they want to do. And come rain or shine, you're not going to change that. Not with the constitution, not with anything. They had Sharia before the British. As soon as they had the chance, they went back to it. So what are we trying to do? This is who they are. They've told you who they are. Why don't you accept them for who they are? And if you're going to accept them for who they are, why don't we now not do some zobu stuff that Pansat is talking about? Be adults, wear the big boy pants, and discuss our mutual separation or our mutual separation, or how we're going to, coexist without, those kind of backward behavior, in my opinion, to affect the rest of the country. Because it's not fair for you to go to Rivers State, Ondo State, Delta State, get oil, distribute it, just for some guy to sit down for 5 weeks, not a couple of days, for 5 weeks, and not go to school. I can understand that, okay, you may not want to do exams when you're doing Ramadan, because people are, they may not be able to pass the exam course, but not going to school. Well, if you're going to make that kind of choice, then let the people footing the bill to be able to make a choice that, no, I'm not going to fund your unproductive lifestyle, because you call it religion. So we need to talk. Okay. We really need to sit down and discuss the coexistence, because it's not fair just to keep running, South's money, Lagos's money, and just decide to do whatever the fuckery you want to do. Pardon my French.
Of course, the quota system.
The
cut-off mark for JAMB and things like that, then we have to reconsider exactly what we have to do with those. I buy into your point that this could lead into several other things. They may end up saying Friday will be their own Sunday. Of course, they have the right to do that. You get my point, because the Gregorian calendar that gave us Sunday to worship, you understand, it's about the sun god and things like that.
Yeah, sun god. It came from all this Western European stuff.
It's basically a Christian thing. So if they want their Friday, fine. But like you said, it could lead to several other things that could really spiral down to we having a conversation, which I've always advocated for, of everybody going asunder. So I like the trajectory, no problem. So what we cannot get by sitting down and talking, maybe by this kind of actions or inactions could lead us to that alley. Thank you.
Yeah, because this is a country pulling at the seams. It's not growing, it's tearing apart. So why don't we just say chill and let's discuss, okay, let's cut it rationally. And so everybody will kind of like have happy ending, whatever your version of happy ending is. So, I mean, that's all I have to say about it. I think it's going to start a precedent that's really quickly going to go very, very, I mean, it's going to go left field real quick. And I don't know what Tinubu discussed with these imams or whatever when he was doing this Muslim ticket. But apparently there are some expectation. The ulama, sorry. There are some expectation that some check that Tinubu simply cannot cash. Because the way they have it, like the demand for the Sharia stuff all over the country, it's like Tinubu promised them something and is not delivering it. That's the way they're acting. I'm not saying he did that, but that's the way they're acting. And they're really going desperate with this thing, not bothering, saying that I want to educate my populace, I want to build them up, I want to do this, thinking about the development index and all that. They don't care. Look at what they're giving them. These guys will be happy. Oh, no school because of Salah. Whatever God bless you means, inshallah, whatever. That's all they're going to say. And it's going to be popular in Bauchi. It's going to be popular in Zamfara. Of course, then the rest of them will adopt it. Then the country is not, you cannot have a country that will grow when you're essentially walking in opposite directions. You just look at it. Two people that you're supposed to hold a rope and walk together in unison, you are pulling each other. You're just pulling each other apart. Where the hell do you think you're going? You're not going anywhere. It's not a religion. This is not a conversation about religion. It's a conversation about civilization, mentality, what they choose to adopt. Because if you go to United Arab Emirates, if you go to Qatar, if you go to Saudi Arabia, if you go to Malaysia, they're not doing their own Islam like that. Not to talk about Turkey. These guys just want to be Pakistan and Afghanistan. And who can blame them for that? That's what they want. That's what makes them tick. But do I want to be in the country that is going that way to turn to another Lebanon? No way. I don't. Anyway, I rest my case. Let me stop there.
Thank you so much, Kulata. Uncle Pansat and Man of Prestige. I don't know who is next.
It's my turn. It's my turn. It's my turn.
Okay, go ahead. Baba, good evening, sir. Good evening to
Hi,
all the
Ada.
panelists. Oh, yes, good evening. Man of Prestige, go ahead. And before you speak, who can I take out? I have Simba backstage, so I can bring Mr. Simba in. Who is volunteering to go backstage? Or I can go backstage and bring Mr. Simba in. Is that okay?
Okay, don't worry. Let me leave.
No, Mr. Dexter. I can go backstage while I bring him in. Okay, he left. Go ahead, Man of Prestige.
Yeah, greeting everybody.
Okay, I can go backstage, or that if I can be able to, just make this 1 minute interjection. What I was trying to say earlier on. Okay.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Man of Prestige, please, can I give Mr. Tone like 3 minutes so that he can say what he wants to? Mr. Tone, you don't have to leave.
But Tony had been talking out there now. But go ahead.
No, I don't want to. No, I'm about to take off now. Okay, Man of Prestige. Say I do speak on your behalf now. You know me now. No wahala.
I don't care. Whatever you speak.
2 minutes, okay. 2 minutes then, okay.
It's not of
okay,
my
go ahead,
business.
Mr. Tone. I'm giving you 3 minutes so that you can say what you want to say. Get
So then I will be.
system.
Then I will drop.
You don't have to leave. With Dexter leave, so you can stay if you want to, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Should I speak now or Man of Prestige?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to say kudos to Kulatas and then Akin. So I'm totally in support of whatever they have said. You know what I'm saying. Well said. My brother Kulata. There's no point. All this tribal error for 65 years. It's enough of those bullshit. So we should just call it a day. We should go call it a day with these people because there's no way you can be able to bring them to par with us at all. There's no way. You know what I'm saying? Because every day, things keep degenerating. A region that ought to be buckling up and they try to, gear up their efforts so that they can be able to catch up with us. They are just, okay, they just depend on, on our resources, wasting, total wastage these people are. So that's it. So I really support that. I want to say thank you to Kulata and Akin. You know what I'm saying, especially on the Akpabio versus Natasha's issue. To Akin right now. I really thank you for seconding my submission there. That guy ought to be arrested if he's invited to the police station and it's not going there. After they should go arrest Akpabio. You know what I'm saying? Thank you very much because it's a repeating offender. Okay, thank you, Adama. Thank you, everybody. Man of prestige.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Kachifu.
Kachifo. Okay, Kachifo, sir. Man of prestige, let's go ahead and mute yourself, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Greeting everybody. I'm going to start with this Bauchi state issue we're talking about, but I'm going to talk about two things. The one of Natasha, then I'm going to talk about Trump. You know, I'm going to talk about Trump. So that's going to be my last topic. Why are we so concerned about what's going on there? The trend has been there, that there's a particular ulterior motive, to Islamize the whole country. That is there, Go back to Usman Danfodio time, and they have been perpetuating that. So let me ask people here: can this country, the way we are right now, evenly divided, both tribal and religion, can a Christian ticket be allowed in this country? Can anybody unequivocally say that's possible in this country in our lifetime? Can anybody answer that? No. The answer is no, in my own opinion. There will
Hold
never
on.
be
Can the
Okay, I said yes.
Christian
I said
run?
yes. If anybody
Awolowo ran
that
Christian tickets.
is there any law against it?
The way the Fulanis behave,
No, just hold
like the
on, hold on.
presidency.
You
The
can
presidency
choose
belongs to them.
anybody.
Are you telling me that's going to happen in
There
this
is nothing.
country?
Wait, man of prestige, winning or no winning, that is a different question. You can choose anybody. You can be a pagan and choose another pagan as your running mate. You can run for an election, but whether you are going to win or not, that is another question. So don't say nobody will allow it. It's allowed.
That ticket give credence to this nonsense we are talking about today. Just know that about it. They must have been
You
promised
cannot
them.
just hold on. Why are we behaving as if we don't know history?
Please don't interrupt.
Wait,
Please, people, don't
I'm
interrupt
not
me. Let me make my
interrupting you
submission.
because we cannot continue to be saying so. Okay, during
It's my
Obasanjo regime,
opinion, and I can say what I
say
want.
whatever you want to say.
Okay. So the point I'm trying to make.
Man of prestige, I think you're right. Simba, let's be serious here. Christian ticket is not
That will never happen in that country. Not in my lifetime. I can put a bet on it that will never happen.
Nigeria.
Why would it not happen? If the people
Sorry.
vote for the tickets,
Is the question winning or just running? Because if it's running, Awolowo did Christian in
Running and
1979.
winning. They will never.
1979.
Maybe running, but winning.
The point is that
why will it not win?
The Muslim will never endorse it. They will never endorse it.
Which Muslim will not endorse it?
Mike, will you just be quiet and let me
Besides
make
Boko
my
Haram,
submission?
who will not
Please, don't
endorse
interrupt
it?
me.
And why do we always say Nigeria is heavily divided? How are we heavily divided?
It's my turn to speak, please.
Just because your people are the one that don't like everybody doesn't mean the rest of us we are divided. I've never seen where a bunch of tribes are fighting.
Nigeria is divided now. Can't you see what's going on in Bauchi State?
I think a lot of you are delusional, living in denial.
Can you guys please allow man of prestige?
I don't know why a lot of you are doing it.
Nigeria is not heavily divided. I'm sorry.
When it comes to party allegiance, you're just men blind about.
No, we have to correct some statement around factual. When people come online saying Nigeria is heavily divided, Nigeria is not heavily divided. Sorry. Maybe if your ethnic group is the one that's dividing from everybody, that's your section. That's why Buhari call it dots in his circle.
This is why
the rest of us are united. You understand?
I don't like to come to a platform whenever Mike is here. For one,
no, you don't like the truth. That's why you don't like hearing the truth.
Me and him does not agree.
You want
in
the echo
anything.
chamber.
You know, he's not just bigotry. He's a xenophobia.
No,
so
there's
I
no
don't like to come to
bigotry.
Let's have order. Let's have order.
The one that's bigotry.
Mike,
Can we
let's have
wait?
order. Let's have
Can we
order.
wait, please? No, everybody, nobody should speak, please. Everybody should mute their mic. If you're not speaking, mute. Man of Prestige has the floor. Let him finish speaking. And if you want to counter whatever he's saying, let him. He will allow you to do that. You don't have to agree with what he's saying, but he's entitled to his opinion. So
He's right entitled to it, but we have right to object it,
Yes,
but I have to allow
Mike,
you. I have to allow you to interject.
Yes, he
and
will
I'm
allow
not
you
going
to
to allow you,
interject. If he
particularly
doesn't
you.
want you to interject, you
So,
can interject him. So just let him speak so we can have one voice. Thank you. Go ahead, man of Prestige.
So I wanted to make this point briefly because there's more interesting topic to me than this nonsense we are talking about. So the point I'm trying to make, certain point that Kulata made, I completely agree with him. I mean, we are not going nowhere. So if you're gonna come and say 5 weeks, I mean your illiterate level is very, 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 very high. And you're now, putting the children you have in that particular area, that particular state. You don't get any kind of education to begin with. 5 weeks lack of education. Do you know what that's gonna do to the children? Can anybody tell me what's that going to do to the kids? And you call yourself, you want to level up with the South. Everything you start complaining. You need this. When you are the less educated part of the country. This is the problem, and we have in this, in that country. I can't even believe somebody proposing it. But hey, that's his prerogative. He's the commander in chief of Baptist State. He has a right to do, but he doesn't have a right, in my own opinion, the way it's constituted, to promulgate anything for the federal government schools over there. He can do that for the state. He's in command of, in chief in that state. That's okay. But if that's the way they want to go, it's just a slippery slope that is coming in. And because I heard that, I think it was it Sadwana Sokoto? I think, no, not Sadwana Sokoto. What's the name of that guy from Sokoto? Some guy from Sokoto was saying that the Christians need to shut down during the Ramadan. I don't know for how many weeks or whatever. I think he didn't quite say how many days or whatever, but that's his idea. So the point I'm trying to make, they're just playing or they just one day every part of the country. This is what they're trying to do in the Southwest. I know the Southwest is not going to allow it, but if we give them opportunity, they're going to do whatever. So the point I'm trying to make, people are saying we need to sit down and talk. Who's going to sit down and talk? Is it your leader? That's not a leader we have right now. We haven't had any president that is a leader in that country. None. So you can't invite people to come down and sit down for what? When they are the people from all tribe in the country, those people, the politicians are in the one enjoying the country, and you expect them to come down and talk about any kind of thing that's going to benefit other thing or regionalism. They know that's not going to benefit them. So if you're expecting them to sit down and talk, the way to harness the country, or maybe make it regionalize the country, or everybody separate, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen because they tell you that Nigeria is indivisible. So that's the way I see that. So let me rest my case on that. I'm going to speak about Akpabio because there's something I noticed here. That's probably the one reason that I came.
Can I say something before you go to Trump and American politics?
No, I'm going to speak about Akpabio. Just make it brief, please. Not more than 30 seconds. Don't take my time.
Okay, very well. So I wanted to say that you were right in part, and those who were opposing you were right in part, because they've set the precedents right now, whereby they did this Muslim ticket. Now, you cannot swear it's never going to happen. We'll have a Christian ticket anymore, based on they've done it. So now we have to do it. Do you understand? Once there's a good Christian ticket, vice president and president, then we can point to the 2023 election. So that's the way that works. I want you to fight hard for it.
The Muslims, the radical Muslim in this country, the way they see like they own the country, it belongs to them.
They don't have to vote for it. They don't have to vote for it, but a Christian ticket can win without their vote. They all voted for Buhari 4 times, 4 elections.
You don't have the number. You don't have the number.
12 years. Hold on. 12 years in a row. Most Muslims voted for Buhari. I don't see a Muslim voting for, say, Jonathan or voting for
even whoever ran against Buhari got the Muslim vote. So we know you can actually win. I know that Jonathan trashed Buhari in 2011, wiped the floor with him in that election.
Was that a Muslim ticket?
No, but what I'm saying, whether you Muslim ticket or not, Muslims voted for Buhari. Do you see any Muslim voting for Jonathan over Buhari? If you do, let me know now.
No.
Let's
stay on point here. Let's stay on point here.
I'm on point. You are outside the point.
Hold on.
Yeah. I've yielded back the time that you can go on.
Okay,
but anyway, so let me continue let me continue with what I'm saying. So let me go to the Natasha issue. I think there's something I noticed. That was the main reason why I came into this topic. Is that it's just what I noticed. They say when you join APC, you are seen and forgiven. A lot of people that have been talking here, I'm not going to name names. You all know who you are. You know, when Tinubu wasn't in power, everybody was against APC. Now you have your kinsmen there. Some, I'm not going to say all. You know, everything APC does, is good. Everything APC. So what I noticed, the version of the story that is going on here, people are against Natasha because she's against Akpabio, which is an APC man. That is all it's going in here, in my own opinion, because everything is very shameful. That we have an Olosho as a president senate, and everybody's here. On his side, saying that a lot of people here saying what he's, questioning what Natasha said.
Man of Percy,
no.
For this your opposition, no.
No, let me learn. So, everybody's here, against Natasha. Look out. Did you ever? I know everybody here listened to the Arise interview. That woman sound very believable. So, are you telling me that he make up this? Look at Akpabio antecedent. That showed it all. I knew when this was happening, when they were talking about the seat and all that kind of stuff.
No, man of prestige. You've just done what others accused Natasha for now. See, the thing is this: no one knows the truth. So the thing I expect people, I will be expecting anybody to say is they should investigate. Natasha,
well, I'm coming, but Akpabio antecedent kind of said it all. What's the difference between Akpabio and the what's his name, Batasa? The Equatorial Guinea, guy. He's behaving like that. Look at his antecedent. That's who he is. So we have our own version here. Is the Senate president. This is the man in charge, third in command in Nigeria. So in a same country, a private committee needs to be set up, or an investigator, because when it comes to the policies of Nigeria, you have more APC. So you can't just say set up a committee. It's going to be more APC, and they're going to support Akpabio or whatever happens. So this required a private investigator set up separately, because he's one of the higher ranking, person in that country. For them to investigate to actually happen, whether there's a phone call or, like everyone was saying, there's no linkage. You can't investigate because there's nothing to back up. We don't know. So let them investigate. For that lady to come out and speak, the husband must have given her the permission. People were saying, why didn't she tell her husband? Yeah, it's true. She probably should have, but she gave her a reason. Because the husband and the Akpabio are very, very close. They are very, very close. So maybe he doesn't want to cause any problem between, how it is, maybe the husband is benefiting because Akpabio is the Senate president in that regard. But I think it has come to at a stage where she decided to come out. She must have she must have contacted the husband, and they consult with each other before she come out and made the statement that she made today. And in my own opinion, if I have to believe anybody, I believe the lady. That's what I'm saying. But the last point I'm trying to make, we just all here is all about party politics. That's where we are playing here. The way I see it. So you need to call a spade what it is. That's what I have to say on that. So my final
go
ahead.
My man of prestige. Don't let us say it's party politics.
It is.
One thing is this. No, wait now. Before things like this, I said something here like 3 years ago that Facebook and social media is a dangerous place, that people can accuse you of doing something wrong. There was a time, I think before 2020, that accusing people of doing something wrong. People accuse the bunch. They accuse one guy there on Facebook, Etu Muhammad. They accuse a lot of people. But you know one thing about people is this: those people immediately you find a lady accusing a guy, then automatically the guys just become guilty. Now, those guys, to some people on social media, they did it, even though they don't. Some of them don't even know these guys, because to them, once a lady accused a man, that means that yes, that guy must have. Even if you try to even exonerate this guy, all evidences they say, oh, she be in Nigeria, they don't change things. See, the problem is this: once you allow incentives for blackmailing, things like this, you understand, will always happen. I heard you now that said, okay, PDP, all those things. And some people even want APC rather. Some people even want Akpabio to resign. That would be a very wrong thing to do in our society, in a country like Nigeria. Because that means that if Akpabio resigns today, tomorrow, you don't even need to wait for the next Senate president you don't like. The next thing is, okay, just accuse him. He has to resign. You will see accusation, the chain of accusation will remain imbalanced in that country. So to me, I want us to be very careful of how we say. Akpabio may be very innocent in that, and what Natasha is saying to may be true, but the way we take position, we just have to. The first thing we have to check is this: put yourself in the shoes of those people. That okay, if someone accused me wrongly, how will I feel? Something not as even as heavy as what the Senate president is being accused. So to me, it could just be main politics between Akpabio and Natasha. Something like that may not even happen to start with. So don't let just take position as if, oh, automatically Akpabio has done it, because when we are saying it is because of his reputation, that's just like confirmation bias. You just assume that okay, because this one was doing it, so automatically he has to do it to Natasha. That's not the way to look at it. So because already we have been biased already.
Okay. Well said. I have no quarrel with your, with your version, with your own narrative. But my point is that it has to be investigated. You can't just let it lie, and it has to be a private, that a private with a private to investigate the thing. It doesn't have to be member of the committee, because this is the third person in command. After the president, you have the vice president. This is a high-ranking person in that country. So that's the way I look at it. It has to be investigated to actually know what happened, whether it's true. I'm just telling you, if I have to decide today, I believe Natasha. Everybody has the opinion as of today, but it has to be investigated to actually need. It can't just let it slide. Because this has been going on for a long time, whether she's saying the right or whatever, I don't have any evidence to support what you said, but going by the narrative, by the story and everything, watching what's going on, if I have, if I have to say something, I totally am with her 100% that she's telling the story, but she may prove me wrong. So I don't really consider this to be this is more than just social media. Maybe some people just want to, garner some traffic. I don't really see it that way, because I think this is more a very complex situation, that require urgent for the sake of that country. You have somebody of Akpabio caliber, so that has to be investigated.
And to me, this one is not even a situation of boss and a subordinate. So this representative of people. So I see them, even though Akpabio is the Senate president, forget it. They are both representative of people. So they are political. They can sort themselves out. So I won't necessarily
Well, I'm not saying he should resign. I never said he should resign. He has to be given the right to make his own case. I never say he should be resigned. That's what I said. I call for an investigation, to actually ascertain what happened. That's what I'm saying.
Anyway, that's that. But don't run away today. We see how that our book to talk about.
Okay, let me finish now.
No,
Yeah, don't.
I know. Yes, no. Let's continue with the
Yeah,
topic.
I got my point. Like I said, I read the book, 400 and something pages, and I read the book, and and I will tell you the place that I pinpoint everything that we need to discuss about. So, we're going to discuss it like friends. But anyway, so let me finish.
Yeah, we are going to talk about it later. So, what about this your man that is declaring 5 weeks for Ramadan? So, Is that
You know, already. Which one? When you talk Ramadan, I think I already spoke that. I'm going to talk about Trump. You know, I'm anti-Trump, so I can't go away without talking about him. So I don't know if anybody watch the shenanigan that happened today. You know, at the Oval Office. I mean,
that man was it was like he was talking to one of his house.
I mean, or like the press conference need to be studied. You know, this is like a good. It's something that need to be studied. In history, because this has never happened. In any place. Okay, let's be factual about it. We know who Trump is. He's a transactional president. It's everything about money. Everything about money. So what he said, he wants Ukraine to pay 50% of their mineral. I don't know if it is all their mineral or certain mineral. Okay, I think that he has agreed to do that, but I don't know up to what extent. But what baffled me was Zelensky was actually asking for, because of the peace, the peace they're going to sign. He's saying when Putin to sign that, there's going to be a ceasefire. Trump said no, Putin doesn't have to sign. Look at the antecedent of Putin. Going back way during the Obama time, I mean, Putin agreed that he's not going to invade Ukraine. He did. During Trump's time, he agreed that he's not going to invade Ukraine. He did. During Biden, he agreed that he's not going to invade Ukraine. He did. So what Zelensky was asking before he can sign the peace, for him to sign, for Putin to sign, Trump said no. Putin doesn't have to sign. That he believe whatever Putin said, that they are doing, they are doing Ukraine a favor. Okay, that may be true. And he told them that, this is, that he doesn't have any card to play. America has the card to play. It was just nonsense that happened, in that play. I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah,
And
could I interject you on that then?
Hold on. Let me finish. And he purposely allowed that because everything about Trump is, transactional. Because most of those things that happen supposed to have been in a private, but he wants camera, to please his, MAGA people. That's all it was. Let's just call it what it was. It was just a charade to please them. But did he make a fool of himself? Yeah, in my own opinion, he did. But I think his supporters is going to see it different. They're going to see it like he's a strong man, because Trump lands strong man. So that's why I say, what was he going to say?
Okay, let me interject you, but I'm not like his supporter. I'm usually somebody who looks at the facts.
Okay, what are the facts?
You're complaining about it. It's not just recounting the events. There must be some problem you have with it.
No, I don't support him. I don't like him.
Okay, so
let's be
you don't like him outside of this event. It's possible not to like somebody and then support one little area, right? So now what I'm saying is that if you're looking at what happened in the past, like when Obama was in charge and when Biden was in charge, as Zelensky is doing, the result is not good. We have a war, a hot war with a damn near superpower. You have millions of people getting killed, right? So now you have somebody who campaigned all over the country and said, look, my first day in office, he's late now in doing what he's supposed to do. He says, I'm going to stop the war. So you have a guy from a small European country come here who's been supported by American taxpayers, right? And he came here with an attitude. And the president of the United States is trying to tell me, I want to bring peace. I want to stop this slaughter here. I don't want it to continue. And showing that he has no gratitude, Trump reminded him he has not thanked the United States. And he said, look, I want to make a deal. We're going to need some of the rare earth materials you have there because the Europeans back up the money they gave him. He's telling the president of the United States, look, the Europeans contributed a lot too, right? He was disrespectful. Now, I don't care how much you don't like somebody. You don't want peace. He's no match for Russia. They could crush him. Russia has been taking it easy because they're expecting Trump to come in. Now, I don't support Vladimir Putin, obviously. But the point we're making here is that those who prop up these people to go to war, like Obama and all that, they sit there and they watch these people getting slaughtered, getting killed. If you want to support these people, put American boots on the ground, stop the slaughter, defeat
Putin. You can't let it go on infinitum and have.
You can't. Wait a minute. What are you saying? You can't do that. You're looking for third world war.
That's what I'm saying. So no, he's looking for third world war. That's why he's saying to him, look, you are pushing for a third world war because Russia, it's a formidable force locally. They're no match against the United States. But the United States have to go in fully. If they're not going to go in fully, they have to stop the war. That's been my position. I don't even know why nobody thinks this way. Either you're going to support them fully and then bring that war to an end by defeating him, which we can here from the United States. They're no match for us. Okay, but if you're not going to use, all that,
don't take all my time. Ukraine is no match.
Let me conclude. I appreciate your listening for a minute here, but what I'm saying to you is this: you go on platform after platform. You're ubiquitous on the internet on this. Usually you're mild-mannered, but when it comes to Trump, you're loud, and you're not making any sense. Yeah, you could hate somebody, but you still have to have something behind every topic, whether you like him or not. Because the only way to deal with your enemy is to expose where he's wrong. You can't say I hate Trump, but I also hate peace.
No, I didn't say that. I'm somebody who has
I believe he's right.
Who has an impact for that human being, regardless of how poor or how lower they are in any kind of ranking.
Yeah, thanks for the time. You did me. I appreciate it. Thank you. Right. We're trying to bring it to an end so we could move on to others.
Man of Prestige, could you please round up on your point? Mr. Simba, Mike is here, and they've not said anything, and they've been waiting patiently.
Okay, so let me round up in a minute. Let me round up in a minute. So the point I'm trying to make is not about whether Trump wants to gain something from that, being a transitional president that he is. But the point I'm trying to make, look at Ukraine. I'm not a Ukraine supporter or whatever, but we all know who Putin is. Putin is a dictator. We know how he is. But the point, what makes Zelensky mad was he wants a peace to be signed. Is that asking too much? We know the antecedent of Putin. That whenever, if we come to, when he agreed to any kind of peace or accord or like that, he's not going to abide by it. But at least you sign it. That is his main request. He's not asking about the mineral, how to pay US back. That's not his. He wasn't quarreling about that because I don't know up to what agreement, whether it's the 50% or whatever. And I don't know what kind of mineral, America want to,
No, he doesn't want to sign. That's the problem.
No, he doesn't. No, his main argument was Putin need to sign. He's ready to sign. But Putin,
he's saying
he doesn't want to sign.
Okay, man of Prestige.
Did you even listen? Hold on. Just give me a minute.
Just give me a minute. Give me a minute. But
he's taking all my time. If you keep on interrupting me.
Mr. Passat, you have to let him finish.
Okay, let me just say this and I'll leave. Let me say this and I'll say this. I'll say this and I'll leave, right? So you have more time. What I'm saying to you, man of Prestige, he says that in the past, that Putin signed deals as well, but he went on to violate those deals. That deals alone is not going to cut it. Do you understand what I'm saying? He wants to continue being sponsored and giving ammunition. So his argument is that when Obama was there, Obama signed a deal, but he also went in there and took Crimea, and that deal alone is not going to cut it. That's why he was kicked out of the White House, because he doesn't want to do
let me wrap up. I think the problem I have...
Give him my time. Give him my time.
The problem I have with our president, he's a man who thinks that he's right all the time. And he has said it several times. He thinks that everything that he said is right. Look at what he tried to do. Look at what he tweeted. It was yesterday he tweeted something with the AI generated something about Gaza results. Him standing there with his statue and Putin drinking. That's what he wants to make Gaza to be, if he's allowed. He's just a dictator, period. The main thing, holding him back is because of America has this constitution. There's an accountability. He can just do everything he wants. But if we leave Trump, he's going to be a dictator, all day. That's the issue I have with him. So we see what happened. The people that voted for him, it is what it is. He's our president. So we see where the economy is trending. But right now, it's not looking good. So people who follow the stock market and some other things, it's a little bit rebanded today, a little bit. But anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, man of Prestige. Mr. Simba, you're next. After Mr. Simba, Mike, you're going to be next. Mr. Simba, are you there? Could you please unmute, sir? Mr. Simba.
Sorry, I'm busy now. Let Mike go first.
Okay, no problem, sir. Mike, you can go ahead if you're there.
Let someone else go, man. I'm trying to kind of catch him. Is there someone after me?
Aki, let me start from Mr. Larry. Mr. Larry, do you have anything to say in regards to the topics that one man played? Mr. Larry, are you there?
Where's everybody now?
I don't know where everybody is. Oh.
I think
Okay, let me go.
Larry already spoke at that man. I don't know what time he's coming.
Let me talk.
Go ahead.
Okay, let me start by what Colata raised about the public holiday declared for the students in Bauchi State. And thank God, we all know that Bauchi State the governor is a PDP person. So because, all these insinuation, analogy, and everything that they brought over this issue, I want to ask who listened to the readout when one man was actually started this show today. Because from what I gather was that that 5 weeks is going to be their part of their normal holiday. So it's not as if they are going to waste or miss any any time in their learning. So that is one thing. Then the insinuation that probably Tinubu has a promise or has a kind of agreement with them. That's why they are coming up with all these things. I want to ask, this issue of Sharia reared its ugly head during Obasanjo regime. Nobody raised that issue that maybe Obasanjo had an agreement with them. And as powerful as Obasanjo that time, we couldn't do anything to it. So, and then Akin came on. I think everybody deserves some respect. And if a governor is declaring, I remember even the governor of my state at a time was declaring Isheshe Day, which is a traditional day. Nobody raised any issue about that. And then Akin is calling it rubbish or foolish or whatever. I think we should not be saying all this kind of thing when we are talking about religion. Religion is a very sensitive thing. We should have mutual respect for each. Anybody can practice any religion.
Oh, I'm amazed on it. So, what happened about it? What's the governor doing there?
He said he declared 5 weeks holiday because of Ramadan for students.
They are more like predominantly Islamic State. If the constitution allow it, you should be able to. I don't know why.
It's allowed. You can declare any form of public holiday in a state.
Exactly.
It's a state. So there's nothing. The constitution is not against it.
So people from the south are crying about it. People that are not from there are crying about it. Is that what we are hearing?
No. Okay. Let me give my opinion about that. See, on the surface now, this sounds very laudable. You can do this. You can do that. Right. The thing is this: if we want to practice true federalism, let us practice true federalism. But we are in a country whereby we have Ministry of Education that is both federal and the state. That whenever you want to do anything in that country, federal take precedence. Federal, because anything state want to do, federal easily overrule. So we have a unified curriculum in that country. We have the time student resume session every year, and we have the time they.
There's nothing like that.
Wait, now who told you? Who told you?
There is no unified resumption for students.
Now, the system we practice is it based on state or based on
even before? Let me tell you, we have variations on when each state resume based on circumstances. So so if Ministry of Education does not have any jurisdiction on when they resume, you can talk about curriculum and all the system, but on resumption, there's nothing like that. So don't come and tell us something that is not there. And
Simba, see, my point what I'm driving at is I've always been the advocate of restructuring and true federalism. I've always been the advocate of leave education to the state or to the geographic to the geopolitical zones. All this idea of federal. So the thing is, as we have today, we have education that is federal in structure, in nature. So all whatever you are saying, oh, any state can do this, can do that. The thing you need to tell me is this: you have to look at what we've been doing in the past. Just tell me where in the past until recently we are doing this. Just tell me. So we can justify anything.
No,
Now,
if you want to go, wait, Ola, because this is my time. So you can't. So you are interjecting. Let me say. So if you look at, let me tell you, if we are discussing religion in Nigeria, if you look, you said past. That's why I want to draw your attention to it. You talk about pilgrimage. It was the Muslim that started pilgrimage in Nigeria, and the federal government bought into it even before independence. And then the Christian came up and said, because you are doing this for the Muslim, you have to do this for us again. And they gave them their own also. You understand? I think whenever we are too sensitive, and anytime anything comes up, we are very quick to just label them as they are doing this, there's a hidden agenda behind it, but there is this and that and that and that. Kulata was trying to say, even when you look at most of the public holiday that we have in Nigeria are Christian oriented. Saturday and Sunday is Christian oriented. Nobody raised any issue about that. So why anything we just say, then the thing will just be pinning us on the body, and everybody will just be scratching their body as if we want to abolish religion, let us abolish religion completely. But all these double standard that we want to be playing and be suspecting one another is not going to be good for all of us. My state governor declared Isheshe Day. Nobody raised an eyebrow.
But Simba, can I ask you a question? Don't you think the people have a right, that state, wherever this is being passed, to vote, to make that decision for themselves, and not the governor or whoever imposing it on them?
Adama, stop that now. Why are you talking like a novice? Why can you be? So you want them to conduct election because the government want to declare a public holiday?
It's not a public holiday. It's 5 weeks. You're making false analogy.
It's still a holiday.
What are you?
Oh, you just take 5 weeks out of school and then you say it's a holiday. You're comparing that to 1 day of the Isheshe Day. Come on now, Simba.
No, Kulata. Do you now know? Okay, how is it going to? Is it taking that 5 weeks from the term, or is going to take it out of the end of term public holiday? I mean, holiday that they used to take.
I don't know when end of term is. I've been out of school for decades.
The problem that we usually have is that when you see an headline, we don't know the details. All of us we just jump into conclusion.
Okay, Simba, hear this, Simba.
I think what we're supposed to be fighting here. I'm the one. What we're supposed to be looking at. Okay, if we really care, say okay, is because of the kid. It's not because of religion or whatever sentiment we attach to it. Oh, these 5 weeks is going to affect the kids. It's going to affect their learning. What is it? Is it going to now at the end of this one? Is not going to give them end of term?
No, Simba, that's not even just my argument. My argument is this. When we're looking at the beginning of two competing systems. A country, a unit cannot function, will not grow well when you're having two competing systems. This is just the beginning. Very soon, very soon, people of that stock will start demanding Friday off, like they do in, I don't know, you're in Saudi Arabia, so you probably know better than me in that. They will start designing Friday off. Can a country exist when you're pulling in different directions? That is my argument on the long term. Yeah, the kids may suffer. It sucks to be them, but I'm looking at the long haul. We cannot have dual systems in a country and expect to grow.
But are they pushing this
nationally or just within states? They are.
It's
it's
just
only
within
about you
states.
now.
So
Zamfara
I
too.
mean,
Zamfara
so
too is going to do it.
the people that should decide whether
Zamfara too is going to do it.
okay, so the people that should be deciding whether they agree with their governor or not should be the people from that state. It should be the one
Thank you
deciding
so
whether.
much, Mike. That's what I'm saying. And Simba said no.
No.
No,
What
he
I'm
said
saying,
he said vote. That's what he said. He said you should
I
vote.
think you misunderstood me. I'm not saying the governor. I'm saying like the people that should whether agree with the governor or not should be people from the state, not other people from other region like us
No,
here.
I mean the state.
Like,
I agree. That's what I'm saying. Why can't the people from the state where this proposal is being made
They are
make
not
that
saying
decision
anything now.
on
It's the
their
people,
own?
Adama, the people from the state, they are not saying anything. They welcomed it. It's the people outside the state that are crying for it.
It's the people from that's where my issue is. People from outside the place.
Okay.
They'll be the one crying about what they are doing in their place. Other people doing in their place. You know,
Mike.
It's similar to what we had here when the Southwest governor want their children to start learning.
Mike, before you guys start doing this includes this includes private schools too, not just state schools or federal government schools.
Hold on, Kulata, hold on.
Okay. Can I ask you something? Is Bauchi State let me get an idea of what we're talking about. Is Bauchi mostly Muslim? Is it a Muslim?
Yeah, it's a not a Muslim state now.
No, they have like 20-30% Christian in Southern Bauchi. It's not just the pure Muslim state. The Southern Bauchi is largely Christian. They have a large population of Christians in Bauchi.
It's an issue of constitution. Like it's a constitutional issue where if the constitution gives the governor power, that level of power to just do something to that extent, then hey, that's the constitution that you should be dealing with, not you know.
No, okay,
I mean, to me, I think all this issue with the personal issue with this people. I don't think it should be people from other region that should be the one doing the crying. I mean,
you guys need to think about this thing deeply. We're splitting. We're diverting.
Exactly.
You can't just take 5 weeks. You're not getting it. You're just looking at piecemeal.
Okay,
look at it cumulatively.
Okay, in Bauchi State, if that's what makes their life, their culture, whatever it is, that's what makes them happy. So who am I from Lagos to be dictating to them? I'll be crying. I mean, be condemning, the attacking them.
Well, your money in Lagos is being sent to fund on productivity. We could use it to build rail.
The argument is, how can I stop my money from going there? Maybe that's what I'll be debating here. But not me now.
Exactly, that's what we're saying. That we need to talk about restructuring.
Let's talk about how my money should not go there. But not like me. I will now be telling them that okay, your culture there, you must do it this way, you must do it that way. I wouldn't want somebody. Hold on, I wouldn't want somebody to come to the Southwest and be telling me what we can do, what we cannot do, and that's my problem with Nigeria. Like this idea of other people trying to destroy other people's culture and way of life. I mean, not like I agree with that, what the man is doing, but it's not my business. It's not my thing to be telling people how to be that's their region. If they are Islamic people, that's their way. It's not to me to go there and say, hey, eliminate your way of life. No, because I wouldn't want someone, because they did it to me. My region is a victim of it. In fact, they criminalize our indigenous religion. Other people, because they don't understand it. So me, I don't support the idea of just telling other people what to do their ways. You know, if they find it, if that's what make them, you know, they know what they see for them to be doing what they want to do. It doesn't have what's my business.
No. It's got to be your business because if you know, hold on.
Mike, no, you're getting it wrong. It has to be your business. You are.
No.
Really?
Can I say this very quick, Ola? 1 second.
Actually, I need to speak too now.
All right, go ahead.
So the thing is this. We guys, we are looking just at short-term thing is what we are looking at. But you are not putting into consideration the type of country we are. You understand? You will think, oh, this thing now, it's just their way of life. Let them continue this way. The next thing you will hear is that you will see a state like Osun State will count the bug, and they want to do the same thing. Kwara State, they want to do the same thing. Before you know, everybody will want to, especially when you have a huge percentage of different faiths. They want to.
Are you not the one clamoring for state autonomy? Are you not the one clamoring for state autonomy?
Guys.
So your fear is that they will influence other people, so other people cannot.
Wait.
So your argument is that they will make someone else. Other people cannot think for themselves. So if you allow this person to think like this, they will influence others to start thinking the same. Come on now, what kind of argument is that?
I've heard you. Share can talk. Now the thing is this: if I said that's why I keep saying that. That's why we need to restructure that country, because we are not the same. Everybody should be doing his own separate way. Just imagine.
Well, that's not what's playing now that you are going against.
Mike, you wait now.
May I break breaking news, please? Breaking news. There are 4 states now in the north: Kebbi, Kano, Zamfara, Bauchi, all 5 weeks holidays.
I talk out.
That's good for them now.
Can you say that? Can you see that, Mike?
Yeah. Well, that's good for them now.
You are saying it's good for them. If you still come to your state, they are pushing
if you come to your state, so Yoruba people are so dumb that because Northerners can't think.
No, that's not the point. You guys are not even getting the point. You guys are not getting the point.
So Ola, you are even insulting your own people that. So we in your
Mike, calm down.
Now. So hold on.
Hold on. Let me speak too. You spoken now. You don't let me speak. I say I should hold on.
Go ahead.
The question is this: if things like this must happen, then let us do true federalism, or let us everybody goes his own way. Okay, you have you have Sharia police in the north. We can't even have in the south. Now you have your Sharia there. We can't even have our own kind of law here. Now today, now you are having your holiday, and tomorrow, if you want to decide for ourselves, we won't. This is how a country should run.
You are just contradicting yourself, man. What are you talking about? What you are calling for is what's playing out. Hold on now. What you are calling for is what's playing out, and you are against it. You are saying you want everybody to be able to do their own thing. And some people are doing their own thing.
Hold on. You are idea you are speaking. Continue to listen to yourself. Let me speak my own. Let me my own point.
Well, I thought you landed. Now I don't even know. Okay, go ahead. I don't know you landed.
The question is this: it is so glaring that we are not the same in that country, and that is why we are saying, okay, let us use this opportunity. If what we are going to do, let us do it for once and for all. These people, they are demonstrating that they are not the same as us. Okay, now. Look at when these people now, they are using religion to even do their own. And suddenly now I heard Simba now say, oh, everything we are doing in that country is according to Christianity. It is still telling us that we are different. So to me, if you ask me, can I stand that situation whereby, okay, I was saying, okay, you say we should be one Nigeria, and I want to send my kid to the north, to another part of the country to go and study. All of a sudden, during the session now, you now say, okay, everybody on holiday. Or let's say you say I'm in Nigeria because I
don't know your point is, man. It's like you're contradicting yourself and everything you're saying.
Can I speak, please?
No, let me just repeat. First of all, you're saying they are doing something to show you that we are not the same. So you need the Northerners to tell you that you're not the same before you know you're not the same.
Mike, let Kulata speak. Whether you listen to it.
Can I speak? You guys just don't get it.
Kulata, please,
we're having a country.
Represent us. You're speaking for me too. Please go ahead and speak.
We're having a country that is having divergent standards, right? Now, these people, from what I heard, what Simba was saying that it was planned, it's part of their school holiday. No, look at all these other states picking it up. Did they plan those holidays? Of course not. So we're having 2 standards right now, 2 standards, dual standards. First things, you already have the out of school situation going up north. This move now worsens it. And you are now having a country with the so-called federal character where people that their education has been bastardized normally is now further bastardized. They don't even give a shit about it. And you're now supposed to have a cohesive environment. Think about a country that develops. Think about what brings development. Peace is the #1 recipe for development. Some sort of ideology. Unique, ideology that aligns is one of the top recipes for development. Those 2 things, let me even skip the peace part. But the second one, the ideology is the practical standpoint. You bring a graduate from a state school in the south. On the average, I'm not saying things are all groovy, but on the average, it will be better than a kid that is disadvantaged already in Bauchi and is now further disadvantaged by another 5 weeks of first Ramadan holiday, and not Bauchi now, KB and all this stuff. So how do you grow a country when you guys are walking in opposite directions? Just the fact that, okay, this is their way of life, then so what? Okay, now let me land. Let me land. This is their way of life that they should be allowed to do. Okay, fine. If you want to do whatever you want to do, can we separate? Can we talk about separation? Can I make my own money? Can I make my own rules? Can I, embrace progressive or whatever? Do my sheshe, do this while you can do yours. However it affects you economically or socio-culturally, that's your freaking business. Can we go our own ways? That's what we're asking for, because anybody that's a student of history, we saw this play out in Turkey early on, the first part. We're seeing it playing out in Lebanon. We're not stupid.
Kulata, are you really asking to go your own way? No, you are not.
I am asking that we need to talk about it.
No, you see, here's the deal, man. Here's what frustrates me about Nigeria, particularly Southerners. You know, if you want something, just go straight to what you want. It's not this, look at this. You start picking and doing all this, attacking their ways and things. At the end, you can't say, oh, we want to go our own way. You want to go your way. Let's just discuss going our separate ways. Because the Southern Nigeria, they will say, oh, one Nigeria, oh, we are one. We are the, and another conversation, you start showing disdain to other people's way of life. And then, at the end of the day, it's affecting your own way. Even though they are not in your land doing what they are doing, no. They are in their own corner doing what they are doing, no. And you are
not like that. They're not isolated, Mike.
Wait. You are presenting the argument of the backwardness of what they are doing. If you come to every culture in Nigeria, everywhere, you find one element of backwardness. You will find it. Now, the argument is not whether the backwardness is good. Of course, we know the backwardness is bad. If you come to Southwest or Southeast, you find some things that they do that's very backward. You understand? Now, the point we are making here is, we all always say we want that autonomy where each people control their way of life, they're independent, decide what their fate, their own future. We all come to present an argument all the time. And then at the same time, you guys will now come here and say, look what they are doing there. They must stop it. Oh, look, it's this thing, and then look for the backward element of it and start using to present the argument of why you are pushing there to stop it. Now, you expect the same people, when it's your own time, to now say you want to have your own ways or your way of life or preserve it and use it to advance yourself, whatever. You expect the same people to now give you support. This is the thing we do. They're always like, okay, you're not helping yourself. It's very contradictory. We will come here and say we Southwest, we Yoruba, we have Asian ways or we have our way. We want to control our space, do things our way, so that way, because we know what we see about ourselves. But somebody can look at us and present an argument of, oh, there's an element of backwardness in things you're trying to do, so you can't do it. Which is
Mike, you're misconstruing our argument. When we say,
hold on. That's the argument the British presented to colonize us. Like, look, every time you look at the element of backwardness in your way, so let's just go against you and just follow what we say. Let's dictate for you. Let's colonize you. And it's the same thing the Nigerian government carried on after the British left, where everybody culture must die. We must introduce this new thing we can't even define. And we are just a country where we don't even know ourselves. Everybody's confused. And people are like just stepping on each other's culture. Because some people move to another region, they don't know that over there, you don't do this because their culture is forbidden. They will do it. They'll say, oh, we are one Nigeria. So you guys need to get on one page, please. What are we standing for?
No, that's why I'm saying you're misconstruing you're really, really misconstruing people's arguments. When people say people should be allowed to do this, to do that, they're not talking about allowed to live their life or allowed to follow their own way. They're not talking about it partially, pick and choose. So you do that, but at the same time, you share money. You do that at the same time. The federal government plays Father Christmas. When they talk about that, they're talking about, okay, if you want to fully control all this stuff, then fully control your economic activities too. Fully control your security activities too. We're just not picking and choosing that, oh, we stay in this fake federalism and people are doing things backward. Let me land this point. I mean, people stay in this fake federalism, and then you're allowed to be lazy. You're allowed to do backward things. You're allowed to just wake up one day and zap 5 weeks of a child's education. Now it's going to be every freaking year that 5 weeks will be taken away. And we cannot run a country like that, at least not with the way we're structured. That's the point.
How does what they do they affect your where you come from?
The question I want to ask you, Kulata.
How does it affect? When we talk about when you bring someone from there, you bring someone that has a good education, they will tell you federal character bullshit. Doesn't that apply?
Let me
someone
tell
that's
you.
already out. Someone that's already out baked.
Kulata, do you know that the school calendar, this thing has been in the school calendar right from the beginning of this session?
Well, not all. Okay, all these states that are picking it up, was it in their school director at the beginning of this session?
I'm talking about that of Bauchi. And
no, but now, four states have picked it up.
Wait. In Bauchi, their second term, because normally the normal term runs for maybe 12, I think it's 12 weeks. And they decided, okay, their own second term, this time around for their primary, junior, and senior secondary school is going to be 11 weeks. And it has already been incorporated. Even other states in Nigeria now, in the next 1 week or so, they are going to vacate also. Or every other person.
When is holiday starting?
That's what I'm saying now. Their own holiday is starting from 1st.
First of what?
And it's just a week difference. It's just a week difference from what you see in the national calendar.
If I lost in primary school, Nigeria, so is it 2 months per term now? Isn't it 3 terms you have in a year?
It resumes in January.
So January, February, and they take 5 weeks off. So you're done with the term. It's 2 months. Or what am I missing?
My question to Simba is this. Kulata, you just raised a very important point. Simba, can these states fund? I'm okay for every state doing what suits them and their citizen. All I'm asking for is for the citizens to have a right of the states where they're trying to promote and do whatever they want this 5 weeks. Can this state fund everything there this 5 weeks? Economically, can they do that? The answer is no.
No, I can't even hear you. It's like you are breaking, Adama.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
I hear you. Right.
Yes. My thing is, can this state, Kolata asked a question. When we talk about federalism and all this thing, can these 5 states that are proposing or they have passed this bill of having 5 weeks holiday, can they fund everything they are doing in that state without asking money, without any tax or anything coming from Lagos, any other state? Can they fund everything?
They are not asking for extra. They are not asking for extra money now. They have their normal allocation that they are getting now. So what is the issue there?
Simba.
I think what she's saying is that if they are getting money, they should be able to dictate to them. You know?
Where is the normal allocation coming from, Simba?
It's from the federal.
There you go. So that is where we should be, moving our argument to.
So federal government should be dictating to every.
Let's start it talk.
So they should tell them how they spend their money or what, or just because of that they should deny them money.
No, I'm not. Of course they could. Sure, because
so federal government can go to.
I cannot give you. Hold on. I'm your dad. Okay, okay. Let's put it this way: father and son relationship. Okay, I give you money for school feeding.
This is drama.
I give you money for school feeding. You go ahead and use it to chase, women around. And turn around and daddy, I'm money short. Can you give me another? I mean, come on. Who does that?
Well, you specifically gave him that money for food now. He was clearly defined that money is for food. But this one, he didn't define what their money is for. Like, he didn't say,
you are forgetting. You are forgetting. Well, your analogy doesn't even hold water now.
Yeah, well, it may not hold water because you have a bias. You know,
it doesn't. Everybody's listening. It doesn't have.
Hold on a second. Listen to this, Simba. It's just like you talked about me saying, Bala Mohammed declaring 5-week holidays kind of religious. Of course, it could be religious, but of course, if you look at it from the other angle, okay, it's more of politics. Okay, if you're not seeing it that way, it's a shame. That's what he's doing.
Politics or not, but the main argument is.
Let me ask one question. If Bala Mohammed decides that 6 months in a year is going to worship whatever and to take whatever religious, you guys will say, it's their way of life. He's getting calculated.
And Kulata, what can you do? What can you do? You can only shout here, and nothing will happen.
Of course, I can only protest. And if more people get convinced, hear the same argument, think that this is nonsense, then we'll get to the drawing board and then negotiate.
That can do that, not you. If the people of the state that can do that,
because we're in a fake federalism, they're sharing our money.
Hold on now.
The entire federation.
Okay. Let me real quick. Sorry, one second now. I'm the one trying to interject. Let me interject.
You were saying that it's not okay. It's not a
hold on. Kulata, I don't think you are seeing the danger of what you are doing. Here's the deal. If a governor of Bauchi or whatever state decide to make one ridiculous decision, and if people are dumb enough to ride along and emotionally connected and all agree with it, when you from Oshun or whatever decide to start protesting and attacking and doing blocking them because you think it's wrong. Now, what you're not seeing is one day you in your own region, your own state will find something that you want to do for yourself that's suitable, that your people, your governor, you all agree, passionate about to do, and they will remember that, when we were trying to do something that we thought would make us happy, you were out there in the center attacking us. They will do the same against you. So that's what you're not saying. So,
Mike, I am fully aware. I am fully aware of what I'm talking about.
Problem, no understand.
It's not other people's problem. Did they get permission of the 30% Christians in Bauchi that you get 5 weeks vacation and I fuck up your education?
Then they should, the 30% Christians should be the one out there fighting.
You guys are not looking at the bigger picture here. We're talking of 5 weeks of Ramadan today. Like Kulata postulated. If tomorrow they woke up and tell us, okay, Fridays will be holidays and we'll be working on Sundays. How about that?
Well, that's good for them.
It would disturb our national cohesion.
Exactly.
National cohesion.
Down south, our calendar will not match. It will be a mismatch of calendar, and it affects economy.
But Baba, are you pro regional autonomy or those kind of things? Like where maybe Southwest, they create their own ways or things. I mean, I've seen people present the argument of state police and things like that, state autonomy, all those things. I'm not sure if you're one of those people that present that kind of arguments. Do you?
Look, see.
Because you can't present those arguments and trying to fight for state autonomy, regional autonomy, all those things, and then
I'm for resource control. Resource control.
Okay.
That is what I am for here. Everybody, whatever you find in your backyard, it's yours. Let the federal government tax it, and then you pay tax to the center. That's what I want.
What about regional autonomy or state autonomy, where you make your own decision according to how it suits you, your ways, your culture, like the Southwest, our values are kind of, is way different from southern regions. And maybe we decide that, okay, we as a Yoruba, we want to advance. Now let's start putting all these, our values into way we govern and things like that. To me, I see that as a way forward. Now, if we believe in that principle, then we're going to have to stand for it, like universally, because if we start going, saying this is what we want, this is what we envision, and then we go to other region and begin to temple on their own backward vision, whatever forward vision, backward, leftward, whatever vision they have, it's like you are working against yourself in a sense.
Mike, think about the entire country. This is slowing us down as a unit.
It's the implication for
I don't think the failure of northern people is what's slowing Southwest down. I don't believe that thing.
Technically.
Mike, why is the government interested in what is going on in the Southeast?
The Bretton Woods Institute today, let me just explain this. All the indices that's putting our country down, that making things difficult from us, 80% comes from the north, out of school children, and a whole lot of things. And it's affecting all the whole countries.
It's putting Southwest down. In fact, I can present the opposite argument in the sense that the Southwest, the reason why we enjoy huge economy and having most of the industry concentrated in the Southwest is because of the head start of education that we had and the fact that we are kind of ahead. In fact, the whole South, we are ahead of the Northern in terms
but we started at the same time.
In terms of having the most professionals and most kind of advanced in a sense. So companies feel like, oh, that's concentrated environment where you find the best professionals, the best. That's why you have the best teacher. You come there.
Mike. You are picking one by one. Think about it. You are running on a treadmill. You are not going anywhere. That's the point.
No, I tend to disagree. Hold on. Wait. This notion that the reason why or your state, Lagos State or whatever, Osun State is not advancing is because of the backwardness of the North. I don't.
Nobody's arguing that. That's not nobody's argument. You made that yourself.
You guys are
there are implications for very poor score mark.
Hold on.
Economic score mark for the country. If for instance, with those indices, because of that, Nigeria could not get 6% for a loan. It goes to 10%. Whose fault is it?
Because of which indices?
Let's say, for instance,
other regions are not advanced.
Wait.
We in the South, we haven't arrived, and we are worrying about other regions. We have not arrived.
We are moving at a pace other people are not meeting up with. That's the question here. That's the implication.
Baba. See, Mike, you are not getting this thing. See, the problem that is happening in the country today, Awolowo said this thing, I think, in the late 50s or early 60s. That people you are not training today, that they will be the problem for the country tomorrow. Now, when you look at the insecurity and a lot of things that is dragging the country down today, you will tend to agree that Awolowo was a prophet. He wasn't a prophet. He just used scientific evidence. No, Mike, don't listen to yourself alone. Let others contribute.
I'm listening to you now. Go ahead.
Now, the question is this. You think what they are doing in the North doesn't affect people in the South? The question I want to ask now is this. If Lagos now want to take all its VAT today, if South decide to take all its oil money today, will it affect the North, the northern part? Of course, it's going to affect them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, our education that you say we have in the South, it has been diluted. And how did we start on this trajectory? The day they introduced federal character. You are from Southwest, you score 240, just because they want to give 10 slots to you, they say, okay, you cannot go more than 10. You now start looking for some other state to bring 10 from there. Maybe they score, let's say 200 or 190. But because they will mix up with you. What did you do? You try to dilute the very brilliant one with the one not so brilliant. And at the end of the day, what will you have in overall? The thing start declining because those people that do not really have that thing, they will even have, not because of the federal character again, they will go ahead and do well with you in the kind of that appointment. You think all these things will not have impact?
Here's the deal. Here's my problem with you guys. Like,
wait.
No. You guys
don't let someone lie.
Is the problem? You guys are known to be regionalistic people. Now you come to present nationalistic arguments, and I'm like, okay, are you not the same people that believe in your regions and all these things? And then all of a sudden,
we are arguing for a region. That's what we're doing. now.
Exactly.
Like separate us. That's what we're asking for now.
The argument is why these people here should be doing this way, this and that, because for the country.
You see, what you're not getting is we're saying we don't want to exist in the same unit as people that can make that kind of stupid decision. Let us go.
Exactly. And let us have our own.
Okay, if that's your argument, and let us go. Hey, I'm with you, but that's not what you guys have been arguing. You just not saying.
That's what we're saying. I said we should sit down and talk about the unity of the country. Let's talk about how we're going to coexist going forward. We can't continue this way because the country is as. Hold on, let me make this quick point. The country is as fast as the slowest member of the country. That is why they're slowing us down.
I'll be quite honest with you. To be honest with you. When I go to Southwest, when I see our problems, honestly, like not advancing, not becoming all these like things I see there, I just don't see the hand of the North there. Now, generally, your argument will make sense. Like, okay, their backwardness, whatever, may have something to do with maybe their contribution, all those kind of things. But to me, I don't see. I think where we are at this point.
Because you're not putting it together. Because if they had let us continue the way we were going by ourselves with all our companies, even the UK embassy, if we had continued on that path, we will not have this rot that we're all stuck in, that everybody is waiting. Because if our resources had been kept in our region and we have been growing the way we were growing, who cares? I mean, nobody will care. The way we're backwards is because we have to share resources. And before, we only had to share resources to state governors, and that was it. If that didn't change, we will be far ahead of where we are. And we won't be thinking about anybody kind of making 5 weeks stupid holiday.
You sound like the argument you are presenting is that your resources don't represent your hand. That's why we are backward. We are not where we are. We are backward in the Southwest.
Yes, we will have made more progress if they had left that trajectory from the 60s to continue.
Okay, so the 100% resources. So money is the reason why we are backward in the Southwest, really. So
it's not just money. It adds up. You stop. Your argument is always you make one argument and you're arguing against it. You make the argument yourself. You're not looking at the big picture. You're not putting things together.
The whole argument now. I think you learn the whole argument. So I'm saying the money going to the north and them doing their backward ways. Now, if they take that money from them, give it back to you, and they continue their backward ways, right? Will that backward way still affect you? Will it still hold you back?
Yes, because their backward ways is influencing the culture is spilling into our culture. If you don't know.
Okay, so now let me ask. Okay, now let me further ask you this. So now if we split the country, right? You still have the north will still be your neighbor, right? And Benin, for example, Lagos, like people that flee into Lagos, all these places, they come from Benin Republic, different part of Africa, everywhere. So now you divide the country, you have your own country as a Yoruba land. Now you have 100% of your resources to you, same way, just like I said, they would have given it to you while you're in Nigeria, 100%. So now then, still being backward in the north, will it still affect you as a?
No, because my laws will not have Sharia, for example. My laws will not have anything backward. My laws will be 100% secular by the true definition of secular. My people, the way they practice religion, and they don't they're not extremists. They will continue to be. Our laws will be progressive.
And you can control their incursion.
I can control their incursion. It's my borders, not general borders. I can sack whoever comes into my land and just come and do anything. My security is 100% mine. My people are the ones going to control every parastatal, every freaking thing. So how will a neighbor?
So you just want to use this one as an excuse. You just want to use it as an excuse, Abi?
No, like I said, you guys just nitpick. You don't look at big picture arguments. When I was making my point, I was making it from a very big picture argument, because my point is we cannot be going divergent ways and expect to progress. It will never happen. Never.
It's like a snake with two
I can
heads.
see the laws in the north. Their backward is not. They are forcing their backward ways on us in the south. Like their laws, their Sharia.
Don't you understand that a unit is as fast as the slowest member of that unit?
Among themselves in the north, as long as they're doing among themselves there.
Even in Saudi Arabia, nobody's taking 5 weeks off for Ramadan. Jesus Christ.
What are they taking for what they are?
No. How can you say that? How can you say that?
Are they taking 5 weeks off for Ramadan?
Yes.
Okay.
What are they taking 5 weeks
for them
off in their region while they are in Nigeria or when they are away from Nigeria? It's the same.
No.
As long as they're not forcing their 5 weeks off on the southwest.
Okay, Mike, you said this thing.
Mike, it's not the same.
Let me ask you a question. Because you like micro picking now, let me go micro now. Now, we drink beer in the south, right? But the northern parts, they get the largest portion of our VAT. But you take bottle
sure about that?
Yeah. Wait now. You take bottle of beer to Kano and they broke it because they want to do Sharia. But they have the largest part of the VAT. Is that affecting you, a Lagosian, or it's not affecting you?
Ola, let me help you buttress the point. I'm a Southerner. Let's say I'm going to Sokoto on the road. I'm driving. In my car, I have about 6 cartons of beer. I got to Kano. Isba asked me to open my boots. I opened it. They found the beer. They took them down and started breaking them. How about that? It's not a case. No, I don't. But I'm just giving you an example. One, it is permitted in the state I'm coming from. It is my right as a Christian to drink to stupor if I so desires. So what I'm driving through is in my same country, and I got to a point, somebody is seizing my beer and breaking it.
Baba, as the argument is like arguing against state law. You live in the United States, yeah. You agree with me that in different states they have different rules, right?
Not as extreme as one we are talking about now. Like we're talking about different rules of driving, obtaining driver's license, different rules about taxes, and this is different. This is fundamental to our well-being, our ordinary existence. Look at, for instance, beer. Okay. I mean, you know this, what I just said is correct thing that could happen to any Southern Christian traveling through states in the north, having beer, alcohol in their boots. It will be seized.
Okay, here's the deal. The business that took someone from Southern Nigeria to go to the north. If you split Nigeria, that same business will still take you there. You had a reason why you decided to go to the north. You saw something there that took you there. And he has
no. I'm going to visit a friend. I'm going to visit a friend or attending a party.
Okay, you want to attend a party, exactly. So that your friend, whether you were one Nigeria or divided Nigeria, that your friend is still your friend. If you're still doing that party, he's still going to invite you. So the deal is
you don't understand.
No, but you know
I'm now subjected. I'm subjected now to Sharia law, which I did not sign into.
But Baba, I agree with you. Yeah, they have Sharia in it. No, they have that. That's their way, right? Now, the argument is if you drive there, they not subject you to different rules, and it's the same country. Whereas in your own states, in the south, of course you have freedom. You can drink your beer, have your beer in the car, whatever. So now we present an argument and I say, they have to change their way to make me happy, or we divide. Okay, now they say. No. Hold on, wait now. Now, we divide. Either way, they're still going to keep that Sharia law. Now, the difference is, while we are together, when you drive there, you can still kind of claim some kind of right argument because you are the same country. And they will say, okay, well, we have to accommodate you because we are the same country from the south. But now we divide. We become different country completely. Now, if you go there to visit your friend, you don't even have any argument because you don't even belong to their society. You have no connection with them. So it's even
look, that is understandable, Mike. If I'm going to Saudi Arabia now, I will not buy teachers or a whiskey from duty free so that I can take in the hotel. I know it's an offense. I'm going to another country entirely. But in my own country, if it's one, why am I not free? Why am I going to subject myself to what entails in that state, which I'm just driving through? I'm not even stopping there. I'm on my way to meet to Casina.
Baba, freedom is subjective now. It's kind of like in the United States.
No, Mike.
They outlaw, right? Somebody from another state can say, "Oh, I'm not free in my country because now if I go to
Mike, what I can deduce from their arguments is you are the one talking about true federalism, but at the same time you don't want it. Yes, you are arguing against
Simba,
it.
we cannot practice fake true federalism. You cannot stifle my rights while you are still collecting my money. Let us just go to full federalism all the way. All the way.
They agree, but because they collect your money doesn't mean they have to change their ways.
All the way. What are we talking about?
We can. No one agree with that money. The way the people share money, the way they share that money. No one agree with that. Okay. Let me say this. Okay,
I'm not telling you how it affects us now.
Okay. For example, the people that their money share the most is the South people, like Ijaw people, for example. You know, Ishekiri, they produce the most oil, right? Now, Ishekiri man will now start telling you that, okay, your state or in Yoruba land, I want you to ban worshiping Ogun or Shango or something like that, because it's my money that you're spending in your state.
How has Ogun's worship affected anybody in the South? How has Ogun's worship affected any even indigene of Oyo State first? Let's even start with Oyo State. How?
No, you get my point. I'm saying you saying because they share your money, most of your money, right?
You're making your argument. Your argument is like you're arguing for perpetuity. You're arguing for perpetuity of let's continue what we're doing and let everybody have rights. No, it doesn't work that way.
Can someone from Ijaw land or Ishekiri, or one of those tribes that produce most of the oil, right? Can they now come to the Southwest, see your culture, maybe they want to live there, and they see your rules, the way of things, and they don't agree with it? Or let's say this. Okay,
if Southwest decides to take 6 weeks off for Ogun worship, hold on, let me make the point. If Southwest decides to take 6 weeks off for Ogun worship, someone from Ijaw land should say that, what the hell will I want to be in the same country?
Let me use another view. Okay, for example, when the Southwest governor say, okay, you want to introduce the Yoruba language in the curriculum in the Southwest, right? Can Ishekiri person or where they produce a lot of the oil, right? When Nigeria share, now come and say, no, you guys cannot do that because my money is what's being shared in your state or things like that. It's the same argument.
Ishekiri won't even say that because Ishekiri and Elijah, they're mutual intelligible.
What about Ijaw?
Use another example.
You're running from my phone.
Use another example.
Mike, you're making a lot of hypothetical,
It's not different, man. You're saying because your money is what's being shared, so you have to dictate how they do things.
Look at it this way now. We are in the same country. That's why this argument is happening. Now, you have Mike Enterprises and you operate in the entire 36 states of the country. Now, they are shorting the economy of that, of part of that. Let's say the northern part is like 18 states of that country. They are shutting the economy of that state down for 5 weeks. Take for example, and you're a businessman from Lagos, and part of that place is your major. It's one of your major revenue, and now they are shutting your economy down for 5 weeks. This thing. Meanwhile, you borrow money to pay. You will pay banks. You will do a lot of things, and the economy is down for 5 weeks. And you are saying,
how is the economy down because of school closure?
You understand it, Baba Rubo. You understand. You can't just you can't
try to get it. Try to get the main point.
If you want to discuss autonomy, regional this thing, let us discuss it based on
private school.
Why are we trying to now say because of one action that they have taken, then you people now start ranting? Then we have to go our separate way. We are not going to give them money. Why are we looking for excuses?
Let's bring it down. Let's bring it down to you. Let's bring it down to you.
Ola, let me key your argument. Ola, do you know that economy?
No. I will give
economic activity in Benin Republic can affect policy in Benin Republic can affect your pockets in Lagos. You know that, right?
Citizens in Benin Republic,
no. That argument of what they do here We affect
Mikey.
Listen, the economy, in fact, economic policy in America can affect your business in Lagos.
Simba, while I was in Intercontinental Bank, we have Senate building in Zaria. That Senate building you see in Zaria is where we are the largest traffic of our electronics banking whenever the school is in session. Whenever the school is not in session, we used to go down drastically. That is the effect of when you have closure. You understand? Just for like 5 weeks you are talking about. So I work in a financial institution.
Those in school, they will go into the society and redistribute it. You are looking for a point. What are you talking? Are they taking them away, or they are not? They are not going to be alive.
I continue. Simba Onibo, my deep Akin, please continue, Joe. Akin.
Yeah, I just wanted to make an example. So Simba, right? Look, just for example, you have your clinic that you run in Bauchi State, okay, and they're closing it down. Well, they're closing the economy down for 5 weeks. 5 weeks. Tell me how you're going to generate income for your workers.
No, why are we? Let me tell you this. Why are we emphasizing these 5 weeks? 5 weeks. I'm telling you, they have a schedule, their own calendar, which they have incorporated into the term break. This is their own term break. They schedule it to fit with Ramadan.
Come on, Simba. Stop doing this now. Stop doing this.
Economic down for 5 weeks now.
That was what they did. Now go and read it. I'm very sure most of you have not read.
Okay, I've read it, Simba. I've read it. So explain to me the 5 week break that Kirby planned, Zamfara planned, and
when you start, hold on, Kulata. When you started your argument, now you are not aware of the Kirby, and you only came here because of the budget.
No, I came here. No. I came here and I said Zamfara 2 is doing it because I read that Zamfara 2 was adopting it. So if they are adopting it on a whim, tell me their 5 week planned break.
I'm just speaking about the one about Bauchi, which
I asked you because we both went to school maybe around the same period. Tell me when we had a 2-month term in primary or secondary school.
They have not finished the term. When they finish, they will continue.
Continue, Kenny.
Simba, is Bauchi State part of Nigeria?
And so, what is your point now?
Well, answer the question now. Is it part of Nigeria?
It is.
So, as a result, they cannot do things differently from maybe Lagos State, Kaduna State, and of course other states. Okay,
but are you aware that wait, Akin, are you aware that there is a variation from state to state in their resumption date and closing date?
Yes, I know there's variation, of course. Yeah.
So what are you talking about? So what's the difference now?
So because there are variations, then
I think what we should be arguing is how can they recoup if they're supposed to spend, let's say, 12 weeks in the term and they are spending less. That is supposed to be our discussion if we really care for these children. If you are not bringing politics and religion into this thing.
Look, I never said I cared about the children. I care about being in the country with people that make those kind of decisions.
So for
that's what I agree, Kolata. Like I don't like sharing country with many Nigerians, many regions in Nigeria. I agree with that argument. If we don't want to share country, let's present the argument of not sharing country.
That's my argument. That's my original argument. Let's talk about it.
Kulata just see this one as an excuse to actually project whatever he's planning.
Mike, the economy in the southwest.
Sorry, Bia and Soma Aqua is talking through Mike. This is not Mike talking. Because this is normal region of Simba. Mike will discuss this thing later. I know. Later you will see what we are talking about. But this Simba, is just like to cause I can please continue.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask the sit-at-home in the southeast. How is it affecting Nigeria? Even the federal government is interested in it.
Thank you. Thank you. It used to affect our productivity now. You understand?
That's what they choose to do. Well, that's their thing. I mean,
But we're a country now. We are supposed to be.
It's kind of like saying a man that like Dangote, for example, if he shut down his company, you affect Nigeria economy. That's his business.
Oh, Mike, okay. If the South
this is Dangote.
If the South shut down oil production,
if the people there decide they want to sit at home, it's not a crime.
No. If the South shut down oil production in the South.
No, the South does not control the production. It's the oil company that controls that.
No, it can be their.
Are you saying you attack pipeline?
No, because they can do whatever they like. Now that's what we are saying.
No, they can't. If they are, if they are the one in charge, like let's say we are
practicing. They did not stop businesses, though.
Hold on. Let's say they are in full control of their resources, right? Full resource control, and they decided to shut it down.
Therefore, stop businesses. Therefore, stop businesses.
That's within their rights, man.
You know, one thing is that people like Bala Mohammed and of course other northern state governors who are, looking in that route of having a 5-week holiday. These guys get free money. Okay, that is why I mentioned FAC money they collect every year. Should that money stop today? Okay, all this shenanigan nonsense of.
So you think that whether they get the money or not, it doesn't affect their decision. Forget about it. It's not the money. So because they have excess money, that's why they are declaring 5 weeks break.
Simba, stop doing this. It will affect anyway.
My brother, they've been doing Sharia for thousands of years, man.
Okay, you that were accusing us of religion. Let me tell you something. People erroneously believe that it is religion that shaped our calendar in Nigeria. And I tell you, this thing is not true, because otherwise, when Christians are having 40 days length, then there should be holiday.
Of course.
You understand? Because if we want to go this way, we just follow what they handed over to us.
What kind of argument are you putting out now? What do you mean by that?
Uncle Eduro. Now, let me tell you one thing. If it's all by religion, I'm telling you, Christian too should be having holiday for 40 days when you are doing fasting. You understand?
It's not a national holiday now. No, but it's not as if federal government declare Ramadan holiday.
No, I heard what you said before. It's not. So what we are saying is this: you've got to have a unified calendar. You've got to have. Now, we are in Canada now. Let's assume the Muslim here now said, okay, they want to declare 5 weeks holiday for themselves. How do you think it's going to affect them? Some of them will not be able to pay their bills. They won't be able to do some other things.
This simple argument.
Want to go that way.
Here's the deal. If any state in the southwest or southeast or in the south decide to declare 40 days holiday, the northerners will not give a crap. They won't come there and say, you guys in Akwa Ibom there, why are you doing 40 days holiday? They won't give a crap. It's only us that always care about what they are doing.
Because we are productive. They are not.
Why will you give a crap when you have nothing to lose? Why would they care?
Of course. There you go. They have nothing to lose. They are not productive. So,
that's the Aki. I want Mike. I'm
they don't. What I'm saying, the white argument I present, they don't trample your way of life in the south.
Simba, I want to deal with today. Simba, now me and you today. Simba, now me and you. So the thing is this. It's unfortunate. If you want to be a country, let us be a country. If you don't want to be a country, don't let us be a country. We can't be setting multiple standards. This one is not a double standard now. It's multiple. And when you have multiple standards, it doesn't help anywhere. So that's why we're saying, let everybody.
Yola, the Christian in that state, they're already talking.
Let's even forget about religion aspect of it now, because
let me even say this. When people always say, if you want to be a country, let's be a country, because you are doing something differently. So that means the argument is, if you want to be a country, we all should practice one culture, one tradition, one way of life. Well, that you might as well just present an argument. If you want to be a country, let's all do one culture, one tradition, one way of life. Because the argument they always present about being one country is that, oh, look what they do there. Oh, it's against the way I do things. Oh, there's a backwardness, and they say, oh, we can't be one country. If you want to be one country, then you have to jump your this thing. You have to, then let everybody can present an argument. Because me too, I can look somewhere in the south, or even I can look within Yoruba language. I can look into one state where they do something I don't like, where they do for my state that they don't do in my state, and say, if you want to be one country, let's be one country. With this thing you guys do there in Ekiti, you have to stop it. You can't be one country in Ekiti. You guys are doing things like this. You know, you guys, you chill out, man. You know, you can't say to be one country for people to stop living their life.
You know, our problem has always been the productivity. Like that's just to sum it up. You understand? Whatever we do affect our productivity, and because of the level of our productivity, is still one of the reasons we are still a poor country. We are still a poor country. Now, having the kind of this mindset now, because your mindset will determine whether you are going to get rich. Yeah, some people maybe they have good determination, but then the quality of your mindset and the action you are taking based on your mindset will determine who you are going to be. Now, if you are supposed to be productive and everything you think about is religion, you are neglecting the area of
Ola. This is the deal. So
Simba,
if you hear now, let's say if you hear now that okay, they are not going to miss any one day of normal school activities, what are you going to say?
Okay, let me tell you something. See, we only react this way because we know the type of people they are. Don't forget. Because see, you said it in the forum.
No, the question, will you be satisfied or you still continue to say productivity?
Somebody, let me even kill this productivity argument. Sorry, give me one second.
Let me
hold on. Let me kill this productivity argument. Do you know that the most productive thing we do in our country is agriculture, right? And do you know that the most agriculture,
Mike, that's a fallacy. That's not the most productive thing.
So what's more productive than agriculture?
Services is more productive. Services.
Really? That we
produce. Okay, now you answer my question. No.
Do we export services? What name is service that we export?
Simba, tell Mike, let me answer your question now. Because
you were there outside.
Import and selling, trading, and what they do, man. We go talk we are more productive. And then we'll go cram English. And then we get out of school, we're looking for jobs.
Let me answer Simba.
And then we can't even manufacture anything.
Okay, let me answer Simba.
Or you innovate.
Okay, Simba, wait. The thing is this. When you see people react in a particular space, it's just because of the experience of that space. Now, this is a deal. If America is announcing this thing that maybe a state in America will be having different calendar, we may not be having this type of discussion because we are so sure that maybe they have a way they want to do things that will be better. You understand? Because they are not maybe a state that we've never known for lack of productivity, that we've never known for extremist behavior, that they are doing their thing normally, orderly. That it's not as if they are protesting like what do we call it, a vanity upon substance. So if they bring policy, you will say, okay, maybe it's innovation. You'll be looking, okay, maybe they are trying to do something better. But in a country that that the same mindset that brought us backward.
So are you saying, just wait. Are you now saying they are going to take 5 weeks out of 12 weeks they're supposed to spend a term and they will only spend 7 weeks? That's what you are saying?
You are not getting it. I don't understand whether
let me tell you, even in Nigeria now,
did you understand what I said to start with? Did you understand what I said to start with?
You said because of our antecedents, and the antecedent is that probably you are thinking that they are just going to chop off that 5 weeks and they don't care. Is that not what you are saying?
You are looking at it from 5 weeks only. That's not about 5 weeks. Okay, look at this now. Now, you are building a Manchester school for these people to be educated. Immediately Buhari got to power. Don't even start to say I'm mentioning Buhari because I know that's the next thing you want to say. They stopped that at Manchester school. And you say government is a continuum. Instead for you to continue, you do not continue. Right. Because that was just to encourage people to embrace education. That's what they were doing. So the culture of education now stop. Embracing education just suffer a setback when Buhari was there. Now, religion was what was reigning. But we wanted to change people's mind. Now you've now added extension to it now, further now that okay, we have Ramadan period now. Go and enjoy yourself. You keep building upon the same thing that has never added the right value to you. You keep extending. Okay, we pay for Hajj every day, every year now. Tell me, what's the value that Hajj is adding to average Nigerian? What's the value? You understand? What's the value this Ramadan holiday now? Tell me, what's the value it's adding? You are depriving people, the younger ones of the education. It's okay, don't go. At the time you think they will go, they will not even do anything. Even the normal school period before, they are not doing anything. Now you are now adding to.
Olajo, for me 10 seconds. Moka Simba.
Okay.
Simba, you said the Saudi Arabia that they don't go to school during Ramadan. That's not true. They said they accommodate for Ramadan by having shorter hours, and maybe the last 10 days of Ramadan they may allow some break. And it's not even all the schools that allow some break. So even in Saudi Arabia,
I'm telling you, they started their own holiday now. Students are on holiday. You are talking about public holiday generally. That's what you are saying.
They don't take the entire Ramadan as holiday in Saudi Arabia.
Wait now, let me educate you. You can't be arguing with me. You are not there.
But I can read about there.
School holiday is different from the national holiday for everybody. During Ramadan,
what kind of holiday?
During Ramadan, the normal workers they work less hours, and then they will give them holiday in the last 10 days of Ramadan.
That's holiday. Exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said. Now,
students, it's not students. The students are on holiday. Period.
No, Saudi Arabia typically adjusts school schedules during Ramadan. Schools usually have shorter hours.
I'm telling you, our students here now they are on holiday.
Hold on,
you can't be arguing with me now.
Hold on. And in some years, there may be a break during the last 10 days of Ramadan to allow students and teachers time for worship and family gathering. However, the exact dates and duration of the breaks depend on the official school calendar set by the Ministry of Education each year. So we're saying the same thing, like they have shorter hours and last 10 days, they may give them holidays, not like
I'm telling you that this one that you are talking, it doesn't apply to students.
I'm talking about students. That's what
the students, I'm telling you, okay, look at the last paragraph that you read. Now, I'm telling you what they now practice now. The students now, they will be on holiday throughout the period of Ramadan. That's what I'm telling you.
Is it every year that they do that?
Yeah, that's what they do every year.
No. That's not what this tells me.
Simba, give us official statement, because the official statement says they operate 3 to 4 hours per day.
That's what I read too. So I don't know what Simba is talking about.
I go and bring your own website where you get your own. Because at least
I cannot be bringing websites. Me, I'm here live and direct.
How will you know?
It has even, let me tell you, it has even affected our admission in the hospital.
Although at hospital, you won't know what's going outside now.
We know now. I have a school beside my house.
How am I supposed to take your word for it? Show evidence. No, I'm not accepting that. Because when we log on to Saudi now, they are saying they operate 3 to 4 hours a day, and you are telling me. So will you know more than their website? They show me the evidence.
From what Kolata I read, he said, however, read the last paragraph that you read.
However, the exact dates and duration of breaks depend on the official school calendar set by the Ministry of Education each year. But they set it each year, but the general guideline is they are shorter hours.
I'm telling you, okay, if I don't want to generalize, I'm telling you now that the official calendar for this year is a public holiday through Ramadan for the schools.
Let me check for this year.
Ramadan
Saudi John again. I don't know Saudi.
Ramadan máa ka ẹmú Canada ìjọ kan tó jẹ́ pé aago mẹ́wàá alẹ́ ló máa break tí wàá gbé kíní tó jẹ́ pé dí àti break ní 4 o'clock tó jẹ́ pé ilẹ̀ ò ní ṣú until 11.
Oúnjẹ mélòó ni mò ń jẹ tẹ́lẹ̀? Gbàgbé yẹn, I eat only once in a day before, so it doesn't make any difference to me.
You know, people in the north don't even see you as a true Muslim. Are you even a Muslim, to be honest? You're just a free flowing guy. You're just a freelance guy. You are not a Muslim. So the thing is this, we can't say what they are doing that part doesn't affect us.
Let us be Ola, let us be serious.
Wait.
Bala
Simba,
Mohammed,
hold
I
on.
think
Simba,
it's
hold
more
on.
politics.
Eid. They said Eid are scheduled for March. Eid holidays are scheduled from March 20 to April 5 this year. So they're not on holidays now. They are on short school. It's March 20 that the holidays start to April 5.
If I tell you that one is actually is for the workers, will you agree with me?
No,
because
I said for students.
Even we that are not Saudi, let me tell you, even we that are not Saudi, they will give us 4 days. And if you now said you want to work for that 4 days, they are going to compensate you with 10 days holiday. You understand? So most of us who are non-indigenous, we use that one because they will give us that one. They will give us 10 days for Ramadan. They will give us 10 days for the other Eid, the Eid Kabir. So that will be 20 days. In addition to your
Eid al-Fitr. I mean,
Eid Fitr and Eid Kabir.
Eid al-Fitr is March 21 to April 5.
Yeah, we get 10 days. We get 10 days. So I can use that one as my vacation. Huh?
Anyway, Simba, they have 30% Christian population in Bauchi, right? If it's true, then they deserve a Lent holiday. So when there's Lent, they should be having a 40 days.
No, it's already let me tell you, if you want to really discuss this thing, I think it's political. It's politically motivated.
But that's how Sharia started. Now it was politically motivated. Look at where we are now.
This Bala Mohammed, with the way he has been doing with Tinubu. And that was why I was actually not connecting with you when you are saying, is it an agreement that they have with Tinubu or not? There is nothing like that.
No, what I'm saying is some imams have an expectation. You didn't hear me correctly. Like Tinubu and them signed a pact. I said and they're acting in that way. Did you see some Sharia people saying that they're disappointed with the Muslim ticket is a big disappointment, and they're acting entitled. Like the fact that we have a Muslim ticket means they should kind of like allow Sharia to run wild across the country.
There might not be any written agreement. It might just be at their
I said they are acting like. I didn't say they reached. They're acting the way they want an agreement, agreement. It is an entitlement mentality in Montreal zone here.
Simba politician is Simba who come and decide.
They're acting like it.
Simba. Because
there's so much expectation because we had our first Muslim ticket. Some people think it's licensed to just kind of like go gangbusters on Islamic whatever.
If you want to even discuss that one, I can discuss it on both sides. Even because now even that one is not flying again now. Nobody is talking about it.
Some people are still talking about Sharia in Southwest though. Don't marrow.
No, I'm talking about the way people are thinking that with the Muslim, everything will now be Muslim all over the country.
They're expressing their disappointment now. If you read the news, there were some people that came out, was it yesterday or today, that they were talking about, they're disappointed in Tinubu because it's not taking the rights of Muslims.
Actually, in Kulata, if you want to talk about
I don't laugh at you.
As every can separate chemical lossily
that thing affected not only the jam period now.
In the real sense of it, it's part of our problem, but it's not a major problem for development. To me, as far as I'm concerned,
it is one of our major problems for development because we are not going at the same pace. You can't go faster than your slowest man. I mean,
Kulata. I think what we need to separate, let me tell you, is to separate their behavior from that religion. That religion is not against education. It's not the one that is making them to be behaving the way they are behaving. We have other Muslim countries.
But Turkey, I've been to Turkey, I've been to Malaysia.
So it's
I've
not
seen how
about
they are
the
now.
thing. It's not about Islam. It's about them. It's not about the religion.
Farabale. That's what we call risk management. Yeah, what is a risk to you may not be a risk to another people. Now, religion is a serious risk to Nigeria, and the best way to deal with a risk is to remove a risk. That's confront it and remove it. So
you can't ban religion throughout. Honestly, just ban it.
So the fact people affect won't be people near affect. Okay, can you pay Pakistan abi and separate code near India? Just look at the country today compared to India. That is exactly. So just match those two people together. India will not be where they are today. So when people are saying what they are doing in the north doesn't affect us in the south, I just laugh. It's not like that. Put those people they separate from India, join them to India, they will be distracting them. So what they are doing in another part of Nigeria is a distraction for us. Even look at the energy with expedite now, even discussing this issue alone. You understand?
Even northern part of Nigeria is a natural fit for Nigeria Republic. Just combine them, let them join the Nigeria Republic.
But Ola, why do we have variations? We have countries that are not even in the Gulf. Let's say Malaysia is predominantly Muslim. Look at Malaysia. Even Indonesia, they are predominantly Muslim.
But I want Yahweh now.
So it has to do it is the people. It's not about the religion.
I'm not complaining about. I'm not complaining about Islam. No, heterogeneous. Indonesia at all. But I'm not complaining about. I'm not complaining about Islam. I'm complaining about multiple standards in a country. You definitely have some that have the Eastern mentality or the Eastern civilization mentality, and then you have the rest of the country following the Western civilization. So we cannot. That's divergent views in the same country. That means you are not going anywhere.
Kulata, let me even tell you the truth. This one that they just even declare it officially. Before they know they go. Even whether they give them holiday or not, they know they go during Ramadan. They know they go. You understand? They just make it official now.
But you're one now.
They know they go.
No. Ìgbà tí ó sí Ramadan tẹ́lẹ̀ gan wọ̀ kí n lọ school, that's true because
so it's just that government just say, okay, if you don't want to go, let us give you. Even before any Ramadan,
not be promoting that. That's the problem. Government should be encouraging instead of promoting.
You know the problem that the leaders that we have, they prioritize politics over any other thing. You know, for him,
don't care about education. They don't care about
exactly. Most of them, they will see this thing as something that their people will welcome, and I'm very sure they will. In fact, they will celebrate it.
They are all there to just enjoy the ride, make money, steal, and move on. They don't care. The South, the only reason we do education is because of our culture. It's not really because the governor is making us, telling us to go to school or building schools. It's just culture. And then in the South, the governors, we know that the people, we are crying for school, all those things. Even when they build it, it's because we are crying for it. And he knows that if it's something we are crying for. And before they even do it,
but Mike, show up. We caution and we didn't just get it. If not the like of Awolowo, that's it drove that culture aggressively, and the thing now move from generation to generation. That is exactly what we say. So if you start it today, if you drive the right,
even this same Awolowo was educated now.
No.
He also attended school, so the culture has been there even before he was born. So what are you now talking about?
I don't want to give credit to, but one thing I can say about even other Africans always see us and Caribbeans, they always wonder why Nigerians we like to go to school. We just like education so much. Even in America here, we tell our children to go to school. Whereas I see some Africans, they don't tell their children to go to school. Black Americans, Caribbean, they don't do it. But Nigerian, we southern Nigeria, Yorubas, Ejo, Igbo, Benin, people from that southern part of Nigeria, we just value education so much that we always make sure our kids just get educated. So it's that culture. So it's not. That's why I say it's not really like our government in the South is the one making us get this education that we are getting. Now, across board, Nigerian leaders are all useless. They are not there to, focus on the people advancing or anything. They're just there to loot money and do whatever. So in the north, they just haven't adopted that culture from us. And gradually, some northerners that spend time around southerners, they begin to realize that this is our, most of them grew up around us. They too, they believe in education because they grew up around us. They see that, these people in our school, I want to catch up with my childhood friends.
But they're the ones that will go there and start declaring 5 weeks holiday. This Bala guy, should be educated. Why is it? It's part of his education. Is going
Bala grew up in the south.
It doesn't matter where you grew up. Should be going to school.
Forget those ones. Those ones.
Kulata, he did that for politics. He did that for his people. They will hail him for this decision. Believe me, they will like it. He's just giving what the people wanted to them. That's it.
Are compatible with a lot of people. There's a compatibility problem. So let's just let them go. Let us go.
I said, they tell you, I know waiting they happen for that place. Even before when they don't declare it officially, they don't go. They don't go during Ramadan like this. None of them will go to school. Even the workers, they don't go to work.
I want us to start talking about how to restructure. Before I used to be silent on it, but now I don't think I can take it any longer.
To me, where my frustration comes with the Southerners is the things that we say we want, we don't really focus on it. We begin, even when we want to talk about it, we don't talk about it directly, like, okay, this is what we want. Let's put our foot down and let's focus on it and let's get it done. But it's kind of similar to the Southerners, we say we want Biafra. Okay, make the move to get it now. What's this crying about it? Just and then they start talking about
but okay, the move that they're making.
Other ethnic group. I'm like, is that the way to get to Biafra?
The tax. Okay, look at the tax reform now. That's some sort of restructuring. Look at the way those northern governors push back against it. Just a small percentage. Say you give states that produce more and consume more, you give them more VAT. You keep your own VAT more. Look at the wildlife cost.
How many Southern? How many of the rest of the South jump behind Tinubu to say yes, this is it?
The entire South did. The entire Southwest did.
The entire South. All of them.
Entire South and Southwest. They did. Southeast. Back.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And so the South themselves, like we are so against each other. Didn't know our sworn enemies. You find them in the South. You understand? So when you already have a region of the country where they are just fragmented, they hate each other, we look weak. Because there's no reason why Northerners you have mouths to be dictating or be doing anything in that country, because they don't have the leverage to even be dictating anything to us. But because they speak on they know how to come together. And
they have the indirect rule through Islam. That's why we're complaining about national NSCIA. That why is the Sultan of Sokoto the permanent president? They use that Islam to do politics.
So Islam is that strength, man. That's your argument. Islam is that strength.
No, that's their strength. That's the strength, especially of the.
No wonder they celebrate it now.
That's their strength now, and that's how you see many people now thinking Sultan is the head of Islam in Nigeria. Like who died and made him head of Islam? Like we didn't have Islam in we didn't have Islam in the world since 15th, 14th century. We've had Islam in the world since then. We've had Islam in the Ilorin since God knows when. So it's now Sultan that came in 1805 that will now come and teach you Islam. The thing they vex me.
Ìṣòwò àwọn Simba nìyẹn náà. Àwọn Simba náà máa sọ pé.
Ọ̀ṣun Simba ti wá ọ, even though na Ilorin guy.
Don't mind. You know when I read about how they are pushing for Sharia in Osun, so I just said, oh my goodness. I said, where did we even get this thing?
That's not very ridiculous to me, man.
Because how do we just? It's only something very ridiculous and something very funny that we keep pushing. We are not pushing how we are going to move the biggest Toyota plant, the Toyota assembly plant to
Can you imagine?
For just because of land.
Yoruba people not pushing about Sharia. Hey,
we are just pushing.
Why do you think I get upset when people are talking about not a backward? I'm like, we going? We're still backward to some degree, man. We need to focus on our own backwardness, man. Because can you imagine? It's some Yoruba you're talking about Sharia. Are you kidding me? Like, are you kidding me? Like, when I look me, I focus on making myself. Why I even think about other people? Like, we see a lot of backwardness within ourselves, internal stuff. So for me to now be focusing like, okay, my problem is from this northern and they are still backward. No. My vision when I look at my places, I want my people to be advanced. I want Southwest to be a place where we are producing, we are innovating, where the world they're saying innovation, technology, something's coming out of there. That's what I envision. And that's what I think Yoruba people, educated people should be thinking. But they spend all their energy on what these other people somewhere are doing there, or even some of them will be fighting for accommodating other people in their region, accommodating people. They don't focus on either our leaders. They don't focus on their people. There's no people central. That's why I like Awolowo. It was more focused on his people's region, and that's why But these people we have today, they were talking about even Lagos State diversity. They hire a bunch of non-indigenous. I'm like, dude, what is this? What?
Mike. The problem now is those states that do not develop now, they are the ones that will come and create problem for Lagos State. That's the problem. Now, you see everybody now that graduates from any part of that country today now. Lagos State is there, like is their America, is their London.
But then the Lagos State open ham. Somebody we are Yoruba, we are Mola, be everybody, they will even be catering for the foreigners more than they will cater for their own people. They will, I mean, very ridiculous, man. Like
political correctness now.
Look at they are busy doing campaigning for someone. I'm like, what is this? These are the things that irritate me. So when Yoruba people now come to talk to me about other people, we need to focus on our own people, man. They are the way our own people are already doing. They don't care about their own region. God gave them maybe they may be better performing, but they really not focusing on their advancements of their place, of their own people. So that to me, that's my problem. If we focus on our space, and also how about we create we have even, are you telling me so Yoruba don't have the means to create a database where we can be documenting who's from where, who's from which state, which community, all those kind of things, where we have identity of our people, all those kind of things. This is what we should be discussing now. At least from there, we can recognize ourselves. And then because Nigeria already give you freedom to do for yourself. If they can give you freedom to do Amotekun, then you have freedom to really be doing for your people now. Do more. Once you start doing
that thing you mentioned is one of the problems we are talking about. The National Population Census, when they did in 2005, that was it 2005 or 2006, that then the Lagos State, Tinubu now countered that I wanted to do my own that time. What Tinubu did that time, they didn't recognize it. And the federal government just allocated one population to Lagos State. They said Lagos was 9 million then or thereabouts, and they said Kano was even more than Lagos. Until Lagos now went ahead, I think they did their population census. Did they manage to arrive at 40 million or 50 million? I can't remember until I checked my data. They moved from house to house to do those things. Because what Lagos did that time, that was the right way to do census. Because once you announce population census like this, some people will run away from Lagos to their home state. You understand? When they finish census, they will not come back. Out of that represent the true population of the state.
Do they even have a database for all the buildings we have?
No, I believe Lagos State government have. Because of that, I don't know whether they're still doing it to all those tenement rates and all those radio license and all those things that local government used to do. I think I'm not sure. I think they have. I think they have. Because I can say about that state, but Lagos State.
That's one easy way to even account for people in a sense, where each kind of building or residential, whoever lives there, and also you can use that to regulate population, because if you want to,
there was a time.
If you want to reduce the population of Lagos, it's so easy to, because all you have to do is just make policy like, okay, nobody must sleep on the streets. You understand? No homelessness allowed. 1, 2, you make rules that, hey, no landlord must allow this amount of people to be like just sleeping in one bunch of one room. We have like 30 people sleeping. All those kind of rules. You have to make those rules like, hey, we're a landlord. If you allow your tenants to have each one room must not have more than 3 people or something like that. You know those kind of things. Or if whoever comes to your property must register. All those, that's how you control population. But if you just leave a place where people can stroll in, one guy will just open one, carry wood and this thing, build one shank for one corner and start to sleep there. This one, people building on top of water. How did Makoko become a place? Are you kidding me? That Makoko didn't exist now in the 90s now. What kind of city is that? Just allow people to start building things on top of water. Most of the people that did that, they are foreigners.
The same majority of them are from Benin now.
Okay. All what piece here you now go they run the come.
No, not Benin, Nigeria, Benin Republic.
Benin Republic. That's our country. We need that's why I still believe that a country like Nigeria is where opportunity. Yeah, we have opportunity for the future generation, because that country needs to be rebuilt, whether we like it or not. Because the slum we have in that Lagos, honestly.
But they've already started demolishing that Makoko now. They've started sampling the whole place.
Not even okay. Now in Nigeria today, a city like Lagos now, you should not be doing your shalanga yourself. Where you have a soak away everywhere, you sing ball everywhere. No, it's wrong. We are talking of a city where we should be having some kind of sewage system, central sewage system, where we should have everything. See, if you want to rebuild Lagos as it is now, that rebuilding Lagos can generate work for more than 10 million people, I can guarantee you.
And where is the money going to come from?
Where is it going to come from? Okay, let me give you
a lot of demolition will have to take place. So if you want to
otherwise it's dangerous for Lagos, especially a coastal area like that. See, you say where the money will come from. Let me tell you something simple. Here in Canada, don't let me talk of United States, even though I know it's similar. When you want to do, what you need to do is, instead of everybody to be building houses like Ile, Kukakiri, our mortgage system need to work very well. So instead, you appoint builders that, okay, if you want to build, you understand, real estate, you want to build a community, you should have central sewage system, electricity, everything. You handle everything. After you do it, you hand it over to the city for management. That's how they do it in Canada. So, but when you have individual building houses on their own, that is why we don't have a particular structure. That is why you see people building on water channel. And in a city like that in Lagos, in the next 50 years, you can't continue like that, because it's an existential threat. It is not okay.
Well,
long
I
time.
don't think that I don't think that's how it's done. I only came for the Sharia thing, but the government should be in charge of the city planning, sewage, water, electricity. They would do that. And if you're building, just like you said, I think if I have to build, they have to make sure that, so for example, if we ask Lagos State now, how many building companies do we have? Like the bricklers, the plumbers, they're not registered. So Lagos does not know. So if anybody wants to do anything, building any house or anything, they have to use someone that's registered, that's certified by the state. I think that's how, like where I live, I know like that's how they do it. Like everybody is certified by the state. You have your LLC or whatever company you have. So you report. If you want to make modification to your house or you want to build a house, your town would know that, oh, I'm building this or I'm making modifications. So they can go, they know, like, so that's how they count the population. They know how many people is coming into their community. But so I just think that I don't think we're there like yet. I don't think so. But
we have not even started, Doriola. Not sit there.
We have not
we have not even
started.
started.
Okay, I want to ask a question. All those Banana Island, for those people that know, even despite working on Victoria Island for years, I just want to ask a question. Is the place done for central sewage? Because I don't know. I just know say that they go toilet, they go there. I didn't even study that. Victoria Island, are people still digging their sock away, or is there any central sewage system there? Then all those, but I want to believe that Banana Island they will have like something like that.
I can say authoritatively that none of them have central sewage system,
including Banana Island.
I think the only place that have a central sewage system is that that's first start 1977 that low housing they built in Surulere area.
But the military spoiled them now.
No. Because
is it
my family, it's still functioning. It's a central sewage system because we don't have Shalanga or whatever. So all of the houses are connected to.
You're talking about Festac? Well, something like that.
It's not Festac. I'm talking about Surulere. You know,
okay.
That side, that Gbaja area, Sueno and the rest. So they are still using that kind of system because it's well planned very well. Okay. So
no problem.
Remy has really accent.
but I want to ask you guys that are living in America, what kind of play with Enchilano and not Zelensky? What are you guys doing there? What is your VP? I want to even
you're ready tomorrow in your place.
It's like a father and son now. It's like father and son.
I want to even know what is your vice president doing with when they're having meeting with other presidents.
Why the way they speak with Zelensky, I felt bad.
No standard anymore.
Man. That's Zelensky. I just feel sorry for the guy.
Talking Baba to put in Trump here. Baba and talking Baba.
What if I'm pushing? But you fake ballet in Lano, you know.
Remy, to master when first time in many years, I almost shed tears, man. Was when I was watching that thing. I'm telling you, I will tell you why. Because I was looking at Zelensky and I'm like, dude, what did they do to this guy? Because America has been the one control telling the guy what to do all along from the beginning. They make every decision he has been making to challenge Russia, to face Russia. It's America. And all of a sudden, they just now left him. The guy is like, are you kidding me? Because now they put the guy in a position where how will he go back and talk to his people? Like, we just lost this almost 1 million people for nothing. Because it's like they won't leave the guy, like just stranded. I mean, I understand Trump's decision, I agree to end the war, everything, but it's almost like that war was for nothing. And the guy, I mean, do I want to blame the guy for being a puppet? Who don't want to be American puppet? If you say you want to do it, they go buy you now. So, I mean, it's sad, man. The United States really, they screwed up, man. I won't lie. I mean, I don't think any country will ever trust them again in terms of saying, let's do something drastic where, very critical like that, because the guy all along has banged on the United States all along. Like, okay, you now he's finally in a position where you are telling me because you change your regime, you're just going to leave me stranded? Man.
You didn't see the way the guy was looking like a lost child. He didn't even know what to say.
I will just go and continue fighting, get whatever I can get from you and the rest. If I lose, I lose. Because this is just it's too childish. How can you hold it's equality now? Though there's equality, at least a president also.
That argument should not be done in public. It should have been
at all.
It was very embarrassing. They just
it's not about interest is one pay now it's just to Jagba.
You see that lady, the Ukrainian ambassador to the US, the woman just put her head down, or like
The woman is like she was crying when she put her head on her head.
There's no disgrace the president on public. And people know they like him.
Yeah. I mean, Trump did something.
No, the thing is,
let me even think about it. What kind of message is Trump not giving to the soldiers of Ukraine, the front line, and the people that are like they all be looking at it like, what? Like we've been going through this hell for 3 years. We need to talk to us like give us. That's a wrong message. It was wrong.
But Mike, what can you say about that guy himself? The guy goofed now, right from the beginning.
Yeah, well, okay. Who in the world with America tell to do something won't do it? Even your president.
Why did they allow himself to be used?
Yeah, that's why we can blame him. But at the same time, if someone else would have done it, you understand?
It's not like that, though. Whether he likes it or not, he has to fight back because Russia will continue. Look at what he said. He said all those agreements they've signed, that France and UK and Germany were also co-signed, that Trump has already does not live up to that agreement 25 times. He refused to do whatever they asked him to do. And the way it's going, he will continue to take land anywhere and nobody can stop him. Even the so-called US cannot stop him. So if they cannot stop him, so why do you have friends? You don't have friends to fight on your behalf now. Just go out and fight it out with whoever.
The war never makes sense from the beginning because there's no way you go beat Russia in that kind of war. Like Russia is right. Russia just a launch from you. It's not like Russia have to travel. They just a launch from their border.
No, you know what the guy was saying? The guy said he has been doing that since 2014, taking part of Ukraine. And then they went to go and do a ceasefire. And he said he will abide by the ceasefire. But he will never abide by it. And of course, EU too themselves and America too, because of NATO expansion. So at the end of the day, although it's their war, but unfortunately, I pity Europe because if he can take any land,
Europe are the wicked people.
So they are wicked too. If he can pick, they have realized that America is not going to support them. So that's why they are coming together to give him money and ammunition. And
they will abandon him, man. Once America leave, they will abandon him.
Yeah, they have abandoned him. No, they won't abandon
Once America abandon Ukraine, Europe will follow.
They won't abandon. You know why they will not abandon him? I will tell you why they will not abandon him. Because they know that if they abandon him, the next...
They are making money now.
The next will be Poland.
No. Putin will not attack NATO country. No.
Are you kidding yourself?
Bros.
Nothing is going to happen.
Do you know what NATO agreement is? You attack one, you attack the rest. Listen now, if Putin attack, you don't know NATO agreements. If you attack one NATO country, you don't attack the rest. It's one army. NATO is one army. So you're attacking all US army and everybody. You understand? So Putin is not even I think you missed the whole point. Why Putin is Ukraine is alone, it's not a NATO member, and Ukraine has always been Russian subject. So the regime that came in Ukraine that did that coup, they wanted to switch to the West, want to join NATO, and he's supposed to join NATO before even go to war. But you haven't joined NATO, you already went.
You know that Ukraine is part of EU.
No, EU is from NATO. He's not part of EU. He's not part. European Union is different from NATO. NATO is a military alliance. Even Turkey is not part of EU, but it's part of NATO. So,
I understand
exactly. Well. So I'm telling you, Russia cannot attack any NATO country unless.
What I'm trying to tell you is this: if Putin, as he has taken part of Ukraine today, and if all EU abandon him, America also abandon him, he will win the war. And tomorrow he will take on Poland. And
he's not taking on any Poland.
Nothing you American can do.
Okay, what does he want in Poland?
Just to continue to expand. This is power.
Continue to expand. Who tells you that Bond Putin where to go? You can't even expand to the.
America is just also making map.
Remy, you have to understand that Ukraine was always Putin's Russia's own puppet country. It was always Russia's territory in a sense, indirectly. It's kind of like the other.
You cannot say that.
It was now. Ukraine and Belarus, they're always Russian subject now.
Listen very carefully. After the USSR disengagement to several countries like that, they have become a sovereign nation.
Why are you doing what Trump was doing to Zelensky to Mike now?
What is he doing? You still expect about argument, eh?
It's asking you to listen and listen carefully.
Remy, I don't think you get the whole
No, I understand what you are trying to say, but what I'm just trying to tell you is this, and this is the truth. If EU member, like the bigger one that still have army, you remember, out of all the EU country, Ukraine has the largest army.
Out of EU,
France, yes, I'm telling you, Ukraine is part of EU. They have the largest army, up to about 1 million soldiers. Then followed by Germany with about 200,000 plus. I don't know how many France. I don't know what England also have.
No, Ukraine is not part of EU yet. They want to.
Are you sure?
That's what I'm saying now. Ukraine was never an alliance with the European Union. Ukraine is always an alliance with Russia. Ukraine and Belarus, they are still the only USSR country from that western flank. They are still left with the Russia. You understand? They are still the alliance with Russia. In fact, I remember Ukraine was always country seen as enemy of all those countries. I remember when Ukraine was hosting the European Cup, I think about 10 years ago or so. Europeans were, they were complaining. They didn't like it. They were condemning the country. It's kind of like almost like being hosted by Russia. So Ukraine was always seen as a Russian ally, Russian territory by European Union. But the Ukrainians had some opposition. They were all contemplating abandoning Russia to align with the West, kind of like the way the other former countries did, like those other ones that are like Serbia, even Poland, all of them. So they always have the ambition to join the West. But that's the last one. Russia could let all those other ones go in the past. But Ukraine and Belarus, Russia will not let those two go. So Ukraine kept that ambition. But when America now gave him that green light, okay, we'll back you to break away from Russia and join us. That's where the problem really began. Russia will never allow Ukraine or Belarus go, man. Those two are too important to them.
No, Ukraine, Belarus, Georgia.
Oriola, you are right. I'm sorry, my bad.
Yeah,
they are just an EU candidate for now since 2023.
Right. They won't, because of the war. That's why they didn't want them to join yet. Let me kind of like sum this up. So, Ukraine, Russia, Belarus, Lithuania, I think, Georgia. There's so many. They're all part of USSR. So when USSR break up, when they break apart, all those countries on their own separated, and it looks like part of the deal they made. What was this? What's this war between the US and Russia? The USSR. I forgot the name now.
The Cold War.
Yeah, the Cold War. So one of the deal that was made was the NATO, they would never kind of like take any country that's separated from USSR, because Russia still wants to hold that territory, that they would never come there, they would never have them be part of NATO or whatever. But it looks like Poland was the first country that kind of like go, and now it looks like, I think there's another country that was separated from USSR that also joined NATO. So they're mad that, okay, now it looks like they want to, US and NATO, they don't want to abide by the rule or by the, the contract they signed then. So that's why it looks like, and you have to remember that this guy, Putin, was part of they call them, is it KGBT or whatever, the army for USSR. It was part of it was like one of the
KGB.
Yeah, it was part of the army then. So you know these things, and some people were saying, because this is why I don't like all these politics, because you never, if you watch this TV station, they say something, the other one will say the other thing. They were saying that it looks like Putin wants to put together, because he was mad that USSR got separated. It looks like he wants to have them back together. That's why Belarus, when he attacked Belarus in 2014, he took Belarus already. I think he took another country too, back to Russia.
He took Crimea, which is part of Ukraine.
Crimea as well, yeah.
Hold on. Wait. You guys, you misconstrued. He didn't. What do you mean by took Belarus?
They were all those countries before they separated.
He's the one controlling them
from USSR. They were all part of USSR. So now it's getting them back.
No. It's not killing them. It's not forming USSR again. That's not what it's doing.
No,
What
okay,
it's doing is
Belarus is now Russia territory now.
Wait. Hold on. It's more of alliance. You understand, right? When USSR, when the Soviet collapsed, right? Because they couldn't hold on. Of course, financially it was too big for them to. So he allowed those countries to be independent. But then the agreement was those countries will be independent, but they'll be more of allies of Russia. However, those ones that are far more closer to the Western Europe, like those Poland and the other ones, those ones, he really didn't care about the alliance because historically they don't have historical ties. You understand? The two countries that have historical ties with Russia is Ukraine and Belarus.
No, they have.
Wait. Let me learn. Hold on.
Okay.
Ukraine and Belarus have some cultural and historical tie. They're even seen as, even way before USSR was created, they were still kind of like seeing themselves as same people. But the other USSR countries, like the Polands and the other ones, the Latvia, those ones, it was more when USSR started expanding, when those ones kind of joined the Union. But then when USSR collapsed, those ones kind of just broke away and became this. They are completely people that cut ties with Russia, kind of like that. And then when though Russia made their because it was World War II when the Berlin Wall fell. So the agreement Russia made was like, okay, NATO will not extend beyond Germany, beyond East Germany. You understand? But when NATO started violating it, because the NATO military alliance was so strong, and they know that if Russia don't have the financial way to be buying those countries, because they have more things to offer those countries to convince them to align with them, and they know that if those countries begin to join into Russia, will not want to waste its effort to start going to war, invading all those things. So they were just violating that clause, and those countries were joining NATO. But Russia realized that it will be a headache for me to start going to war over this, so they just allow it. They kind of just allow it to go. But now that it got to Ukraine, Russia realized that this one, we can go to war for this one because it won't cost that much to go to war for Ukraine because it's just right next door. You understand? So that's the point you need to understand. Yeah. But I really feel sorry for Zelensky and because Zelensky kind of he thought maybe Russia would kind of let Ukraine slide. It's the same way Russia let all the other countries, just go like that. Or the guy, he took a gamble shot, but I kind of feel bad the way US embarrassed him today, man. It was sad, man. I felt bad for the guy.
But Mike, as I will still continue to tell you that the way Putin is doing.
Putin does not. Putin
No, I'm not talking about challenging. There are 2 things or 3 things I will deduce from this. All those areas he already annexed from Ukraine. If they're going to be a ceasefire or no ceasefire, we don't know yet now whether it's going to release those land back to Ukraine. If it does not release that land back to Ukraine, that means that land go back to US to Russia. It's not part of
that land is gone, man. It's gone.
So if he can, listen, if he can do that, who is stopping him to go to Poland tomorrow? And then America.
Let me tell you who's stopping him.
NATO. Forget this NATO, no NATO.
What do you mean forget NATO? If you attack the country, NATO will fight back now.
He has. We said there is world order, and let me ask you a question.
Do you know what NATO is?
Listen to this question I'm going to ask you. When you say Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction, Iraq is far away from America or Russia. Europe and America, they gather their forces together and kick him out. This guy this is not the first time he's taking land, other countries' land.
Who?
I mean Putin.
Tell me which NATO land he ever took.
Forget. The question I ask you is this:
do you know what NATO is? NATO is a powerful military.
I know what NATO means.
Tell me what NATO is.
I'm trying to tell you that.
No, tell me what NATO is. I know that you know.
It's not Atlantic Treaty Organization that comprises of America and allied countries from Europe and the rest. And
so do you know they are one military? It's a military alliance. You know that?
I know. It's
so I'm asking you. Tell me to forget it.
What I'm trying to tell you is this: is the world going to wait till you take land or any NATO member land or fight with them? What I'm trying to tell you is that they cannot fight
Remy, can
back.
I add to this? I'll wait
They
for you,
cannot
but
fight
can I
back
add?
easily like that. If they can fight back easily like that, why can't they helping all those countries that Putin is taking their ass anyhow?
Name the countries that is taking their ass. Name them.
All right. Can I say this? So so during Cold War, during the Cold War, a lot of these countries, like some of them, like Poland, East Germany, Bulgaria, Hungary, all of those, they have alliance with Soviet Union, which is the USSR. So they're Soviet nations. So after the Cold War, all those countries kind of separated, and some of them already joined European Union, and part of them, some of them, they are part of what is it, NATO. So what it is, I can't read a lot. We can't see through people's brain, but what people were thinking is this alliance, because what is it, the NATO already, like, already breached the contract they had. Like, you can't have those countries, because Poland is like next to Ukraine, and Ukraine, you can see, like, is in almost inside Russia. Like, those countries, they're so close together, and Russia does not want anything NATO to come around those areas. So what Remy is saying, it kind of makes sense, because that's what a lot of analysts has been saying. All these countries there, some of them that are part of NATO, right, or part of NATO right now, they used to be Soviet Union
They were part of the
puppet.
Soviet Union, yeah.
No, Soviet
they were part of the Soviet Union. Look at the Soviet map, yeah.
Technically,
all the way
yeah.
to
So
Germany. Even East Germany was part of the Soviet
Union. We have to separate this. It's kind of like NATO. Just because they're NATO, it doesn't mean that Europe is part of US. They just have alliance. All what those people
Soviet
had
Union
back then is just alliance.
It's a country.
It's not a country. Poland
USSR?
is not part of USSR. Poland is not part of USSR. Hungary is not
when
part
they
of USSR. Bulgaria is not part of USSR.
No,
East
not
Germany
now,
is
not
part of
now. They are no
USSR.
longer. They were part of USSR.
They were never part of it. They have alliance. You're telling me East Germany is part of USSR? They just have alliance.
Poland.
No, when they became part of USSR, they were taking.
They were not part of USSR. They were never. They technically, they're just a puppet. They just listen, just like NATO or US now. Dominican Republic, they're puppet to us. What is other nations around us? Mexico, Canada, they're puppet to United States.
Hold on.
Yeah.
During the USSR era, when they were
Cold
doing
War,
Olympics,
you mean? Go ahead.
hold on. When they were doing Olympics, do they go to represent themselves individually as Poland or this, that, and that?
They were all like their own states. They are their own country.
Poland is a sovereign nation. It's not.
Yes.
No, Simba, I'm saying now, Poland is a sovereign nation now, and Poland
No, even before, they were never part of USSR.
Wait, do you remember how World War II and World War I started? You know, like it started with.
But they were like an ally, and they also practiced something like communism, the way Russia was practicing communism that time also. But they were not part of USSR.
You got it. Yeah, they're just like an ally. You're right. So the thing they're just scared of is Putin might determine, okay, now I want every country that surrounded me, I don't want them to be part of NATO. And now he can start fighting. That's what they're scared of, that he might say. Now if you get Ukraine, and Ukraine is they know they're like a standalone country. They don't speak Russia. They speak their own language. So I don't know why he felt like he wants to kind of like start taking countries back. He doesn't want them to be independent like their own country. So that's what it is. And I mean,
I can't see through his brain. Maybe he wants to collect all those countries back. But if he does, that would be a war because NATO, what is it? Poland is I think Hungary is also. I don't think there's any way that Putin can think he can destroy that. And with what was going on today with the deal that Trump is trying to make, I just feel like because part of the deal, from my understanding, is resources, which is more like the lithium and rare mineral that some of US to be like they will pay them back with those things. He felt like if he can do this deal, he can have some of the Europe military and what is it, US military right around there because it's very close to what might call it Russia already. Where those mineral resources were located, they're close to Russia already. I think what he's trying to do, but the way he's going by is I don't think is right. I like the way Zelensky kind of like stood up to him, even though everybody still think he's
Oriola, I want
funny.
to ask you
But
this
I
question.
like that.
Oriola, what was Zelensky stand to gain by going into that war?
He did wait. He never attacked. He never do anything. Wait, are you saying that a sovereign nation should allow another sovereign nation to just take them without fighting? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't. I thought what actually led to the war is their association with to join NATO or not join NATO.
No. That's during the war. The
Simba,
war started before they claimed that they want to.
Simba, let me put more light. First and foremost, we are hearing our voice back.
Yeah, where's that echo coming from, though?
Is it from Simba? Simba, can you mute? Yeah, thank you. First and foremost, Ukraine and Russia are like Ghana and Nigeria. It's like a cat and mouse game. They never like one another. And because Ukraine is trying to get into the EU, to be a member of EU country, and also NATO, European Union are also afraid of Russia. So they also want to be part of NATO. When they sign an agreement, part of the agreement they said that Ukraine will never be a member of NATO. But because Ukraine is going to be a member of EU and they are at the doorstep of Russia, Putin thought that probably they want to be spying on him. So that is why he also wants to start his expansionist program. My bone of contention here is this. If he was able to, at the end of the day, if he's able to take that land from Ukraine, the land they occupy now. So what I'm trying to say is that...
Remy, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Was Belarus trying to be part of EU before he took them back in 2014?
Never. They never.
Exactly. So why?
They never care about joining EU. Those ones that are even closer to Russia.
Right. So isn't after the war started, when Zelensky now said he wants to be part of EU and he wants to be part of NATO, I thought the war already started before he started asking that can he be part of EU and can he be part of NATO?
The reason why Ukraine is trying to get into EU and be a member of NATO is because Russia have already taken their part of their land.
That's
Crimea.
what I'm saying. Now
when he took that part of Crimea, took them all the war, they kept quiet.
Crimea,
none of them helping. Now he's taking their land now, and you're not telling him leave the land. Just let Russia have the land. And
right. So he never started the war. Can we conclude on that? He never started the war. Russia started the war.
He never started. He's not the one that started any war. It is Russia is the aggressor.
Exactly.
So what America is now telling Ukraine is that all those land that Putin already taken, leave it to them. Forget Borno, forget Niger, forget all of those things in Nigeria. Forget taking that one. Just forget them. And then we want to help you. The only way we can help you is that we have spent money on you before. Now give us your mineral resources, and so the rest of the country will not help you.
Okay, wait. Do you realize that the mineral resources?
That is what
Let's hear what Prince Daddy have to say about Trump.
Let me say this real quick. Do you know that the mineral resources they're asking for, part of it is also in the land that Russia already gotten already? So it's making sense the way it's going by it, because if they now give them if they give the United States the land back, they will have a reason for them to send their military to that part of the country. You get it?
Yeah, guys, let's hear from Prince Daddy.
Are you
Prince
telling
Daddy is trying
me?
to come in.
No. Sorry, Mike. Oriola, are you telling me that America will send their soldier inside Ukraine to take that land occupied by the Russians?
Well, that's part of the deal they're talking about, from my understanding.
Putin will agree to that? Do you think
well,
Putin
that's part of the deal that I'm understanding. From what my understanding, that's what I
think we say. This is I don't think this is not the end of everything. I don't think Putin will agree to that one. What is Putin gain? What is he going to gain?
We'll see. You can't ask me those questions because I don't know why he's going into the war.
Maybe Mike and Trump Daddy.
Let Prince Daddy, Trump Daddy, let Trump Daddy help us speak for Trump.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike. See, 2 days ago, Keir Starmer came to the White House. It was practically begging. It was like literally on his knees. I mean, I don't know if you guys watched that press conference. Trump
Who came? Who?
The Prime Minister from UK, Keir Starmer.
Oh, okay.
It was in the White House like a couple of days ago, and Trump was trying to tell him that, look, you guys, EU, you Germany, you guys go be on your own. I mean, go form your own military and go do whatever you want to do. No, this guy will not let go. Trump even asked him, like, jokingly but seriously, said, "Oh, can you take on Russia yourself?" Because people like Remy and the Finnish people and these Germans, you guys like to brag, like, you guys can take on Russia, but you can't.
Trump Daddy, he was begging for what? Can you like spell it out? Because I'm not. Let me listen to you. He was begging for what?
No, it was begging for United States. If you try to break up with somebody and you say, "Oh, okay, go your way, I'll go my way," but Keir Starmer didn't want to. He kept like trying to coerce Trump, like, "Oh, we've always been together, United States and the UK, this and that," and Trump like, "Okay, I get it, but you guys, put your money together, come together, build your own military, and be on your own." And pretty much, he didn't tell him to go fight, but if you want to go fight, go ahead and fight. During the conversation,
he was begging for what, Trump Daddy? He was begging for what?
You know what he's begging for now? It's like when you're begging that girl not to leave you. I mean, what are you begging for?
Exactly. We're not getting it.
That's the thing. He wasn't begging for the United States not to leave.
The way
it was begging. It was literally begging.
What is it?
No, he was begging.
Ukraine stranded. And he was asking that we all together in this. He doesn't want them to leave. And he's saying, Trump is letting us know that, okay, we put most of the money down. Why can't Europe also support and put a lot of money and military down? That's why I don't see anything. I mean, are you guys agreeing that you want a partnership that has been there for after the World War II to just because Trump is there?
No, the European Union, we all know they're not carrying their own weight. They're not carrying their own weight.
Trump is not making sense to me. I think
that's okay.
Everything
he's making a lot of sense. He's making a lot of sense, actually.
How is he not making sense?
It's all about money. He's a sales guy. I don't see it like that. This is a partnership that's been there for so long. You're not just
let him tell us how it's not making sense.
Okay, if this thing doesn't go my way, it's like my way or no way. It doesn't work that way. That's not how.
What do you mean it doesn't work that way? He's the most powerful goddamn. He's the most powerful country in the world.
The angle I see it from. I just don't say that they're begging him. They just want to make sure that what they've been.
You don't beg him, they're in trouble, man.
Do you guys want Russia to just run on any country? Just like that?
if I Ariella, listen, Keir Starmer, I watched the whole interaction. I watched the whole interaction. At one point in time, Trump asked him directly. Hold on, Trump asked him directly. Can you take on Russia yourself? Can you take on Russia yourself? The guy, he choked. That was smart of him not to answer the question. Like, oh yes, we can. He was choking, and Trump don't worry about it.
Trump Daddy, hold on. When when Macron was with him, and when Trump accused that they were not paying part of the money, The guy said, no, we are paying our money. We not default. We pay so 60% of so money that
money. They are paying money to what? What they paying money to?
It's part of the. They also contribute to the Ukrainian.
Hey, listen, let me give me a couple of minutes. Let me line. Say, you European people, you guys are crafty and cunning, right? You guys are like, see, that's why you guys don't like Trump, because it's holding you guys freaking feet to the fire. Okay, you guys, with your socialist economy, you don't pay for your own military. You rely on freaking NATO, and the United States was bearing the burden of NATO, literally almost 100%. Until Trump came and demanded that you guys should pay up. See, you guys been lazy for quite a while now, and now he's telling you guys, okay, if you don't want to pay to NATO and do what you have to do, go from your own, beat up your own military and go to war if you have to. Go to war.
And that is exactly what they are doing, because at the end of the day, they know they don't have any friend in America anymore. So they have to come together.
Are you saying European Union go to war with Russia?
Let them do it.
If they want to go to war, Remy just talking tough. I mean,
I know.
He's just talking tough, man. You don't know. Listen, Russia. Let me tell you this.
Prince Daddy, Remy will pack his load and leave Finland.
Remy will come back tomorrow. See, Russia will nuke you guys. If you guys keep talking loud, Russia will nuke you guys. Don't play around. But what happened today with
I agree with you. I think Finland will be the next country.
Yeah, they'll just take it over. Like literally,
they're very small, just like 4 million.
Russia by now.
Are you kidding yourself?
Listen, Finland's got 5.5 million people. That's a joke. You guys will be part of Russia like tomorrow. Making some.
Without Trump,
Russian,
by next year, you guys will be speaking Russian in Finland. There.
I think you guys
better start supporting Prince Daddy to beg Trump now. I'm telling
you Americans, you just thought that we are the people do whatever you want. It's a lie. Without you, people will fight their war.
Yeah.
Remy will become a Russian.
Let's say. Remy, you keep talking. Listen, we're in Germany.
Remy will be Russian citizen by next year.
Germany during the Second World War, Germany marched all the way from freaking Berlin. They took France. Okay, they did. They took France. They bombed freaking England into smithereens. They were dropping bomb of freaking England. The UK were taking over before the Americans stepped in. Listen, that was just Germany. Thank God for the freaking Russians. Russia lost about over 20 million of their soldiers fighting in Nazi Germany. It was freaking Russia that defeated Germany. Of course, the United States helped a little bit with weapons and whatnot, but toe-to-toe was the Red Army against the Nazi Germany. So you guys keep talking tough. Putin's gonna deal with you guys pretty soon. If Trump say, "Hey, you guys go do whatever you want to do," I'ma just be America. He keeps telling you guys, look. America has two oceans, the Pacific and Atlantic Ocean between us. We fight from you guys. So if you guys keep messing up, go do whatever you want to do. And if you want to go fight war, like Zelensky was talking tough today. Look at this guy. Number one, the war you're fighting is as a result of the support of the United States and European nations. The United States is giving you over $350 billion, and the EU, you guys, always penny pinching. Okay, putting all the freaking burden on America to pay for the war. You guys don't pay enough. But now Zelensky came to the White House. They told him, listen, we're trying to help you guys. Between Russia and Ukrainian soldiers, you guys are losing about 2,000 people every freaking week. Trump's like, what is this? Can we just put an end to this damn war that doesn't make any sense? Listen, Zelensky is told him flat out, you don't have any leverage. The only leverage you have is because of the United States. And we don't want to support the damn war anymore, especially people dying. And this guy's talking like, it's like, it was talking like it's like one-on-one with Russia, like,
Trump Daddy, calm down, please. Let me ask you a quick question. It's a very simple one. If today, like what your president is doing, it's about, if I'm going to help you, I must get some money in return. So if it's not going to help EU or help Ukraine, what do you think they should do? They should also come together and fight the war by themselves.
But I just said, listen, you guys don't really listen. You don't really want to do that. Listen,
there's a saying in Yoruba land that when they guide you to some stage, they have to let you be alone to continue your life. So now Europe already know that America is no more their friend through the current president, and that's the truth.
No. Say, listen, it's all diplomacy. Say, you're talking tough, man. Let me tell you. Listen, I saw what do you call it? Macron came to the White House. He was all palling lovey-dovey with Trump.
It's a lie. It's not like that. You yourself are just talking like Trump.
No, I'm telling you what I actually watched. I mean, I listened to the entire interaction. Keir Starmer came yesterday, a couple of days ago rather. He was begging on his knees, like, if do you know actually the King Charles extended a state visit, a second state visit for Trump to Trump.
What is so special that they're just cajoling him now? That is just a way of cajoling him.
Because you guys are freaking scared in your boots. You guys are freaking scared of Putin. That's why. That's why you're doing all this damn thing, running up and down like chicken without heads. And Trump is telling you guys, look.
Don't you think your Trump is also afraid of Putin too?
Oh yeah, right. Okay, yeah.
Afraid of.
Listen. Literally, listen. Finland is like literally like 2 seconds away for Trump to Putin to destroy that place. 6 minutes away, they can launch a nuclear missile into freaking London in 6 minutes.
Orishnik. They can launch Orishnik. On
6 minutes into
Finland
in
in 3 seconds.
So if they launch anything against the United States, at least we got time to react. Okay, you people you have no recourse. Putin can reach any big European city in like literally minutes, from Berlin to Paris to London. Okay, you guys keep messing around, and Trump told Zelensky today, look, you guys you're playing with Third World War. Nobody wants to fight it. America is not interested in fighting no damn war, especially with Trump. We don't want to fight no war. That's why we're trying to put this war to an end. Zelensky signed this damn contract so we can go to Putin and tell him, hey, dude, this is what we have going on. We're serious about coming to ending this war. And Putin is more than happy to talk to Trump. Is more than happy to talk to Trump. He didn't want to deal with Biden and those guys, and we know that. But Zelensky coming all the way from Ukraine, acting tough, telling Trump that he doesn't want to end the war. He wants to sign the contract but continue fighting. Trump, like, what is that? What is the benefit of that? It can't. It wasn't making any sense. And by the way, and he was talking tough. He was trying to challenge Trump right there with the VP Vance right there, and he told him, "Look, you're an ungrateful little guy. You're not even saying thank you. With all the freaking billions we're giving you. I mean, it's not like you're not paying back America, but to the Europeans, the French and the British, you're paying them back. But here we are giving you a bunch of money. You're not being thankful. You're not saying thank you. You're just complaining, and we're trying to get you a deal."
Like the war, there's not even a clear path to where the direction they are going, victory. I mean, it's like there's no. U.S. is just spending that money, but they don't.
There's no clear path.
There's no clear path to anywhere. It's just people dying every day. That's all. Like just
exactly. That's what Trump is. People are freaking dying,
and that's
every
why
day.
Trump is like, okay, this is not making sense. Let's just end it, man.
Exactly.
But Zelensky. But though, to be fair, though, I don't think Zelensky has anything to be thanking anybody, because the guy has lost like millions of his citizens. I mean, they've lost people there, so there's nothing to be thankful about. To be honest, they've lost the people that should be thanking Trump is probably EU, because they are the one that really benefit. Because remember, Zelensky said EU, they will not their money, they were not giving for free because they were getting something from Ukraine. Ukraine is supplying them something, because, okay, first of all, EU, let me tell you, Trump, let me tell you the corrupt thing about this EU. The Russian pipeline goes through Ukraine, right? So Ukraine could destroy that pipeline, but EU are paying Ukraine to not destroy the pipeline. You understand? So EU are the only one benefiting from that, beginning something from that war. But the US is not getting anything. And US is the one putting most of the money down, So, and then Jeremy saying if US is pulling out at least 75% of the money. So if US pull out with 75% of the money and all the EU money, they still can't finish Russia. Imagine if US now pull out all the money. They will just finish your whole Russia will finish your whole Europe now within seconds.
So Mike, did they sign the agreement yesterday?
Yeah.
No, they didn't sign the agreement because freaking Zelensky wants to continue to fight. It's not making any
exactly. He wants
sense.
to continue. I don't know what.
That's a brave man. He should continue to fight. That's a
fight for what? What is
okay,
the fight?
Listen to Remy.
Kind of fight?
I called Remy a warmonger earlier because you want to continue to see. Hold on. See, the Europeans. See, this French. I don't know. I think Mike, you know that. These European people are they're cunning and crafty people. Exactly. They want to go put peacekeepers in freaking Ukraine, but they're not sending their soldiers to go and fight.
They are not sending
every freaking day. The young Ukrainians are dying for what?
And they are have you seen a video, Prince Daddy, where young Ukrainians trying to escape the border, the country, and when they capture them, they will beat them. The government will beat them and force them to the front line. That's what Trump was talking about. Now Trump finds all those. Do you know that? Prince Daddy, hold on,
anyway. That is Russians, okay? That's
hold on. No, even Ukraine too. No. That one, dude, okay? Chill out. There's the Ukraine own too. The other Russian was propaganda that people trying to drive out the country.
That's not propaganda. That's true.
No, the Russian one. This is what they are. Wait now. What is true now? The Russian, they were showing the videos some Russians trying to flee the country because they didn't want to be conscripted. But the Ukraine one, there's one video, in fact, I will find it on plates, where young Ukrainians, are trying to flee, like trying to escape the country, and there are people that hunt them, and they beat them for trying to escape their country for this thing. And Prince, that if you notice, like after Russia met with after Trump met with the Russians, they revealed a lot of things that's going on in Ukraine to Putin that the Western media will not let us. Putin and the Russian revealed a lot of things that's going on in Ukraine to Trump. The truth. You know how the Western media we downplay what's going on when a building will collapse.
Right, yeah.
They will say only 5 people were injured. You wonder like, how can this kind of building collapse? It's only 5 people injured. People didn't die. They kind of they under report what's going on. So
they trying to prop up Ukraine. Like Ukraine is actually like winning the war. They actually started from the beginning. If you listen to the Western media, they're like, "Oh, Ukraine is winning. Ukraine is this and that." What? Russians, they're being killed. Also, the Russian soldiers. So are Ukrainian soldiers. They are dying too. But then
gentlemen,
Mr. Remy is a warmonger. Let us start with that.
Exactly.
No.
I called that earlier.
Man, Prince got away with so many things.
In Finland, Remy to fight now. Remy will run to Nigeria.
I'm just getting Prince that worked up. Sorry. Let me just say this. The war in Ukraine has been devastating. And I think I can see it because we know the amount of Ukrainians that have actually relocated to Central Europe and seeking. In fact, the refugee situation across Europe has been, it's really what has really driven it over the edge, especially in the likes of the UK and whatnot. It's actually been the influx of Ukrainians. They've actually disrupted services, actually. More than anybody coming from Africa or Syria and whatnot. The big numbers, what has really made the numbers, because what happens is those people are automatically, other refugees from war disturbed countries are coming from God knows, people coming from everywhere to Europe. But those people have to go through the system. They have to cross the seas, go through the system. The Ukrainians are being settled automatically. So it's really, really disturbed social services and really, it really upsets a lot of locals because people really want to help the Ukrainians, but it's really going to happen. Zelensky is a fool. Let me put it like that. Not because I like Putin. I'm not one of Trump that these people that like Donald Trump and likes Putin and likes, and likes dictators. But I think Zelensky is a fool.
I don't like Putin. I don't know. I like Trump. I don't like
Putin. But your pastor know that said you like some, okay, and would like to be like him. But beyond that, beyond the fact, Zelensky is a fool.
How is he a fool?
Zelensky is fighting a war that he cannot fight on his own. And now the Americans are come home to call their debt.
Sorry, you don't think Zelensky looks like a fool?
It's not free money. Number one, it's not free money.
Wait. Listen. So you're telling me for him to just shake it out, Just if someone,
No, Zelensky
Why
didn't
were you
use
not
chicken.
chipping now?
Okay,
someone is
Did he have
attacking.
the means to fight? What
wait,
are you talking
wait.
about?
All Zelensky had to do, all Zelensky had to do was to rub Putin's ego. Let me say this. Let me say this. All Zelensky had to
I
do
want to ask Mike something. Mike, do you
was
have
to
access?
grease Putin's ego. The only thing that really rubbed Putin the wrong way, okay, was Ukraine. You think about Ukraine this way. It's like trying to take Ibadan out of Western region. That's how Ukraine is to Russia.
But they're not the same people. What are you
Wait,
talking
no,
about? They're
please
not the
stop.
same people.
Let me educate you about the history of Ukraine.
Okay,
Okay?
yeah, educate me.
You know where Odessa is?
Wait,
Odessa is the motherland of Russia. That's
I want to
physically.
ask information. Mike, do you have access? I want to go sleep.
Okay, no problem.
Should I end the stream?
Yeah.
Should I end the stream? Should I put you in the back?
No, you can leave. You keep playing. I will end this one, but don't worry.
Okay. Thank you.
Ola mighty no, Ola don't go. They have called your country puppets today. That is Trump daddy. Say Canada is a puppet to America too.
Wait, let's who's the guy that's talking, that's trying to lecture us? I want to hear you. Because Ukraine and Russia, they're not the same people.
Ukraine. No,
they're never the same people.
No, there's a lot of indigenous. There's a
you guys have to do one
indigenous.
voice now because now just
it's just like
you know this, I know this. There's a lot of indigenous Russians in Ukraine. That's just the fact. Forget about anything.
Same way you have indigenous Germans in French, and you have indigenous from French in German. So
no. You're modeling it up intentionally. I'm talking about Russia. Modern Russia extends to Ukraine. Okay, it's beyond just
because they were together before. They're USSR.
It's beyond. No. Ukraine is peculiar to Russia, and the USSR.
How are they peculiar to them?
Because they are essentially. I'm talking about when I say indigenous, I mean the territory. Okay, where indigenous Russians live extends to Ukraine.
We have to move forward in life. It's just like you telling me that.
Yes, we have to move forward in life.
Let me give you an example.
Wait, Mr. Oriola. Let me finish, okay? Zelensky's issue was Zelensky tried to pull Ukraine out of the sphere of Russia. All he had to do was to massage Putin's ego. The former president of
you want him to be a puppet. Continue to be a puppet.
He doesn't have to be a puppet. You have to massage egos. People massage egos around the world. This is the world. Okay, there's countries that are massaging the ego of America.
Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Well, that's them. That's them because they're
give me 1 second.
Is he able to fight his war now? Okay, he holds the Americans billions now. He's going to have to give away out of his country's Commonwealth to the Americans. Is that okay now? Is that really what has been the consequence? Half of the country people are literally all over the world. They are in my neighborhood over here. My kids can't get to school.
Every country in the world is a puppet.
Hosting them at our own expense.
Every country in the world is subject to one of the superpowers. So they dictate to you. If you go against them, make sure you have the means to fight. So this idea that they should Zelensky be, yeah, of course. You have to pick. You have to be on his side. You either on the side of the West or Russia. You have to pick.
No, you have a superpower next door
but he
to
has
you.
the backing of the United States, though. He has the backing.
But now they're about to dump him now. But
now it's $700 billion now. That's the price.
Well, they weren't fighting that. They just want the trust that okay, if we sign the contract, nothing will happen to them. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Wait. And that's just the US. We're talking about us. You know how much my country is giving to them? You know how much my taxpayers' money has gone to them?
Yeah, not just
my kids.
I'm not sure where you're
located.
But every country is contributing to that. Not just your country. Every country.
Exactly. And that's the US. The US are calling up they're calling India there. Think about if the others actually start doing that. You think the others are not looking at the US and thinking, oh, Jesus, the US are going to get paid. We should get paid as well. You think the British literally sent half of their arsenal of their long range missiles to Ukraine. The British missile stockpile has been so depleted because they sent so much of it to Ukraine. The Germans are depleted.
Wait. So the US is asking for something. What's wrong with Europe asking for something too? What's wrong with that?
We're going to ask for something as well, and they're going to be in debt. And then if there is country people are going to see, these country people are going to see really what it is. Okay, that's fine. Don't worry.
I just think that we're looking at Ukraine like, okay, they're nobody. We can treat them whatever the way they want.
Nobody's thinking of them like nobody. Zelensky was a fool. He did not manage the conflict very well. It was very, very quick and very swift.
That's what Trump is doing. Did you see the way he's disrespecting them? He's calling him name. He rather support
Russia. He's been a fool for a long time. He's been a clown for a long time. He's a bloody comedian.
Who is the comedian?
He has no business. Zelensky, what was his job?
I know he was a
he's a comedian.
Actor. He was an actor. Yeah.
His specialty is in comedy.
Hey,
okay.
So who tells you that a comedian cannot be a president? But who tells you that a comedian cannot be a president?
He's a clown. Yeah, that's exactly. This guy is actually like we are making it. I'm not against defending your territory. What I'm saying is the guy's a clown and the guy is poor in diplomacy.
Clown? I don't get the clown part of it.
The guy is working himself up to show himself up as like some defender.
Okay,
he wants to make himself a modern defender of the people. The guy is a fool. All he had to do was to manage the dictator of a madman next door to you. Manage the ego of a madman next to you. And he couldn't do that even remotely successfully.
Well, is that the reason why? Russia cannot take? So
why is Russia invade Ukraine?
Wait. Why does it take Russia this long? Why is it taking Russia this long? And they
to do what?
The small country that you're all calling. Oh,
Ukraine is a small country. Ukraine is big. Ukraine is one of the largest countries in Europe, Mr. Riade. You're
acting but you're acting like
it's not a small country. It's a huge country. It's bigger than Nigeria. Substantially bigger than Nigeria.
Russia is fighting NATO in a proxy war. Okay, so how can you say? I mean, Ukraine as a nation cannot stand by on its own. We know that it doesn't have the financial capability, nor does it have.
And there's no nation in this world that can stand on their own. There's no nation in this world that can. Even United States cannot stand on its own. You need partners. No nation can stand on its own.
Mr.
Listen to what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say though is that Ukraine cannot even do anything by itself because it doesn't have the money.
What do you mean they can do nothing by themselves? Are they not fighting on their own? Do they have anybody else fighting for them? They're killing their own people.
You know how many former British soldiers, young boys and girls, who got emotionally worked up that actually traveled to Ukraine to go and fight for the Ukrainians?
Yeah, on their own. Just like United States.
There's thousands of them. There's special forces guys, well-trained special forces guys retired. They're actually going to fight for Ukraine just because they feel, at college.
Okay, so because Nigeria has over 200 million people, does that mean we can fight any other strong nation? I mean, because you have a lot of people doesn't mean that you're a strong nation and capable of fighting another. Yeah, in Ukraine they have a lot of people. They may have the population, but in terms of the military hardware and the resources to actually engage in kinetic war, they don't have the capacity. So what do you mean they're standing for themselves?
Okay. Let me ask you a question.
And go to the Europeans for money.
Let me ask you a question. So it looks like everyone is just saying that okay, if you can't fight, you can't fight someone that is superior to you. Just become a puppet to them.
No. Mr. Oriola, I'll tell you.
You have a choice now. Do you have a choice, Oriola?
Mike, Mr. Oriola doesn't even get it. I know that you're
he doesn't understand the word works now.
I know Mr. Oriola is very intelligent, okay, and I know he's very knowledgeable about many things, but it seems like in this particular matter, he's not knowledgeable. What has really caused this issue? Zelensky. Okay, there was actually the former Ukrainian president who was a semi-dictator. Okay,
he's not a dictator. He was elected. What are you talking about?
The former president.
He was elected. He's not a dictator. You heard that from Trump.
Yeah, he was elected.
No,
please stop, Mr. Oriola. I said a semi-dictator. He was elected, but the way he was using power, he was actually amassing power, and he was actually using dictatorial tendencies.
No, that's not true. Okay, what is Trump doing?
What is Trump doing? It's public. It's public, okay?
No, right? I see what you're saying is just It's not
It's
true.
wrong.
What you're saying is
It's
not
not
true.
true.
Just because you
Okay,
don't agree
please.
with
Who's
what he's doing.
Who's the former Ukrainian president? Not the current one. The former Ukrainian president.
I don't know who he is, but I know like there was
Now,
someone there
if you're
before
talking
him.
about Viktor Yanukovych, Yanukovych was a Russian ally.
Yeah,
The
that's
previous
correct.
one,
It wasn't just an ally. It was literally, it was give or take one of these Russian oligarchs. It was building palaces everywhere, living stupendously, literally misusing his country people's money. It was literally expelled, really. The country, the people actually protested and kicked him out of power. Zelensky then came to power. Okay, when Zelensky came to power, what was the first thing Zelensky was doing? Zelensky was going to move Ukraine into Europe, and one of the agreements for the dissolution of USSR was the fact that the idea of Ukraine joining
We
NATO
said
was
that
out of the
before.
business.
Yeah, we did said that. We said that.
But do you understand the consequence of Ukraine,
yeah, we
Ukraine
talked
joining NATO?
about that.
What's the consequence? Mr. Aliola, please, please,
no,
inform
I'm
me.
letting you know that before you got into this conversation.
You know, I know, but I want you to then inform me because I don't know. I'm ignorant of this thing, so I want you to let me know. Why Ukraine would be a bad idea for Ukraine to join NATO from a Russian perspective?
Why would it be a bad idea for them to join Ukraine or Europe?
To join NATO. To join NATO and European Union from a Russian perspective. Why?
Yeah. Oh, well, because they signed a contract. There's a deal that they will not cross their territory, especially the country that was usually part of USSR. They will never come closer to them. That's why it is.
No,
but you have to remember.
That's a very simple. Mr. Ariola, that's a very simple. Let me help you. Okay.
No. That's a very simple. So, what do you want me to say to make it tough? Isn't that
no? You've reduced it to it's very simple. They signed the contract. Let me expand it for you. Okay.
Yeah, they signed a deal that they will never come closer.
Russia
to the territory.
has a strategic. Russia beyond that.
They did
beyond
already. Because Poland was part of they already took Poland.
Poland is out of the question. They don't care about Russia doesn't care about Poland. Russia doesn't care about Poland as much.
They were allied.
Finland is next door as well, and Russia doesn't care about Finland much either.
Russia cares. That's not true.
They care about Finland.
One of Putin's talking points was actually Poland. Was also Poland. What are you talking about? Poland is part of the talking point for him.
Wait. Russia don't care about Finland. They don't care to exert power over Finland as much as they want to over Ukraine.
That's not true.
Do you know that Russia used to be they used to colonize Finland before? Do you know that?
I know.
That's what we're saying.
But I'm saying that Finland, Ukraine is particularly very, very, very emotive for them. Because there's a lot of indigenous Russians in Ukraine to start with. But more importantly,
do you know that after Ukraine, the longest
this guy just thinks that
the longest border is in Finland. I know that.
He's talking to babies. I don't know what they're talking about.
Yes, Mr. Remy, let me finish. Russia has a strategic port, access to the Black Sea, which is located where? Mr. Ariola, go on, answer me. Where's Russia's one of the most strategic ports? Naval ports. Mr. Ariola has gone silent suddenly. Am I not being heard or something?
I can hear you. Maybe
are you talking about the Black Sea in Ukraine?
Yes. Russia has a strategic
but the Black Sea go through. Wait, the Black Sea go through Russia and Ukraine, right?
Yes, but they have a strategic port.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Yeah.
So why do you think the strategic port, the naval port, is just there for jokes? One of their nuclear deterrents, their submarine nuclear deterrent fleet, runs through there. So you think they're going to leave themselves exposed to the Trident system?
See, let me say something.
Mr. You're simplifying a very complex matter. You're oversimplifying it like it's just here, by the way.
I understand. I actually see nothing wrong with Russia trying to fight for his own territory there. I can't just have these people that I don't really trust to just come to my territory and feel like they can take whoever with them. I understand that. But I feel like as a sovereign state, a sovereign country, Russia also has the mind of their own to like determine whatever they want. I understand that. And I also understand the agreement that was in place after the Cold War ended, that they would never come closer to them. I understand all of that. But what I'm just letting you know is we cannot just come here and dictate to Ukraine that, oh, be a puppet. Don't do this, don't do that. They have
We
their
are
own
not saying be a puppet. We are saying manage.
That's what majority of you guys. So what is
There's
manage?
countries left to
Manage
try
is
that
a
are
puppet
managing in
now.
China.
Manage is a puppet. You can't talk on
No,
your
that
own.
manage is not a puppet. Manage is diplomacy.
Okay,
There's
I
countries
agree with
next to America.
diplomacy. I agree with
Mr. Oriola,
diplomacy.
there's countries next to America that are managing the American power as a superpower.
But they're standing up to them.
Listen,
Cuba
Canada to manage their ego.
European nations, European nations are puppets to United States. Is that strange to you? United States literally tells European nations what to do. Are they the puppets?
Yeah,
What's the big deal about that?
Yeah, we know. We know.
Okay.
They're puppet.
So
Because they want to be.
that has
Because they
nothing
want
cannot
to
be
be.
a puppet to Russia.
Yeah, because they want to be. Because they want to be.
Okay, but guess what?
Don't you? Well, let me now say this to you.
The EU is a strong body. The EU's got a lot of wealth and resources. We know they are wealthy nations in the EU. But guess what? That's not the case for Ukraine. That's not the case. So it doesn't have the leverage or the leeway to say, well, I don't want to be a puppet. I want to stand toe to toe with Russia. They can't do it. They can't afford it.
Okay, wait, Prince Daddy, he doesn't have the leverage, but how come the United States and the Europeans, they're supporting him, they're backing him up, and now the United States is like, okay, we can take some of your land that have mineral resources, we can take that. How come the United States is doing that, but you still want him to be a puppet to Russia? I mean, I'm not getting the point. Do you want him to stand with the West, or you want him to stay with Russia? Which one are we going with? Do we want him to like just be the puppet, stay with them, or we?
Wait, when the Americans come for his land, where's it gonna be? Where's it gonna end up being?
Let me tell you, actually, Ukraine actually, Zelensky, I don't blame him. He did not really want to fight that war. It was people like Blinken and people in Biden's administration.
No, Zelensky was foolish. Zelensky really wanted to fight the war, and once he found individuals that were willing to sponsor him, he went ahead with it.
They dangled the carrot. They dangled the money in front of Ukraine. And by the way, I know you guys know that Ukraine is one of the most corrupt nations in the world, even more corrupt than Russia. Okay,
listen to this. Before the war, literally a lot of the war criminals that smuggle guns, they are Ukrainians.
That's the reason why they knew those corrupt Biden administration guys. They knew they can use Ukraine as a photo or kind of a mask for their corruption.
That's the mistake. Wait, that's the mistake you're making. Trump was able to uncover. Listen, just because you like Trump does not mean that everything that Biden did
according to the media, according to the U.S. media, the United States only spent about what I think they claim about $200 billion or so. But Trump was able to uncover when he became the president that we spent about $350 billion.
Wait, okay, so wait, that's where you're clueless. The thing is, whenever they said they're giving money to Ukraine, they're not actually giving them money like that. They're using that money. Listen, they're spending that money on our companies that manufacture those military equipment. So the money is creating jobs for Americans. Listen. If they're saying they're giving money to Israel, they're not giving them physical money. The money is going into the companies like Raytheon, Sky, all those manufacturers that they manufacture military stuff for United States. It's creating job here. I don't understand what you mean by giving them money. They're not giving them no money.
Which makes Zelensky even more daft if he can't see the writing on the wall.
He knows. You know what it is.
He has traded the Commonwealth of his people for what?
He's not trading it.
For a war they've not won in the end. For destruction.
So you're not supporting the deal that Trump is trying to make. Is that what it is?
I don't care. I don't care for him. I'm not a Ukrainian. Some of them are useless to me over here, but I mean, I don't care.
Yeah, but
You
you said that he's wasting the money. But I'm trying to ask you that. So you're not. I mean, the deal that Trump is trying to make.
He does not care. So that's already someone everything now. He said he does not care.
Yeah, but he doesn't care, but it seems like he's supporting what Trump is doing, or he's not supporting what
I'm not supporting what Trump is doing. I find it ridiculous, and I find it to be wicked. But at the same time, what is he gonna do? He said he's gonna come and fight for his people, and his people he wants to call out the desk. They paid money, spent money on you, and he wants his money back. Simple.
No.
If the fool that falls for it, well, good luck. So let's just fall for it.
The United States is not going there. They're not going there. They just want to support more weapons.
Anything wrong or about what Trump is doing? It's trying to negotiate a peace. Peace with
Trump, Daddy,
with
can
Russia.
you think on your own, man? Think on your own. What is Trump doing that makes sense? Tell me. What is he doing that makes sense?
Trying to save people's life doesn't make sense to you, or realize. Trying to save young Ukrainians' lives doesn't make sense to you.
I don't think Trump cares about the young Ukrainians.
Exactly, because you're about to say that too.
Of course it does. See, of course it does. Yeah, absolutely does. See, the reason why Trump is trying to make this deal. Listen,
so why does he want the mineral? If he does,
listen, because the Europeans are crafty and they're dubious. I said it earlier. They are giving Ukraine money way less than America is giving to give to Ukraine, but they have guarantees and they have concessions to the money. In fact, they give some of the money as loans.
Trump daddy. How can you call your allies that they're dubious? Why would you say such a thing?
Yes, they are.
Your allies.
If
we go to war today, these are the people that will come with us, and you're calling them dubious.
It's the other way around.
Mr. Ariola, I'm a Nigerian, and I can say without a doubt, without a shadow of a doubt, that the British and the Americans are dubious from a Nigerian perspective. They are our allies on paper.
Yeah, from Nigerian perspective, they're dubious. From Nigerian perspective, but if you live in their country and you still think that you still calling them
dubious. I've lived with them for more than almost 3 decades. They are certainly dubious. Okay. So I mean, I have no shame about saying that.
I'm talking in terms of
the British, man. You don't mess around with them. But the point here is that look, they secure their own money, right? But then goes corrupt Biden writing the check for Zelensky. And by the way, I don't blame Zelensky.
How is he corrupt? How is Biden corrupt? I don't get this. I don't know where you're pulling this from. How is Biden corrupt?
Biden is corrupt because even Zelensky, said it himself that they claim they're giving him like over $250 billion. And Zelensky said, no, it doesn't have any record of getting all this money.
I just told you how the money work. I just told you how the money work. Just because they
in what sense?
I just told you. You just like when they say, oh, they give African this AIDS. They're not literally giving you that money. They're using that money for their own companies here to supply you whatever you need. So they're not giving him that physical money. The money that he's claiming, they're not giving him that physical money. The money is going into the military complex of the United States to supply stuff to them.
Okay, I get how that works. But even with that, we know that because obviously the weapons that Ukraine is using is coming from America, and obviously they're going to funnel this money to American military industrial complex companies. I know that obviously, but apart from that, there's some money like literally raw cash that goes to the Ukrainian government because they have to sustain their freaking government. They gotta pay people, they gotta pay bills, and even that money was not really accounted for. Zelensky said it himself. It's all a corrupt orchestration or put together by the European Union.
Wait. When you said it's not accounted for, you're telling me that the money is getting out of the United States and whoever they put in charge. Wait. Let me land. You're telling me that whoever they're giving that money or whoever is in charge of getting money to Ukraine, they're not keeping record of that money. Is that what you're saying? Because
the money's being stolen.
I'm telling you what's being reported here in America, in the media, and what Zelensky himself, the president of Ukraine, is telling us from the horse's mouth. That's what he's telling us.
What he said is, from my understanding, he's saying that the big money that they're claiming they're giving to them, they're not giving to them, and that's why I break it down to you that they're not giving them technically that money because it goes to some of the military.
So all of a
like
sudden, a corrupt nation as Ukraine all along, and during war, they became a saint
So which country is not corrupt? Even the United States is corrupt. Because I don't understand this corruption you're
I agree with you. Of course, the United States is corrupt also. I mean, but the corruption level, okay, of Ukraine is on a different level. Okay, a place whereby, listen, Ukraine is for the most part lawless in a lot of ways. The reason why the American politicians want to be so committed to Ukraine shows that there's something fishy going on. See, by the way, our interest in Ukraine is very limited. And if you ask me personally, the only interest American politicians have in Ukraine has to do with money laundering. We know that. We know what happened to Hunter Biden, Joe Biden's son, with Burisma Holdings, and in Ukraine. We know what Biden himself on record, working for Obama, said in Ukraine that the Ukraine was supposed to get $1 billion for whatever reason, and Biden.
So you don't think that the United States is actually gaining something from the Ukraine? That's what you're telling me, because I beg differ. I think they're gaining something from there.
Is the corrupt politician like Biden are the ones getting something?
No, but see, I think that the way United States works, I think a lot of us sometimes we don't understand. If they have like all these countries that they think they're giving aids or they're helping out and stuff, they're getting a lot back in return that a lot of us just doesn't know. They're getting back a ton of stuff back in return. If they're not telling us, that's why it's more like, and you yourself know, if you have to work in United States government, they have level of security that you have to go through. Meaning there's some secretive stuff that is not open to a lot of people. You have to be in that system to be able to know those things. So I'm not buying the fact that we are saying, oh, just because they're not literally printing it out, we don't see it in print, that United States is not getting anything back. I don't agree with that. I think they're getting a lot back.
We don't have to beat a dead horse, but all I know, personally, it's on a personal level.
When Iraq happened,
I want the war to end because I want the Ukrainian children to live. I mean, I don't have no relative in Ukraine. I don't care, but I don't want people dying. For what reason? What are they dying for?
Okay. So when the war ended...
excuse me. Now see what Trump daddy is saying, that he doesn't want people to die. But when people are dying in Gaza, you are supporting the Israelis to
Thank you.
You are double standard, my man. Come on.
Does he ever say anything when northern Nigerians were being killed? Was he saying anything?
Never. He never.
Yeah, exactly. We don't mind. See, like the double standard that they're playing everywhere.
So what you two are saying is that Ukraine just keep dying now.
Yeah, he doesn't want them to be that. The thing is, you guys you like Trump. We know that. So whatever that guy is doing, you care less. Is the way he's doing it right. That's the thing. You don't want any back and forth like someone.
Wait. What do you think Trump is doing wrong with this Ukraine thing?
I just think that the way he's going with the fact that everything has to revolve around him, he doesn't want to listen to the other side. Just like when you listen to
what do you mean? What's the meeting all about then? If he's not listening,
what's the what?
Why is he having a meeting with them if he's not listening?
Okay, all right. So when he decided to meet up with Russia, in Saudi Arabia, Ukraine was not there. He doesn't carry Ukraine.
Was Russia there when he met with Ukraine?
Ah, man, Ukraine he's not carrying them along. Like when he talked to
Russia. That is not true. That is not true. Because they were not sitting down. No, it's not true. He said it himself. They were notified, and just like Trump said, when you're trying to negotiate, before you bring the two main parties together, you have to do some, what you call it, soft negotiation. You have to work the room. Hold on. You have to work the room and make sure you have a deal working. That's how you negotiate. You just don't bring them together. Look at what happened to freaking Zelensky today. The way he was acting like a fool. So if you put him in the room,
he was a
if you
stand-up
put him
guy.
in the
He
room
stood up to him. He stood up
if you put him in the room
to
with
your
with
little
Putin,
God. He stood up.
Hold on, give me a second. Oriola, give me 1
right.
second. Let me ask this. Prince Adi, wait. Oriola, if two people are fighting, right, and you want to settle the fight, you don't want either of them to think you are taking side. So that way you can get a fair deal. Because if one think you are on one side, they're likely not going to be. That's when they will toughen enough to even no one will agree completely with you, that kind of thing. If you don't want either of them to feel like you're taking side, particularly if there's one side that suspect historically, kind of like America, where they expect America to be on side of Ukraine, but he wants both of them to feel like it's neutral. Do you think
but that's not what
hold on. The way you do it, is it not to talk to both of them separately first? And then after that, before you bring both of them? Or you want to be saying, oh no, if I talk to you, I must bring this one.
Wait, can I respond to you? But that's not what he's doing. So for example, he's saying that Ukraine should forget all the land that was already taken away from them by Russia. How do you make a deal like that? You want them to be on the weaker side? You can't be saying things like that. Secondly, let me also add this. And
wait,
secondly, he's also saying
it's not a matter of he wants Ukraine to be on the weaker side. Ukraine's already on the weaker side.
How? They're fighting back.
Hold on. Without Ukraine does not have the means to fight Russia. Hold on, let me understand. Ukraine does not have Ukraine cannot fight Russia alone. Ukraine is already on the weaker side. Ukraine, if the US put Ukraine alone cannot fight Russia, so Ukraine is already on the weak side. You understand? So forget that Ukraine is one powerful guy. He's not trying to tell him not to fight. No, Ukraine cannot fight Russia. Period. And the only force that can really help Ukraine to keep challenging Russia is the US. And he's telling you that, hey, I don't have the money to continue to help you challenge Russia for that land. So, hey, guy, you got to let the land go because I don't have the money to continue to give you to be fighting for that land that's already gone. So what are you talking about?
So diplomacy doesn't have to happen like in the wide open. It's usually done in closed door, meaning that whatever you're discussing with the two different people, you keep it within yourself. You don't come into the camera.
Okay, hold on.
Listen, let me land. This guy just spoke. Let me land. You don't have to come into open and start saying things like just talking down on one side and making the other side looks like they're winning things. That's what we're saying. Is whatever it is, even if Ukraine is on the weaker side, he shouldn't come out and start saying things. He should just because how do you want him?
Because Zelensky was acting like a tough guy. That's why. And just like the VP fans told him,
back, so he's a tough guy. He's fighting back.
It was Zelensky that was prosecuting the negotiation in the open, and that's why the VP fans told him, "Look,
no, that's not true.
It is true. We saw what happened. What do you mean it's not true?
No, you're talking about today. I'm talking about when Trump started like focusing on finding
no, they be talking to the Russian apart. They talk to the Russian. They talk to the Ukrainians. When they had the negotiation with Russia in Saudi Arabia, did you hear about it? Did you hear about the Russian crime? No, they negotiated and they came to certain terms.
Because it's going Russia way. Because it's going everything Russia wanted.
Hold on. Wherever Russia discovered with Trump, they kept mute. They kept it like between Ukraine.
Exactly.
No, that's not true.
About,
that's not true. They didn't keep it mute. It was in the open. This guy was saying it. He was letting us know that Russia will have to take. Russia wants the land that they already taken. They want it to themselves, and it came in the open.
You're not a negotiation. See, you have to work the room. It takes time. See, everybody makes that freaking demand at the beginning. Not a big deal. See, why are you losing sleep over it?
Okay, so why are you mad? So why are you mad with Zelensky? What he did today? Maybe it's also a negotiating tactics that he's doing today. So why you mad at him?
Zelensky is supposed to just shut up and let Trump.
Why would he shut up? Why are you making him
the little guy? He doesn't have. First of all, he's irrelevant. He's inconsequential. He doesn't have power. He doesn't have anything here.
What man?
That is the mistake they are doing. He's the president of the nation. with a standing army of almost 1 million, whether they have killed 200,000 or 100,000 is immaterial.
One standing army of 1 million.
Look, calm down, Mike. You are bringing a country of another country to your country, and you want to humiliate, molest him, and dictate all the time for him.
Thank you.
Yes,
who
now
does that?
he has no
No,
choice.
you're not talking reality. You guys are just deceiving yourself. Ukraine has no leverage. Zelensky is a little boy. He's a little boy and needs to listen.
Time will tell.
He needs to listen.
Remy, if the United States put support, Russia will take over within 1 week, 3. Even Zelensky said 3 days. Trump said 2 weeks. Hold on, Trump said 2 weeks. Zelensky said 3 days. Even himself is telling you, like in 3 days, Russia will defeat them. And you are here telling us otherwise. Do you know more than Zelensky, Remy? You are not realize.
Statement for you. That is politician.
Which political statements?
That is.
If United States pull away their Patriot missile, hold on. The Patriot missile alone, they pull it out. The cruise missile will level all the cities in the capital city.
With the intelligence and the satellite information, are you kidding yourself? It's more than just fighting on the ground. There's so much to go to the freaking fighting war. Ukraine can't stand on its own. It can't stand alone. We all know that. And Ukrainian knows that. And nobody knows that more than Zelensky. So what are you guys talking about?
This is easy. This is very easy. You call him to the table. You put all the cards on the table. You ask him, you don't have power to negotiate. Just sign. And the guy refused. They let him be. Leave him alone. Is that not what you are going to do at the end of the day? If he's not signing any deal,
I can't believe you, Remy. Leave him alone to continue to fight. Okay, I hear you now.
Trump is a bully. That's the thing, and I can tell Prince Daddy probably is a bully too, because Trump is 100% a bully. You can't just treat him like a little guy. He's not a little guy. He's a bully.
No, I'm keeping it real. I'm just keeping it real.
And it's a double standard, just as his leader. So they are playing double standard. You want to negotiate on the weak point of Ukraine, and you are giving out the strong position to Putin.
Yeah. Who does that? That's crazy.
You are not a good negotiator. You are not bringing any peace on the table. And the peace you are bringing on the table, you also have your own stake. You want to get your money, fine. But if you want to get your own money, why don't you make it a level playing field? Why don't you invite the two together and let them share their differences?
Even he doesn't even have to invite both of them on the table at the same time. But you're not going to make one weaker to the other one.
Well, you guys are talking as if Russia is afraid of US or something, or Russia's already. US can just call Russia to the table or something. No,
sure.
Wait.
That is what you make us.
Calm down, Remy.
I will calm down.
First of all, the reason Trump is had to act like that is because the US and Russia relationship already collapsed. So for Trump to get a more cooperation of Russia, he has to talk more softly to Russia, because what the Biden and EU were they forcing Russian assets, Russia has lost like tens of thousands of its soldiers to Western weapons.
Okay,
and you think hold on now, there's land. You think if Trump to get him to just cooperate with him, he has to be like trying to be like, hey, okay, come to. No, he has to talk kind of a little more.
So Mike, the question is this: Why can't Trump also talk down on Putin the way he's talking down?
How can he talk down?
Trump is a
puppet. Getting his weapon. Remy, what are you saying?
He's afraid of
what the hell are you saying?
Trump is afraid of Putin now.
Is Putin getting his weapon from US? So why will he talk to Putin the same way he talk to Zelensky? What the hell are you talking about?
He's afraid of Putin. He's not afraid.
He's not afraid.
He's afraid of Putin. He is.
You guys are. I don't know. I don't want to say you guys sound like.
Yeah, we sound.
You are telling me that Trump will talk to Putin the same way he talks to Zelensky. So is Zelensky and Putin, are they mates?
Wait,
is Putin Zelensky's mate?
You know he borrowed money from Russia. One of his hotels that he
talk all this ghetto.
So that's how we know that he's afraid of Putin now. We all know
you are hearing from fake news.
Sure, it's fake news. You better start reading.
When you
start reading, then you understand that it's not.
Do you know how to read, sir?
Yeah, I don't. You know I'm illiterate.
I think, in my opinion, I think that Trump already conclude that 100% is going to support Putin. Even if Putin take 70% of Ukraine land, he does not care. He does not care.
Trump is trying to hand the war, Jerry.
End this war.
Biden has started the war. You Europeans have started the war. You can't finish. Which European? Russia will soon wipe out all of you if you don't
take it. It's a lie. They can't wipe nothing.
So you're saying Finland can go to war with Russia?
It's not like that. You do not understand.
It's like, so what are you?
You do not understand. If they are going to attack Finland, the whole EU member, they will support Finland.
They will level. The whole EU cannot fight Russia. Trust me. It's only US that can face Russia.
Are you kidding me?
Do they? The only countries that have the kind of weapons today.
Sorry, Google could finish military might.
Finish. Even North Korea will wipe out Finland, say North Korea.
It's a lie. What the wipe a cup bomb?
All those European countries, they don't finish, man. They are colonial
days. You see, you guys are Americans.
They want European countries that can fight China.
Why are you picking on Finland, man? Stop picking on Finland now.
Who should we focus on then? Italy.
See, they're all superpowers, though.
Who's superpower? The only superpower is US, Russia, and China. The rest of them are small picking. They only have a Premiership, Premier League, and Champions League. That's what they have in Europe left.
Okay.
They are no longer.
I think in this sense, if I were America, I would just let Russia just take over Ukraine. If Zelensky is not agreeing to your term, it's easy now. I don't know why you are making fuss all over it. It's no big deal. At the end of the day, Putin will also not live forever.
You think Remy, what you don't understand is you have this Nigerian mentality.
I don't like.
Is the president? You think it's Putin that's really calling all the shots in Russia? You know what they call the Kremlin?
Of course, I know now.
Exactly. So you think if Putin dies today, Russian policy will change?
So it's the same thing like Petango. You guys, they know what they are doing all over the world. If they don't like it, they foment crisis on your country.
I came here for this Sharia thing that you guys were talking about initially.
You can go ahead and talk about it.
Yeah, I came here for that because every time we always want to dictate, especially the Southerners, trying to dictate to the North what they need to do. I was going to ask them question that, okay, where were they in 1999 when when that constitution was formed, there was no Sharia law. All of a sudden, Sharia came in. Where was everybody? How come they're not talking?
I think that, to me, I don't like Sharia, but I think it's a way to fight back against Christian expansion.
No. What I'm saying is, where were everyone back in 1999 or 2000 when that Sharia was put in place? Where were they? How come they didn't fight back? Now they're talking because they decide that, okay, we want to take 5 weeks off. Why are you mad about
it? It to the Southwest.
The 5 weeks off is not Sharia. What are you talking about?
No. They follow Sharia. So you know. So Sharia.
5 weeks off is not from Sharia.
Is it not? Is that state not part of? Don't they practice Sharia?
The 5 weeks policy has nothing to do with Sharia law. That's what I'm telling
you. What is Sharia to you? You know that Sharia is the way of life. It's their own constitution. How they do things. I would just let you know that.
No. Even this 5 weeks off, the authority has no Islamic law, anything. It has nothing to do with Islamic. It's just a governor that's saying, hey, let's create a holiday for Ramadan at this time, fasting time. That's what it is. It's got nothing to do with Quran or Islamic law. So that's why it's not part of Sharia law.
So why are they now mad now? Why are the Southerners mad? The people that were mad.
Is mad? No.
The people that spoke earlier. Why are they mad? Because I remember that when Sharia was put in place, nobody was mad about it.
How do you know they were not mad? Do you know them? Do you know Kulata back then?
I don't know him. I'm just saying that
wasn't back then.
Yeah, that's why I was asking questions. That how come were you mad when Sharia was put in place over there as well? Were you mad? Because
I'm pretty sure it was mad. I always know them to be mad.
Wait, Mr. Please. Don't conflict issues, okay? So we're talking about Sharia law, and I think I have some I do understand the position of individuals who are apprehensive about the expansionist of one religion and dominance over another, whatnot, all this stuff. But really, what is this Sharia argument?
That's not what I'm talking about.
Wait,
I'm not talking
so what
about.
are you talking about?
I'm talking
because you
about,
said you are talking about Sharia law.
No. Listen. So here's what I'm talking about. There was a conversation today that has to do with the fact that they're taking 5 weeks off because of Ramadan.
Yeah, that's what they want to do.
No,
If the governor wants,
right. And
if the governor wants to declare 5 weeks off for that state because of Ramadan, if they pass it through their house of their state house of their legislature, their state legislature, if their state legislature approve it, they have 5 weeks off. Let the governor foot the bill.
Exactly, I'm okay with that.
I mean, yeah, they're gonna come to your state and force it.
And that's what I was saying, that the people that are calling that, why would they be doing that? Why is wrong?
It's nobody's business.
And that's what I'm now
asking. If it's not my state, if it's not your state,
were you mad? That's why I was now asking questions. That were they mad back like 20, 25 years ago when they put in place Sharia that this is for my own people? We are practicing this. Were you mad there back then as well? That's why I was asking questions. Like,
I don't think anybody should be mad. You see, really,
they were always mad now.
I'm a Christian, Mr. Ariola. I'm unapologetic about it. Okay, but I don't lose any sleep over Sharia, and I don't see any reason why any Muslim shouldn't be able to observe Sharia practices anywhere they live in Nigeria. Nigeria is a secular state, and the secularity of our country guarantees that there's freedom to practice your religion. One of the things that's been argued and put forward is this: that they want to be able to marry, settle divorce, settle marriages, settle inheritance in accordance to their to religious tenets that they follow. And the Constitution guarantees
their region. They're not coming to
it should not even just be a matter of region. Any Nigerian who decides to practice Islam, once there's 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them, once they can form a quorum, if we use that term, once they have a quorum and they want to marry and divorce and settle inheritance in arbitrage between themselves, the Constitution guarantees that they should be able to do it. The same way I'm a Christian. If there's 10 of us gathered and we want to settle something and want to do it in accordance to our religious faith, I'm a Christian. I should be able to do it anywhere in Nigeria. That's what the Constitution guarantees.
No, I think Nigeria should just cancel.
Yeah, but it's not the way that you just said.
Nigerians talk about secular state, and a lot of us Christians, a lot of us, they don't even especially the Christians. The Christians don't understand what secularity means. The Christians think that secularity means that we are Western. No, secularity doesn't mean that we follow Western. This whole Western.
Exactly. No, that's what they always present. Westernization.
People think secularity means that everybody has a chance to observe their religious principles without hindrance. That's what secularity means. It means that we will allow as well the traditional religious people that they can practice their religion without hindrance. Secularity means that we don't do any prayer before we start any meetings.
But
all that nonsense that they first do with Muslim and Christian prayer before they do any meetings, before they do any congregation, has to stop.
It's not done like that in Nigeria in terms of real practice. In real practice, a core Muslim will see a Christian that he does not worship God. A core Christian will also see some fellow Christians that they are not Christian and see Muslim as
because it's ignorance.
It's ignorance. A foreign religion.
It's ignorance.
It's strange to us.
The traditional religious people have been disenfranchised. God, if I get any position in government, they will say they want to do Christian and Muslim prayer. I'll call Oluwo now. Let people that are doing Oluwo, let them to do their own prayer. I mean, that's what secularity means. What's this nonsense with Christians and Muslims thinking that secularity means that they get to impose their will over others? It's really getting too far. All these Abrahamic religions.
It is, but you have to also have to understand that, because especially the North.
And I think the Christians are worse. I think the Christians are bloody worse. They are idiots. And I'm not a Christian.
And when you look at the
Mr. Oyede, go on. Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Tell you what it is.
Because when you look over there, they have majority of them, they're Muslims. So anything that has to do with Muslim oversee like whatever Christian doesn't really matter over there. So, for example, like how they would say, "Oh, you can't drink in the north, you can't do all of this." That's because the majority of their population they're Muslims, and we have not heard. I mean, at least me, I've not heard that they decide to bring anything to the north, and the Christians over there they are against it. I've not heard about that. Like the
Mr.
Sharia,
Oriola, that's fictitious. Okay, so let me correct this.
no, have you
There's
heard them
nothing. There's
speak
nothing like you
out
can't drink in the
against it?
north. Okay, no one is going to stop you from drinking alcohol in Ilorin. No one's going to stop you from drinking Burukutu in Benue. No one's going to stop you from drinking in Taraba. There's states that have decided that they do not want consumption of alcohol in public spaces. Okay, now
I think it's only Kano State.
Kano State. There's also states in the United States of America, and there's counties in the United States of America. They are teetotaler.
You can't consume alcohol in public.
It's not even in public. In where Jack Daniels is made, the county where Jack Daniels is made, one of the most heavily consumed alcoholic beverages. It is a dry county. Do you know what a dry county means? They don't sell and they don't consume alcohol there. Can you believe that?
In fact, the whole United States can't consume alcohol in public now. It's against the law.
So what are we talking about?
I have never heard about that, but I have to confirm.
You've never heard about dry county?
You want to drink on the streets?
Oh no. What you said is correct. Oh no. I was talking about what's
a dry county? You don't know that
you know you can't say in the United States you can't say alcohol on Sunday. You know that, right?
Man, you can't know everything about it. Even
no, actually, you can't say
the school system is different. Your school system,
Mr. Oriola, where I live in Europe, we didn't used to be able to. The pubs used to open on. There was a long time ago. The pubs weren't open on Sundays. It was only about in the last, maybe since like the late 80s, that pubs opened on Sundays. This is a country where are notorious as alcoholics, and also on Easter, the pubs are closed. What about that? On Christmas, the pubs used to be closed, and that's because of their Christian culture. There's something called dry. Go and look for dry county. There's a dry county, and the location where Jack Daniels is made in Tennessee is actually a dry county.
Yeah, this is what bothered me the most is the fact that we are trying to it's as if we want to lecture or we want these people to like listen to whatever we want. And the thing is, even when you look at South is garbage. It's not like we're this one of the best part of Nigeria. It's not like that. It's not like we're doing any better than they're doing. That we are trying to tell them that this is what they do. I just kind of hate the fact that we will always want to tell them this is why are they doing it? They're setting us backward. They're doing this. But we're not going anywhere ourselves. Like the entire South, it's not like Adorado, nothing. Like that's what I hate. The fact that
let me tell you the problem of. Let me tell you guys the real problem of Southern Nigerians, and which always frustrate me about them. When they want something, instead of them to go straight to what they want, they'll be dancing around or picking on other things just to get a message that they want something to put. Okay, for example, this is what they really want. Most of them, they don't want to continue to share country with the North. You understand? Some of them want like either Yoruba nation, some want Biafra, some want Southern country. They just don't want to share that country with the North. All these years, rather than them going straight to the point, either going to their leaders, their politicians, their senator, whatever, to go and present a bill on how to split the country. They will not do that. What they will be doing is talking about, look at anything Northern to condemn it, and then say, you see, you should go our separate ways. No, stop talking about irrelevant things, trying to use it to make a point why you should go. If you want to go a separate way, just make the necessary move. And what always frustrates me, some of them will just be teaching their children to just dislike other people in the name of they want to go. Like Yorubas will be kind of indirectly teaching their kids to dislike the Northerners in the name of they don't want to share country with them. The Igbos will be teaching their children to dislike Yorubas and Northerners in the name of they won't be African.
So if you want to go, you don't. That's not a way to go about it. This teaching hate and teaching how to dislike other people's religion, culture. If you want to go your separate ways, make the right moves and go. Just how long you gonna be teaching all these dislike, disunity, all in the name of you want to go your separate ways? If you want to divide country, take the step to do it, which is get your lawmakers or your leaders, your governors, your senators, your house rep, your kings, and discuss it and address it and go your separate ways. That's how to do it. So all these conversations they're having, it's all about they just want to go their separate way. That's all it's all
Don't
about.
you think a lot of people are just afraid? It's not like like you are afraid. You want something, but you're afraid, like you don't know what the outcome will be. And I think that's probably like one of the major problems. Like we we don't know what the outcome will be, and you don't want to be the one that would start the thing and everything will fall apart on you.
This guy network is bad. It's probably in
yeah, right. Network is not bad, man.
We didn't hear anything you said now for like 10 seconds. I mean, for 20 seconds.
Oh, really? Yeah.
We're
So
not hearing.
I was just saying that. We are afraid. I feel like a lot of this has to do with being scared, like not knowing what will happen when you put your mouth that okay, this is what you want, and I don't think.
What do you mean? What do you mean? They're scared of what will happen? You mean after?
I think that's what majority of the problem is, and you also have to understand. Like also, we see that like when a younger person speak while the adults they didn't have like they say so, like you didn't follow them, they kind of like tend to. I think it's like the culture that we have that the oldest have to lead the way. When the young people say something, the adults might kind of
إنها أكثر من مجرد أغذية رياضية فهي تحافظ على برودة
so that's Simba. So the so the adult might kind of find it like disrespectful that they should be. I just that's what I'm thinking. Like that's how it is. Like we're not like you don't want to see if somebody step up. We always trying to find a way to kind of like bring that person down instead of like trying to back that person. Even though we all know this is what we wanted, but we are not doing that. We just want to bring that person down. If what we want, I that's how I say it's like we want something, but we are not outspoken about it. And whoever comes out, if it's not elderly person, we tend to like see it as if these young people are so rude. They should just wait for adults to speak first. Even though that's how I say it.
So that's why they are always talking about nothing. I don't get it. Anyway.
I mean, it doesn't make sense to me because it's never going to work. I mean, the thing is, the culture is different. What we want as people is different, and the fact that you cannot come to a table because I just think this is simple. Come to a table. This is what we want. This is what you want. This is this. How do you want us to? How do you want us to do it? It just doesn't make sense the way we do things. Like, but we keep doing it. We keep thinking, okay, yeah, it's just like family. Like I've said this before. Like the way you'll be in a family, whatever your parents want you to do, because you can't talk back. If you talk back, they find it disrespectful. So you just have to take it. So you just like, okay, this is what they want me to do. I just keep quiet and follow the rules. And that's what it is. That's what we're doing. We don't like one another, but we kept still like thinking it's going to one day. Me, I'm not teaching my kids like that. They will know the truth, and hopefully, maybe when it's their time, they will stand up. Is anybody there? Is anybody there? Well, Mike, you might want to
Mr.
close.
Oriola, we heard you. We heard you, but I have to say that some of these your talking points are just the usual Gen Z talking points. Sorry to use
I'm
that.
not Gen Z, man. I'm 40.
I know you're not Gen Z, but like, that's why I said that's why I
guy.
didn't say you're Gen Z. I think I give you Gen Z. I just said Gen Z talking points. And why do I say this?
Wait, how is it Gen Z talk though?
They're talking about the truth. I mean, I've seen many people on this forum over here. And they talk about their parents and the way their parents raised them. And you see strongly opinionated people, and you can tell that these